right, to the epistemological conclusions that lead you,
Mm-hmm.
that are the means by which you arrive at some conclusion, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
those conclusions will inevitably become detached from those processes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
Ayn Rand didn't account for this problem a lot, right?
I mean, she did. Like she
Like
did.
she would go over the epistemology, like, and just like take it for granted when she's talking about like more downstream stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like, elaborate a little bit. I have to like
Like
know about that.
she wouldn't make it explicit, like what this ties back to, what you're supposed to be, doing here, what you're supposed to be asking yourself, and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
She just kind of states it like pretty straightforwardly. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
like
Maybe. Maybe.
for a rationalist coming to objectivism, right, with already
Oh yeah. Yeah.
like a rationalist mindset, you know what I mean? And Peikoff talks about this in understanding
Mm-hmm.
objectivism, right?
Yeah.
That
And Peacock has a
they're just going
unique.
to adopt these as truisms, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of
Like
considering like
yeah.
what are the epistemological processes that are the means by which she arrived at this conclusion, right? That these
Yeah.
conclusions were arrived at,
The
right?
the method should be far more emphasized than the conclusion is simply.
Right.
Mhm. And Peikoff is a uniquely situated person who is like very good at explaining this, and this is why everything that he has done on rationalism is so good because he used to be like that,
Man, I
and
need to
like
drink some fucking water. Yeah, he says that. He talks about that in Understanding Objectivism. Like it was like a huge problem for him for like many, many years, you know?
yeah,
Like even as an
and like
objectivist.
exactly, and he had to work through it painfully to like
Oh
rid
man, my mouth.
himself, you know. Exactly. So like Peikoff is, and this is why Peikoff is a teacher. Like his lectures, his books are like amazing because he has done the work of inculcating all of this
Yeah.
firsthand, and in a way
And
that
I
he has
think
to
another
like,
thing that's telling in like objectivism state of the art, and also in objectivism through abduction, he rags on like how he wrote Opar, you know? But
Mhm.
he
Yeah,
said
yeah,
this one thing like that I thought was really telling, how he didn't like this was still before Opar was released. In objectivism state of the art, he says
yeah,
like he really tried his hardest not to put any of his own unique thoughts in the book. You know, nothing that Ayn Rand didn't say herself.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah. And also, like, there was this lecture in the Advanced Objectivism or Understanding Objectivism series, in which he talks about, like, when he first wrote the section on, I think, productivity, it was,
Right, right, right.
like, no, independence, I think. So he was like, when he first
Yeah,
wrote it, it
independence.
was
Yeah,
just like, like,
yeah. He was being a
hey, just
rationalist about
feed
it.
yourself. Yeah.
He said he was being
It
rational
even
about it.
exactly. And then he actually went back and like he understood that okay, independence is
Did you get that from
being a
me
first
linking to
hand.
it? Because I linked to it and like said it was pretty cool, and
Yeah.
I linked to that specific part.
Hmm. Yep.
Oh, cool.
And that's very cool. Like, like those lectures are a gold mine. OTI is a gold mine.
And
I'm
you'll
going.
see like if you see in Zulu server, you guys can search. Like I've ragged on Opar so much, bro, how it leads people to fucking rationalism and all that. Like,
I mean, it is like, and he does warn. Like you shouldn't just
yeah, he
end
does
at
warn
OPA.
about it.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
warns
yeah.
about it,
Like,
but elsewhere, you know.
I think
yeah,
he
yeah,
So,
yeah.
said he was a
so who thinks that?
rationalist for like 15 years.
So who thinks objectivism is
Yeah.
defined by its essence?
Is
You
that
you should
fucking
debate Zulu
Eduardo,
on that.
bro?
We just had
It
that
is.
debate. We're talking about something else now.
My goat.
So,
Yeah,
You,
sit
uh,
you
down,
think
Eduardo.
you think Opar is
so
rationalistic?
no. Like, uh, Peikoff actually wants. The point is that Peikoff says that OPAR, like it's the briefest he can be, while still keeping uh, in essence, the whole, right? Like, so point about OPAR is not going in details about the parts; it's about keeping the whole. However, if you are coming from a rationalist background and you just read OPAR, you're just going to absorb it rationalistically, and that's why
Yeah,
TI,
Opar
which is
really,
the
really falls to the problem of truism.
yeah. And this is why, and he says it himself. Like, uh, OPAR is in effect giving you a view of the forest without giving, the trees in the forest. I got explanation. It's giving you a broad view of the forest without going into the particular trees, and that is not enough. It is a beginning, but you need to go through stuff like OTI and your own work as well. Actually, like tie it down to particulars, and that is particulars in philosophy. And then the next work is to tie it down to the particulars of your own life or of a particular science or so on and
Yeah,
so
I
forth.
mean,
So
Binswanger's so great with this on epistemology. Like, if you watch any of his lectures on epistemology, like the way he talks about it, like, is just so like down to earth. You know, I think it's
Is the
yeah,
great.
yeah.
issue is the issue with Opar that you guys think it's just not inductive enough, or what?
No. The
Well, I
OPAR.
don't think they're saying that OPAR commits an error. I think they're just
No,
saying
no.
that for the
Well, it's not inductive. It's
purpose
not
of
even a little bit inductive.
yeah,
I mean, it is.
I don't think they're saying that. I think they're just I mean, presumably they're just saying you can't treat OPAR as if it's supposed to be uh like an explanation. It's
Yeah,
just a
yeah, yeah,
presentation of a whole worldview. It's not
Right.
supposed to be
yeah.
like a guide
It,
to
Yeah,
think.
and
Yeah.
then
Okay.
people take it
it's
and then
a
try to
summary.
deduce,
People
deduce
Yeah,
rationalize off
particulars.
of it,
Try and
is what we're
deduce. Yeah,
saying.
they
yeah, yeah.
rationalize off of it a bunch.
I suppose there
Oh,
are
oh,
several sections in which Peikoff says this is kind of like a summary of some things. You have to read
yeah, yeah,
more to
yeah.
understand that. He
Exactly.
does say
Like
things like
it's
that.
a summary.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not enough. Like it's a beginning. It's a summarization of the entire worldview, the
Well, enough
smallest that he could
to
go through.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
enough
like
the
they
way I
read, they need
treat
to
the way
read
I
more
treat
instead of reading more. They
Opar,
build off of,
I just
I
want to
think the
clarify
way
and
when
you
it's
you
like,
to
say
no, you
it's
treat
needed to go
enough.
Opar.
deeper before you built.
When you say
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
enough, it's enough
exactly.
for what? Like, what's your
I
point?
think the
It's enough
way
for
Opar should be treated is like you should reference Opar. Like when you're, this is the way I treat most, like all books really. I just, the way I read and I learn these things is I take one particular topic I'm trying to learn about, I want to know about, right? And
Hmm.
I'll see if Opar says anything. I'll see if, like, but I won't stop there. You know, I'll go to every single, like everything. I'll take everything I
But
can available, you know?
yeah,
I'll
You
look
check
for
if
it.
it's here, then you go on to the next, then you check if it's here, on to the next.
Yeah. So you don't,
yeah,
I don't
And
like
then
to
from
read,
there you
read
can
these books in
overlap.
like a linear order. I like to hop around different books, like different chapters and different things, and then come back and like spiral back when I need to, you know?
yeah. That's the right way to do it. And like, and like the more in detail you go, the better. However, what OPA does really well is that it does say something about everything. Like that is good. So like you can start there. It's a
Yeah,
good starting
that's a
point
good
about
thing,
pretty much
right?
everything.
That's
Yeah,
why you can. That's why it's useful if you take that kind of approach, right?
yeah.
You just
Mhm.
you look into it for like specific things, you know. Like I don't think like the order is really good, especially in Opera. I don't think the order is that good, you know.
Mhm. Yeah. I've seen. I don't fully remember where, but like I have seen James Elias Inductica. He had some issues with the particular order of OPAR as well. Like it's not
Yeah,
an
and
inductive
in that,
hierarchy; it's a reductive hierarchy. I think he
yeah, and
said.
what he was
Like
saying there, he was also citing Peikoff. I mean, in objectivism through
yeah.
induction and OTI, he said that.
Yes. Yeah. So I think Peacock would not disagree with that as well.
No, yeah,
Fair enough. Yeah. So
especially like understanding objectivism, Peikoff. He
yeah.
definitely.
Quick question, guys.
Peacock
I didn't
has
see the end of the stream. Can somebody tell me, like, did Zulu give like a rebuttal to Liam's statement about anarchism?
no. I don't think anarchism was talked about.
Because like Liam threw it out in his like closing statement that like, oh, like, if you're an anarchist, you're not an objectivist, you're hurting the movement. And then I saw Zulu saying like, oh yeah, he got his
Are
closing
you an
statement. I'm still
anarchist,
screaming.
Eduardo?
Not anymore.
No,
Not
we
anymore.
went into
No,
we
bro.
went
That shit's
into a
not
Yo, are you
discussion
consistent.
about
recording,
movies.
Sakura? Are you recording? I hope you're recording.
No.
Wait, hold on.
Let's
That's not like I'm
move
hiding
on
that. If
to
somebody's recording, it's not like I'm
No,
afraid to
yeah,
go
I
on
just want
record.
to click that because it's
Not
fucking
anymore.
hilarious.
Law is no longer objective.
Bro, I just don't think that like putting your rights
No,
in
like
like
we were calling this shit, bro. We were like, bro, Eduardo's gonna be like in like a month or so, in 2 months, he's gonna be like, I'm not an
it took
anarchist anymore.
it took a couple months, but yeah, now I'm pretty convinced it's not in my rational self-interest to relegate the defense of my rights on a market. This shit's irrational as hell.
Oh, what's
You think
irrational about it?
not gonna debate
I
that.
mean, I'm just not really confident that Young Niggas Incorporated has my rational self-interest in mind.
You
As
know?
youngniggers.gov does.
Yeah, man.
Youngtickets.gov, is that what you said?
Yeah, youngniggers.gov
Yeah.
has it
No,
actually.
no,
Yeah,
youngniggas.gov
you
aren't
got
going to be what constitutes my
got
government.
more than
We're gonna have a rational government, one formed under
Sure,
proper principles of government and individual
for
rights.
You
sure you will. Sure you will.
know, there's this guy, his name is I don't know if you've heard of him. His name is Murray Rothbard. Have you guys heard of this guy? Have you guys heard of this yeah, have you guys heard of
sounds like a mystic, man.
Murray
Who's this
No,
Rothbard?
no,
Murray
many.
Rothbard
What did
guy you're
What did Murray
mentioning?
Rothbard say to address like the issue with
I don't know. I mean, guys, have you ever heard of this like wild idea? I mean, like called Austrian economics, bro. I
how does Austrian
don't
economics solve the
know. Like,
issue?
it's like
What?
How does Austrian economics solve this issue?
you mean the private production of defense?
What does it have
No,
anything to
I'm
do
saying
with
no.
ethics
That's
of
not
Do you
what I'm
mean the
referring to.
economic calculation problem?
why
Like,
why
Oh
would
shit!
why
Listen,
would why would
everybody just
referring why would referring to Austrian economics have anything to do with the
Is that
philosophical
divinity? Of
principles?
course it is.
Yeah. I was asking what
so.
you think as it, do you not understand there's an obvious equivocation of discipline when you move from a normative
No, he,
question
he
to
just
talking about
said I don't
economics?
think no, he just said that I don't think Young Niggas Incorporated has got my
Is
back. And
within
that
my rational
yeah.
self-interest. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's normative. That's not
Okay.
descriptive. Why would you talk about economics?
Well, because like the .gov doesn't like it can't. How does
Is
it?
that a is that
You know?
a is that that's a normative issue? Yes.
What do you mean? That's an issue for economics. How do you allocate? You
Is that
know,
a no? It's not. It's not. No, stop. That's wrong. The
yes,
claim is
allocation
that
problems are
the
problems of
claim.
economics.
No, you didn't
Allocation
say.
problems.
Yeah, you're changing the goalpost because you're
No,
assuming that
I was
you are.
interrogating him on
You're
the fucking
assuming.
allocation problem with
No,
the
what
fucking
he said.
private production
See
of
now, yeah.
defense.
See, this is exactly. So this is how you're dishonest because the claim was that
This is
he
the
doesn't
problem. Like,
believe
just
that
dishonest.
market. What the problem
What's
is? I'm explaining it
dishonest
to you.
about that?
I'm
Where did
explaining
I
it to you.
say?
Well, if the guy under the
And
water
what
would
you
stop talking over me,
narrow
I'd explain
chance
it to you.
without
So,
proving themselves.
look, the
Do
reason
you
why is
think?
this. Look, Eduardo, I'm telling you why. You're interested in the answer? You want the answer to your question?
Do you think utopianism is rational?
Do you want the answer to the
Do you
question?
think utopianism is rational?
You want the answer to this question or the first question you asked me?
I want an answer to this question.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer the first question because it's relevant to utopianism. Okay. Whenever
What
Eduardo
was my first
says,
question?
whenever Eduardo, you asked what the relevance of allocation was. You said like this is an
No,
allocated
I
thing.
didn't.
Then I asked yes, you did. You said the issue of Eduardo said this is Eduardo's question, and then you responded. Eduardo's question was this. He said, "Why
So
is
you're
it the case?
answering
I do not believe."
Eduardo's question?
I'm recapping the context of the conversation to understand how I can
Well, I
explain why
asked you
you're
a
dishonest.
question.
Your
Do you
question
think
was how.
utopianism is
Your question
rational?
was how is that dishonest? Your question was how is it
My,
dishonest?
que-
You
my
asked the second question. Now it's the second question. Keep up, G. Come on. Look, I know that weed has adverse effects on memory, but lock in. Okay. Understand this. Whatever you say, right? Eduardo goes. I don't think that market anarchy. I'm not going to say what he said. I don't think that market anarchy, delegating my right to that kind of system, is within my rational self-interest. That's a statement
Mhm,
about
mhm,
the
mhm.
normative status of the behavior. Okay, and in response to that, you're like, well, what about Austrian economics? Do you understand how that's a tangential issue? Obviously, Austrian
No,
economics it talks
no.
about
Do you think
society,
utopianism is
the
not
issue of
no.
rational?
You
self-interest.
Do you
specifically
think
said
This is
about
utopianism
the
is
private
rational?
production of
why
defense.
would you just
Can you
stand
answer
me
the
questions
question?
without engaging with what I said? Can you
Do
engage
you
with what I
think
said? Can
utopianism
you
is
engage with what I
rational?
said?
I'm
Can
I'm
you engage with
I'm
what I said?
I'm engaging with you
You're
right
not
now. You said
engaging with what
we
I
wanted to
said.
talk about rational
Respond verbatim.
self-interest.
Just
I'm
respond
asking you, is
verbatim to what I
utopianism
said.
rational?
I accuse you
I
of
mean,
committing an equivocation of discipline, and you're not
okay,
responding. You're
guys,
just
guys,
asking me
guys.
questions.
He asked me to
Who are you
engage
appealing
on this
to?
point of rational self-interest and stop talking about allocation problems. And then I asked him, "Is utopianism rational?" And he didn't answer me.
Do you remember
Is
what I
that
charged you with? Do you remember
was
what I
I
charged you with?
engaging with
Yeah,
his
you're copying the
fucking?
context. Nice job. Nice. Nobody believes that you engaged with the context. So the context was me accusing you of equivocating discipline. And in response, you asked me a tangential
Oh,
question
you
and
literally just
required
said
me
that.
answering it. Engage with the fact I'm charging you of equivocating discipline. Do you not think it's an equivocation to move from the conversation about the normative status of delegating your rights and that's to that society to the issue of Austrian economics? Are those not tangential issues?
No, because I thought he was talking about a fucking allocation problem,
Why
dude.
on earth would you fucking
Because
interpret
I
that?
don't
Why would you
separate the two.
interpret
Why
that
would I
way?
separate the two?
You
Why would
know,
I
why do you
separate
not
the
make
two?
the
What's the justification for
why do you
separating the
not
two?
make I'll explain it to you. Look, why would you not make this is your question essentially, right? You're like, why would you not make the distinction between the normative status of an action and then the
No,
science dedicated to explaining
no. My
allocation? That's
question is,
two points.
given what
Those are different
Eduardo said,
things.
why would I think it doesn't have any?
Of course, because
allocation
he's talking
problem.
about the moral evaluation of. He's talking about the morality of upholding market anarchy.
Okay,
That's what he's
do you
fucking
guys
talking
remember
about.
what Eduardo said? Right?
He said, "I
Mhm.
don't think it's rational. I don't think it's in my rational self-interest to delegate my right to defense to market anarchy." That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
Paraphrasing what he said. Paraphrasing what he said.
Paraphrasing what he
I
said.
know
Yeah, but what
exactly.
he said, we were
Verbatim,
talking
he said
about
the N-word. Like,
Young
I'm not just
Niggas
talking about verbatim.
Incorporated, the
Uh-huh.
free market, right,
That's what I
versus
just said. Yep.
the government providing it, right? That's what we were talking about. We're talking about an allocation problem here,
That
dumbass.
doesn't
No, we're
follow.
not.
It's an allocation
How did
problem,
you
retard. In
extrapolate
fact,
that from what I said? I'm
why
just
would
saying.
actually?
Okay,
I
guys,
want you to draw me
did
the
anybody
inference.
else also think
Oh
allocation
yeah,
problem
appeal to the
as
rest
soon
of
as
the
he said
fucking
Wait,
that?
retards in the VC.
wait,
Yeah, appeal to the rest
wait.
of the retards in the
I
VC.
explicitly said I don't see how it's in my rational self-interest to relegate like the defense of my rights to a market. I just don't
That's
trust
a
Young Niggas
moral
Incorporated
evaluation.
with
It's a moral
trusting,
evaluation.
yeah, I don't
Why
trust
would
Young
you
Niggas
assume it's an
Incorporated with
allocated
defending my
problem?
Yeah,
rights.
that's what you said. That's what you said.
Tell me
Okay,
what
and then we were
about what
talking
he
about
said
that in
implies it's
contrast to the
allocated.
government providing
Just
it,
tell us
right?
what
And
you
Anyway,
think
then
is
that's an
I'm gonna go
allocation
call it a
problem here.
night.
Oh, wait, just
What is it that
It's not
Eduardo
a great
said that
discussion anymore.
What is it that Eduardo said that makes you infer
Okay,
that
you
it's an
guys are
allocated
fucking
problem?
dodging right now. This is obviously a dodge. Like,
what?
This is the claim you make. You think we're
you guys are
dodging?
so fucking meta right now. You're retreating into the fucking meta of the discussion. When I'm asking you,
No, dude,
what?
right now what's happening right now is you got dragged into the jargon jungle, and then after it got pointed out that you, in fact, did commit a substantive blunder by misinterpreting the
No,
implications of Eduardo's
no, no,
statement,
no,
you
no.
decided to backtrack and
You
fucking
haven't
ask me
justified
tangential questions by
that
trying to
it's not a
pigeonhole me
fucking
into the fucking
allocation
answer.
problem.
When
I'm
in
sorry.
reality, what you
You,
did is you equivocated the discipline of normative
no,
to descriptive, right?
you just
That's exactly.
disagreed because it hurt your
His
feelings that I said
claim
it's the
is
fucking
prescriptive.
allocation problem when
Yeah,
it
nice
is.
psychoanalysis, bro. It has nothing to do with allocation. It has everything to do with
Okay,
the morality
it
of the issue.
is. See, you're saying it has nothing to do with allocation. You haven't
Yeah,
fucking
which is why I asked you the
justified that
question.
point.
Yeah, I haven't justified to you because the statement is
Right. So you
categorically
think the difference?
normative. It's a
Do you think when we're
normative statement.
talking?
It's a normative statement. Do you not think it's a
Yeah,
normative statement?
you're not engaging. You're
Why
not
do you
engaging.
think you don't think I'm engaging? I accuse
No,
you
you're
of
not.
equivocating the discipline. You haven't told me where it is you break down
What
the
have you
implication
engaged
of
with
the
me on?
statement. I've literally just
What have you
explained it to you.
engaged with me on?
I've
No,
just
what have
explained to you the entirety of the conversation. I just explained it to you. The entire time
you?
you've been obfuscating by asking me tangential questions and trying to burden me
Oops.
with answering
Sorry,
them.
I activated Siri, so I didn't hear you.
Look, the entire time you've been trying to do this obfuscation where you ask me tangential questions in an attempt to not engage
What's
with the statement I
tangential
charged you
about
with.
allocation problems when we're talking
It's
about the
tangential
state
because
versus
the
the free
statement's
market?
normative, you fucking retard. The statement he made is a normative judgment. He's not
Oh,
talking about allocation right now. Why
yes,
would it
we are.
follow
I'm
from
talking
making an
about
active
allocation. I've been talking
evaluation?
about allocation this
He's
whole
not
fucking
retard.
time.
He's not. He's not.
You want me
Why did you
so
imply
much
that
not
was
to
a,
talk about it.
why
You want
did
me
you
so
I don't
much
know
not
why
to
you're
talk
so
about the
massive.
glaring
I don't
fucking
know why you're
problem
mad
here.
Do you
passionate.
guys
Yeah, dude, nice. That's what
do
happened
you
because
guys think this is
you want to
useful?
accuse
Like
you want to accuse look, you want to
Look
accuse
how much
Eduardo of
he
being
doesn't want me to
you want to
fucking talk about
accuse
the allocation problem here.
yeah,
It's
because it's
fucking
not it's
crazy.
tangential. It's tangential to the issue. Because the issue
It's
that
not.
Eduardo
So,
raised, I'll
so
tell you
you
why,
make your
Tangent. I'll tell you why.
normativities on
Just
complete fucking bullshit
engage.
ideas.
Okay,
No,
you're
that
talking
doesn't
over
work, retard.
everybody
What?
right now.
Well, probably because nobody's fucking engaging with the
No, you're
point.
not
The point is
engaging.
this.
What have you
You're
engaged with
not
me on?
engaging.
What have you
Hold on.
engaged with
I
me on?
told you exactly. I told you
Wait,
verbatim what I've engaged
in
with you.
what way is responding to my my normative statement? In what way is it a not, in what way is it not a non sequitur to be like, oh, haven't you guys read Murray Rothbard, Austrian economics? In what way is that possibly not a non sequitur?
Bro,
because we were not debating. We were
we were
literally
not
just talking.
debating. I was
Well,
fucking
are
making
you
a joke
joking?
Yeah.
out of this shit because I said,
We were
well,
You're
having
just
fun.
responding to my
we
Wait.
said
non
that
normative
wrong. We said that
statement.
Wait.
fucking
Do you see the
Eduardo is gonna
contradiction?
fucking become
Wait,
a
do you see the
statist. He's gonna say he's
contradiction
not
now?
not
Yeah,
an
exactly.
anarchist.
Do you see the
Exactly. Like
contradiction
we
now?
were
The
talking about
contradiction.
something.
Yeah,
You
that was the
guys jumped
contradiction.
in and
I'll tell you.
started a debate where there was none. Like if you
Yeah,
want to debate with the
here's the
proper rules of
contradiction.
debate,
Yeah,
set it up.
here's the contradiction. Okay, the contradiction is that G framed what he was saying as a response to the implication of what Eduardo was talking about, and now he's backtracking and saying, "Actually, no, I was making a joke. It had nothing to do with what Eduardo said." You
No, when
understand
I
how now you're
entered the
contradicting
debate,
yourself?
I
Everybody was joking.
identified the
The whole
allocation
thing
problem as a
here,
topic of
like
fucking interest.
everybody
Shit.
present here, we can see,
Wait,
right?
wait, wait,
Like
wait, 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 wait.
we were
Did you?
talking
Okay,
about
so wait,
something
stop. Wait, wait.
completely
Did
different.
you bring that
You
up?
guys
Hold on. Did
came
you
in
bring
with
that up because? Hold
anarchism and just started.
on. Did you
I
bring
said
that
I
up because it's
identified it.
interesting to you, or
I
did you
said
bring
I
it up because it's
identified it.
relevant to what
I said
Eduardo
I
said?
identified it.
Is it relevant to what Eduardo said?
Now it's a shouting match.
Yes, of course it is.
It's relevant. You think that the normative, so that's the
Set up a
equivocation of
debate.
discipline, right?
Set
Because
up
the
a
issue
formal
is about
debate
the
and
moral
do it in a
status
proper way.
of relegating your right to defense to market anarchy. And you start talking about allocation. That's obviously non sequitur because the issue is normative.
Set up a proper
No,
debate, do
because
it
you
in a
didn't say
formal way.
anything like that.
Nothing
What do
will
you
come from it.
mean? You
What do you
said you
think?
even
Nothing
admitted
will
you're
come
Do
from
you
it
know
coming
paraphrasing
the
it.
out.
meaning? Do you know the meaning of his statement? What do you mean? I'm paraphrasing
What do
just
you
so it's
mean?
easier for you to
Do you
understand.
know what a fucking non sequitur is? And do you know what a fuck? You know what a straw
Can
man
you,
is?
can you name
Like,
three? Can you name three logical systems off the top of your head talking about name?
no, you
non-sequiturs?
literally just
Of course
presented.
not. You don't know anything about logic. Why would you fucking say, do you know what a non sequitur is? Can you
I
name
don't
me
even
a
know what you
single?
just
Can you
fucking
actually name
asked
me
me, bro.
three? Of course you don't. Do you know three rules of inference?
Because you're talking over me. You're talking over me. How am
No.
I supposed
Okay,
to hear
here,
you when I'm
listen up.
talking?
Look, I'll let you answer. Do you know three rules of inference?
Yeah,
Let's go. Let's hear them.
I mean, there's non-contradiction, right?
That's not a fucking rule of inference, retard. That's a. Oh my god. You think that's a
It's a
rule of
law of love.
inference?
Well,
That's a law of thought. That's not a rule of inference. I'll give you another try. Name another inference.
I mean, I don't know the rules of inference, bro.
Of course you
I'm
don't.
not
So
a.
then why would you try to fucking grandstand me or Eduardo in terms of what is a non sequitur when you don't know the basics about logical systems at all?
Well, this is
Why would you do that?
syllogistic
You
logic,
had the
bro. I
audacity
mean,
to call.
I still need to look into
out.
syllogistic
You had the
logic,
audacity.
bro.
You had the audacity to call me a poser, and you had the audacity to make fun of Eduardo. It's like you're trying to knowledge gap people on things you don't understand. You guys are
No,
Is there
embarrassing.
any point in engaging in this?
No. So then why would you ask somebody the definition of a technical term like non sequitur and you don't know the basics of syllogistic logic?
no, I asked you what it is, bro. What you're referring to? What do you mean? I know what a fucking
So
non
you asked me.
sequitur is.
So then why did you really? Do you know what is a non sequitur?
Yes.
Define it to me.
Do you want me to define it formally? I won't be able to.
Is there a non-formal form of definition I'm unaware of when you're talking about conversations that are technical? Like Jesus, dude, I mean, you had the audacity to call me a poser. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And now you're dead
I mean,
silent. You goofy as shit, dude. Yes, dude.
with
It's fine. It's
deduction
fine.
and syllogism. I'm not good on that. Okay.
Then why would you
So you're
fucking
asking me
draw the
questions I don't know the
quotation into
answer
what is
to, and I'm being honest about it. I'm being honest. I don't know
so?
the fucking answer to
But
these
why?
questions.
No. So now you're being honest because it was revealed to you that you were in fact posing.
No,
Because you had the
you
audacity.
brought
Yes,
this up in the like way at the end. Okay,
you had the audacity to ask me what a non sequitur is.
Holy shit.
and you didn't fucking answer.
Is that
I
because
asked
you
what
don't
you were
know what a non
referring
sequitur
to.
is? Oh, you go, okay, why would you acted as if, right? You in fact knew what these terms mean and that we were misusing it. And you go, oh, what's non sequitur? That was your tone. That was the way you were engaging with us. You were trying to knowledge gap us on the misuse of
Yeah,
the term.
I
or
said,
the fact
what's
that
the non sequitur?
we already explained to you the non sequitur. The fact is that the conversation,
No, because
the category of conversation is
paraphrasing what
bonus.
Eduardo said. You were
The category,
this
yeah.
is my point.
Huh?
You were paraphrasing. You're trying to dodge the point, right? You were paraphrasing what Eduardo said,
No.
right? And then you said what I said to that is a non sequitur, but I didn't even respond to that. I didn't because that's
That was
not
a
what
non
he
sequitur.
said. That's not what he
Yes,
said.
he said. Look, the
But
only
it's not what he said.
paraphrasing is me. The only
If
paraphrasing is me not
he
using the
was
N
so
word. That is the
specific,
only.
like if
That
he
is
was
the
so
only
specific and
difference.
explicit,
That's the
if
only
he was so
difference.
specific, and
That's
this is my
the
point.
only
You're not
difference.
listening. You're not listening.
I
You're not
heard what
engaging.
you just said. I
No,
just
okay,
heard what you said. I
no, I'm
responded.
still talking. How
Did you
could
hear
you
my
hear what I'm saying?
response?
No,
You
because
already
I'm
said
still
something retarded, so
talking.
I responded to it. If you make
No,
fucking 5 retarded blunders, I'm just gonna like stop you at one, and then we're gonna avoid the other 4. Okay? You already said something. I already responded.
what was the point I
Did
just
you
made?
hear my
Then?
response? Did you hear my response?
What was the
Did you
point I
hear
just
what I
made?
just said?
You said you're responding to the
Well,
point. What is the point?
I just responded. Did you hear my response to what you just
No, because
said?
you're talking over me. I already told you I can't hear you when you're talking
Okay,
over
so
me,
just
dude.
look. So maybe just conquer. Just focus. Narrow your focus. Okay. Eduardo made a judgment. Okay. The only paraphrasing that occurred between me and Eduardo was me not using the N word and
No,
referring to it as market anarchy. That was the only paraphrasing.
yeah,
The only
you're
thing.
trying to frame it so that what I said is a non sequitur when that's literally not what he said.
The only difference is the fact I did not say the N word. How is this not clear to you? There was not
What
a
do you mean?
substantive change in translate. Do you think
We
that the
can go back in
substance
the
is lost in
recording and see
translation?
what he said, bro.
Please, yes, and when you do, please fucking
I've
point out
also
the fact that you
repeated it
decided
though.
to say, yes, please,
No,
please,
but
when
he
you go back
didn't
to this
repeat it.
recording,
No, that's
observe.
not true.
Yes, you did.
That's not true.
I just wait.
No, when he said
Literally,
I was
did
repeating
repeat
it, when he said he was repeating it, he wasn't repeating it. He was lying.
I did repeat it, and you agreed that that's what I
He
said.
was
You're like, yeah,
repeating. You
that's
were
what you
repeating
said.
what
How about this? How
you were
about this?
repeating
When
what
you go back in the
divinity said.
recording,
No, I said that's
what?
what I said, and you agreed with me. You were like, yeah, that is what you said.
Matter of fact, how about when you go back in the
What you did
recording
was you
again? Do this.
repeated what divinity
Everybody
said,
here, this
and then
should
I
be a
said that's
lesson
not
to
what
not
you
to
said,
smoke weed.
and
Look,
then you
Bro,
if you
repeated
think
what
this
you
is
let's
about
actually
your
said. I said,
well-being at
yeah,
all,
that's what I
let's
said.
put
if
it
you care
out
about your
clearly. Hold
well-being,
on, we'll put it out clearly. We'll put it out clearly one more time. This is going to be the third time I say this, though. I said I don't see how it's in my rational self-interest to relegate the defense of my rights to a market. And then I said, I really just don't trust Young Niggas Incorporated with the defense of my rights. That's what I said. The only difference in Liam's iteration of it
Yeah, and we
was
were
he didn't say
interrogating you
niggas.
on that. We were interrogating you on that.
Oh, really? Because what happened is
With
that
non
you had
sequitur?
said, yeah. Now you're lying. See, this is 2 times you've lied
No,
now.
we
So
were
the first time,
interrogating you on
yes,
that.
I'll
Do
tell
you
you why.
trust
I'll tell you why it's lying. I'll tell you why it's
youngniggas.gov?
lying. I'll tell you
We
why
were
it's lying. I'll tell
interrogating
you
you
why
on
it's
that.
lying. I'll tell you why.
What's
it's
the
lying,
lie
okay?
there?
You
What's
said,
the fucking
I'll
lie
tell you why.
there?
I'll tell you why. Look, catch your bubble. I'll explain it to you. You'll understand where you're on the conversation, okay? After Eduardo had said that, you then brought up the issue of allocation. Now, you did this because you think that the issue of allocation is, a subject which is the direct implication of addressing what Eduardo just said. When in fact, you are equivocating the kind of discipline because the statement Eduardo made was normative, and the issue you're talking about is not the
No,
issue
so
that
you're
Eduardo was
still
talking about.
doing that.
And
You're
then,
still
and
trying to
then, and then,
frame
and
it as
then,
a non
and then,
sequitur
I'll
when
tell
we
you
were
why.
fucking
I'll tell you
interrogating.
why.
Okay, okay.
I'll
What's the
tell you
lie in what I
why.
said?
I'll
What's
tell
the
you
lie in
why.
what I
I'll tell
said?
you why.
You didn't. You
I'll
know.
tell you
You
why.
haven't said what the
You know
lie
what?
in. What's the
I'm
lie in
still
what I said?
going.
You said you were
Still
gonna tell
going.
me you
I
missed
know. I'm
it.
still going. I know. I'm telling you the first thing you said in order for you to be lie, right? You have to say something and then fucking contradict it. So look, here's the fucking second thing coming. This is where the lie happens. Whenever I asked you, why did you bring up allocation? You go, oh, it's not because of a response to what Eduardo said. It just interests me. I made a joke about Murray Rothbard. It wasn't a response to what he said. You can't keep track in your
not what
course
I
of
No,
your
meant.
that's not
fucking
what I
lie.
fucking
That's
said.
exactly what you
That's
What?
fucking
not
said.
what
Go back in the
happened.
rec.
That's not
Go
what I
back in the
said.
rec. It's there. It's literally
Yeah, go
there.
back in the
Go, what
fucking
did you say?
recording.
Yes, go. What you
That's
said
not what
is
I
you
fucking
said
said.
the reason I brought up allocation. Look, you said, "Oh, I brought up Murray Rothbard as a joke. I didn't bring up Murray Rothbard because that's a direct response to
No,
what he
yeah,
said.
you
I
were
was making a
saying
joke."
that. Why was that a response to what he said? But it wasn't a
And then you
response to
said
what
it
he said.
wasn't. You just
It
said
wasn't.
you started
First
contradicting
thing
yourself
that
again.
happened
You just
after
said you
Eduardo made that
responded.
comment is that G
You
made a
just
joke about reading Rothbard because we all joked when
the
Eduardo
He
allocation.
also
started
said.
being
He also
Randian
said.
Yeah,
that he would
He
be
also
from the
said, "Have you
markets in
guys
like
ever
2
heard of
weeks.
Austrian economics?" Like
That
as
was
if that
like
was
the
supposed to be a
implication.
response.
yeah. I was saying that because we all joked that fucking Eduardo was gonna
So
say
now
he's not
it's
a
not a
fucking
response
anarchist.
to what he said. Is it a joke or
I
is it a
literally
response?
said that. I literally said that, bro. I said that
Which
it
one?
wasn't a
Which
response
one
to what
is
he
it?
said,
Which one
and
is
that
it?
it was because we. What do you
You
fucking
just
mean,
said
bro?
you're such a liar. You just said you just said
What?
again, right? There's a third time you
You're
contradict
just not
yourself. You
listening.
just said again. You just said again. The reason you brought up Austrian economics is as a direct response to Eduardo's claim. That's what you said.
No.
Yes, you did.
As a,
Everyone
what?
heard you say that.
I said.
I don't know why you're acting
What
confident right now.
about?
That's why you
I
brought it
said.
up.
Anybody ever heard of Austrian economics? Anybody heard of Murray Rothbard? Because we all
Yeah, but
heard,
you
we
brought
all
up.
fucking were
Uh-huh.
joking. I literally said this when I brought it up. I said because we were all joking about Eduardo saying he was not going to be an anarchist.
And then it was asked to bring up something that look, and then it was brought up. Why did you bring up something that is categorically a different discipline?
What are you
Right?
talking
And
about?
after
That
that was
wasn't
asked
even
of
in
you, you then
fucking
acted as if
response to
your
what he was
response was a
saying.
proper
It
response.
was in response to him
Yes,
saying
it
he's not a
was.
fucking
It wasn't. It
anarchist.
wasn't a response. It wasn't a response to the content. You weren't having a content like a substantive conversation with
What do
what he
you,
said.
I
No,
literally
no,
said
no,
that
not at all.
directly after he said he's not an anarchist.
So you weren't having a substantive conversation. You weren't trying to at all. That wasn't supposed to be a
Not
criticism.
then. Not
It wasn't
then.
a At what point did you start substantively responding to Eduardo?
When he fucking said what his
When he
position
said that.
was.
So when
When
he
he said
said
what
the
his
thing you said you
position
weren't
was.
responding
Bro,
to,
do not
guys.
commit yourself to that position right now, please.
You just said you were not. The thing Eduardo said is the thing you just said you laughed
Okay.
at. So you responded
He
after you
said, I'm
laughed at
not
him,
an
or after he
anarchist
said the thing you laughed at?
anymore. And then we were fucking laughing at him about it, right? And then he was
Just grab a
elaborating
pen and
on that,
paper, bro.
and
Just grab pen
saying
and
his
paper and draw
position,
it
what
out,
his
bro.
position
Just draw it.
was.
Just draw
Right?
it.
You're
Just draw it.
talking over me again. And I know
That's
you
fine.
can't hear me.
Just
And
draw,
because
just
I
draw it
know
out,
you
bro.
can't hear
Listen,
me when you're
listen,
Draw
talking.
listen.
it out. Draw it out and label it, bro. I mean, it's like genuinely, there's
Like
no
you're
other hope for
literally,
you.
why can't you
Draw,
just let me
you
talk?
draw,
You're not you I know you
you,
can't hear me when you're talking,
you
so why are
talked
you
yourself
talking?
into three contradictions,
Why are
bro.
you
There's no
talking?
point in having
Why
you
are you
talk.
still
I just
talking while
told
I'm
you. I
talking?
just told you.
Why
I
are
know.
you
I
still
just
talking while
devalued
I'm
your speaking. Yes,
talking?
I just devalued the things you're saying. That's why I'm speaking over you. I just explained that to you. You know that if you listened while you spoke. Look, I'm
What
not
Okay.
did
gonna
I
repeat
say? What
everything
did I
you've
say? What
said.
did you do?
Well, let's just give you the
You were
freebie
bitching
here.
about how I did it. You just said how I. You
I
just were
already told
bitching
you
about the
3
fact
times
that I
that I
talked over
can't
you.
hear you while you're talking over me. I can't hear
Why
you
not?
while I'm
All right, all
talking.
right, all right. Let's give you the freebie and just say you weren't responding substantively to what I
Yeah, I'll give you
said.
an alley
Do you
oop.
have
I'll give
any?
you an alley
Yeah, well, it's in the recording. It's in the fucking recording.
That's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine. That's
dude.
fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
bro.
That's fine. All right. That being said, do you have a
When
substantive
you made a
response to?
substantive claim,
Yeah, dude.
then
Look, we were all there, bro. We don't need to prove a
Yeah,
point,
okay. No.
bro. We were
So
all
we're
there.
going on from here now. I'm asking
it
now.
was
Do
only
you have
when
a?
you made a substantive claim,
Holy
then we
shit.
started interrogating you on it.
What was
Yeah.
the
Yeah. For
substantive
sure.
claim? Just tell us what it
So
was. Just tell us what it was. Wait. Tell us what the substantive claim was.
He was saying, I'm not trusting Young Niggas Incorporated. And then we were talking about, do you trust Young Niggas .gov?
Do you not think that was an extension of the fucking comment you previously made?
We were starting to fucking talk about it. What do you mean? That was like the first fucking
You
line of
had
the
like this
discussion.
The first line of
first
the
off,
discussion was him making a statement
that
about
was
market
first off that
anarchy.
wasn't
What
even
the?
you. First off, that wasn't even you who said that. That was Luca Brasi, who's gone now.
Yeah, I know
Uh,
it was him. I said, we started interrogating you on it, but we're all all anarchists here. What do you mean?
What
Okay,
You
so he
motherfuckers a
made a
collective,
substantive
bro? You got
comment.
a hive mind?
You made a substantive comment, right? Right, and then after that, you started joking, and then he made an extension of the comment in the same humorous fashion. You were responding to his comment with a joke, And then after that, then you thought it
No.
became serious?
No.
Yes, that's what you just explained to us.
What do you mean? I said I didn't do that. What?
Oh my god, get a pen
I
and
didn't
paper, bro.
respond to his substantive claim with a joke.
Get a pen. Oh my god, get a pen and paper, bro.
All right, don't worry,
I
don't
literally
worry.
just said it was in response to him saying he's not an anarchist.
All
And
right,
then I
all
was
right, it's
laughing
cool,
at
it's
him.
cool.
You're
Listen,
losing
listen.
yourself, bro.
Tracking issues aside, do you have a response to that normative issue I raised? I can formulate it
Not
as
the
an
trust
argument if you
issue.
want.
Not the
I can
trust issue.
formulate it. I can formulate it as an
I'm
argument if you
sorry, I
prefer.
can't hear you and fucking Divinity talking over you. Bro.
Okay. Hold on, Liam. Give me 1 second. Do you have a
You got it,
substantive
bro.
response to? Yeah. Do you have a substantive response to what I said? If you'd like, I
Yeah,
can
we
give
were
it to you in the form of
interrogating you on it,
argument.
right? And the
Oh my
context
gosh.
of that, right? He said, "Do you trust youngnames.gov?" And then I forgot what was said in between, but then that's when I brought up the
I know what I
allocation
said to
problem.
that. What I said to that was that we would have a properly formed government formed on the principles of individual rights, and entrusted to particular individuals who can uphold them.
Yeah, and then the allocation problem comes in right there.
Okay, so allocation. Before we get into allocation, you have no issue with any of the
Why before we
normative.
get into allocation? What do you mean? You
I'm
know how
saying, like,
fucking
we just
important this is.
the,
Like,
the,
like
bef-
you,
because
I
the reason
can give
because listen.
I can give
I'm
Divinity
happy.
a pass, but you
I'm
understand how
happy.
important the
No,
allocation problem is here.
I'm happy to get into allocation problems, okay? The only thing
Right.
is, are you just gonna sweep all the normative shit I just said under the rug and start talking about econ?
No, that's why I fucking
Actually, I'll ask you this.
Divinity was
What's
being a
the
fucking
Are
going
you
into a
retarded?
pissy fit about it. So that's
What's
why I
the
asked the question. Do
value
you
significance
think
of the
fucking
claim
for
about
fuck's sake,
allocation?
bro?
Just answer the
That's
question.
why I
It's
asked. Do you think
clarifying.
utopianism is
It's
rational?
clarifying.
Right. I started engaging you on that. For fuck's sake.
It's clarifying. What is the value significance of the discussion about allocated efficiency? What's the value significance of it with respect to what Eduardo said?
Bro.
Just respond to the. It's a very clear
Because
question.
we were
What's the value significance?
interrogating him. Do you understand? The context is
Yeah,
we
What's
were
the value significance?
interrogating.
That doesn't fuck. Oh my
Oh
god,
my
dude.
fucking god!
he's
I
saying the
decided to do this
relevance
because I
in
chose
your
to. Nice, dude. Nice, bro.
You don't
in
even
your
let me
method
finish the fucking
interrogation.
like words, bro. Like
He just wants to know, when you ask me that question, what is the relevance of that in your interrogation? Like, what will it
right, and
establish?
Eduardo knows what the fucking relevance is. Like Eduardo,
Uh,
do you disagree that there's relevance to that?
Oh, so now we're anti-interrogation here. Is that what
No, no,
happened?
no,
Like you
no,
get
no.
something?
I'm asking Eduardo. Shut the fuck up, Liam.
No, but now you're
Please.
anti. Now
I'm
you're
asking Eduardo a
anti-interrogation.
question. I'm asking Eduardo a
This is so
question. Why are you
stupid, bro.
speaking when I asked Eduardo a question? Why are you
Because your
speaking?
question's retarded. Because you refuse to engage
Well,
the person that's obviously
maybe fucking
substantively
Eduardo can
laughing
tell
at
me
you.
it's fucking retarded because I asked
So I'm
him.
also
Okay.
calling you retarded. It doesn't matter who you ask. You
Oh,
say
okay,
someone
but
retarded. What?
Eduardo has not
I'm
spoken.
pronouncing moral
Okay,
judgment that you're
he's
retarded.
not
Look,
responding to
actually,
my question. Eduardo,
Eduardo, why don't you just elect me, Eduardo? Why don't you
Okay,
just elect me
cool.
as a
Divinity,
champion,
you're
bro? Why don't
so
you just elect
fucking
me as a
cool. Can
champion?
you shut the fuck up and let
Yeah, dude,
Eduardo
you
speak?
really helped the conversation. Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. Thanks for that
You're not
addition.
you
helping it. You're
derailed the
talking
whole
over
conversation.
everyone
What do you mean?
constantly. He has
Literally, all of
fucking
the
told
substantive
you
points in the
20 times
conversation
that
have
he
been
can't
established
fucking
after I told you that
understand you.
the things
I
you
can
Bro,
said.
talk over
this
you as much
conversation
as
has
I
been
can. I have
fucking
no
meta ever
issue.
since you started
It's
talking.
no,
Bro.
it's
It
gone nowhere
hasn't been
because of
stuck.
you.
Hasn't been
You're
stuck
a
in
fucking
meta.
prick. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, dude, lots of moralization coming from you. That's nice.
I don't give a
Nevertheless,
shit. Stop
this is
Okay,
of course
grandstanding.
you don't give a
You're
shit.
a
Of course you don't
nerd.
give a
Shut
shit.
the fuck up.
Of course you
We're
don't give a
true or
better
shit.
than
Yeah,
false?
bro.
you.
Has this
You're a
discussion
cock.
been
God forbid we
fucking
talk about
meta
the
ever
idea you
since you
say.
fucking spoke?
It's been meta ever since you asked me a tangential question in response to the charge of you
No,
equivocating
no,
the
no.
discipline.
You came in starting it meta.
I asked you a question. That wasn't you. What was the question I asked that was meta? Tell me.
yeah, he's just
You're asking what the fuck is the relevance of what I'm saying, bro. That's meta.
That's where we started. It's meta asking
Yes.
the relevance of the claim. Are you fucking serious right now? Obviously, the
That is. What do you
relevance of
mean?
the
That is
claim is
meta, bro. What?
me
Well,
asking to
you were
align on the value
asking. You weren't
significance of
asking.
the
You weren't
inquiry.
asking.
What
To
are
be
you
clear, you
talking
weren't
about?
asking. You were not asking. To be clear,
Was I?
you
Look, I
you
said
you were
you
not
said something.
asking.
I said something. I said something. You were equivocating the discipline because it wasn't equivocation of discipline. And then when we got into the issue of value significance, you started asking me for
So is that not
you
meta?
believe in utopianism, right? So you're asking me tangential questions in order to disrupt the statement I made. So you
No,
should
and then
respond
I
directly
tried.
to what I said.
Then because you were having a pissy fit about it, I fucking decided to engage on this. I asked you a question, right? Is utopianism rational? You
You
decided not
decided
to
to
answer
engage
that.
by asking a question.
You decided not
You
to
could have
answer.
decided to engage, but it's responding to the fact that it's an equivocation.
Okay,
And by drawing out
Eduardo
the
still
intent
hasn't
of what I
answered me.
wanted
Do
to
you think
say.
the allocation issue is
Well, of
irrelevant?
course, yeah, it's because you're where we're
No,
at right
no,
now
I
is
didn't ask
you haven't
you,
answered any
Liam.
of the
I didn't
questions.
fucking
It
ask
doesn't
you,
matter if
Liam.
you
When I
ask me. It
asked
doesn't matter. It
Eduardo
doesn't
a
matter.
question, I don't
It doesn't
expect
matter.
you
It
to.
doesn't
Yes, it
matter.
does.
Why
Yes,
are
it
you so
does. I'm
scared
not
to
talking to
engage?
you. I'm gonna fucking
Why are you
mute
so
you.
scared to engage? Why are you so
No, I'm gonna
scared?
mute you because I'm
You're a
asking
coward.
Eduardo a
Yeah,
question.
mute me and then post the part where you mute me because you're a coward. Do
Okay,
that. Yeah, okay, mute me
I'm
because
not
you're a fucking
recording,
coward.
so
Oh, that's
Eduardo,
embarrassing.
can you hear
I'm
me?
recording it. Yeah, you're gonna
Maybe
get
you might
added
have to
too.
fucking mute Divinity in
This is
order to fucking hear
embarrassing for
me.
you. Maybe I'll
Okay,
mute
okay.
you for the rec and explain what you did. But
Do,
Edward, you
do
got
I
it.
understand the relevance of the allocation problem? I mean, relative to certain things, I'm just not sure
I
in
mean, no,
respect
when
to.
we're interrogating you, right? Like on the difference here, right? With the state providing the, you know, the for fuck's sake, bro. I'm all fucking
Just take a deep breath and get a water,
like
bro.
riled up, bro. I think that's his whole tactic, bro. But
No, bro.
I'm just trying to ask you, bro. We were trying to interrogate you on this whole thing, right? With the state providing, you know, defense, right? And the free market providing it, right? That's what we were talking about. And you understand the relevance of allocation issues to that, yes?
I mean, I understand the relevance of allocation issues in general, but in reference to the statements I
You've
made,
argued, no, bro, you've
in
argued
reference
for
to the
fucking.
normative, hold on, really quick, just in reference to the normative claims, I just don't see how this like tangential
Okay,
question's even being arrived at. Like,
no,
how
no,
about
no,
this?
because that's not,
If I
that's
just
like,
hold on,
if you
I'll engage
clarified
with
you wanted me to
allocation.
engage on that, if you wanted me to engage on the point that it's not in your rational self-interest, that specific point, you wanted me to engage on that, I would have, right? Like
I do though. No, wait,
just
no, but I
don't do,
still
right?
do. I still do.
Right, but we didn't get
I'll
to
give you a
that point.
syllogism.
We didn't get to that point, right?
I'm saying we can right now. I'll give you a syllogism.
We didn't get to that point. I'm trying to bring back the context, okay?
Which
We didn't get to that point because you're talking about your line of question you asked, right? Like the line of
Shit, I need
questioning you gave
water.
doesn't get to that point. Just
What's the point of what you're
because of the
doing right now?
questions
Instead of
because
just
of the
diverting the
questions you
conversation
asked.
again, shut
I
the
don't
fuck
even know
up.
what you
Let
mean.
the answer
I don't even know what you mean by get back to it. Wasn't I the first one to like explain like
Yeah.
the issue
You
with
diverted
anarchy?
it with your line of questioning, bro. Like
No,
Yeah,
what?
but
like
we were trying to
I
get
gave.
to it. We were trying to get to what the hell your
We're
issue is
never
because
trying
you've
to.
also argued like you've
Well, if you
argued
if
for
wait, if
NCAP,
you want
right?
to get to
You've argued from the NCAP perspective, right?
yes, of
About
course.
allocation issues. So you know what the fucking relevance is, bro.
Actually,
You
I
you
generally speaking, I did not argue from the allocation issue. I argued from like a normative side. But
no,
either
yeah,
way, if
from
you want
no,
to investigate,
well, maybe you just I guess you didn't talk about the allocation issue at all because you just didn't read Rothbard.
maybe
I
a
don't know.
little bit, but like I'm more focused on like the normative aspect of these things. Which is why
Okay,
when I
yeah, but
gave my
that's not what I'm
reasoning
focused
for
on. Like
abandoning
when I argue
anarchism, it
about
was
it, I
normative.
focus more on the allocation issues, right? So that's why I started with that. But I
No,
don't
I'm just more
care.
concerned about people being good, you know?
Yeah, I don't see a separation there.
What?
What's the
Like
normative
I
significance?
just
This
don't
is the
see a
what's the value
separation there.
significance? What's the value
Like thinking
significance of that?
you can fucking like reality just abides by your whims. You know what I mean? Instead of the laws of economics.
What's
What?
the normative significance? What's the value significance
What do
of
you mean?
Are you gonna
What?
die if you don't talk every 5 fucking seconds and prevent the
I don't know. Are you
conversation
gonna
from
die
going
if you don't
forward? Just
fucking
shut the
open your
fuck up.
chud mouth and give your ad lib in
You're the
response
one
to me asking
opening
a
it all the
question that
time. I'm
clarifies
trying
the
to listen and
You
let
conversation?
them
think
have
it's
a
rational
conversation.
to
You're
You're
not
not
believe
trying
trying
to
to
that you
listen,
can
listen
bro. Right
just
now
enough.
you're
Shut
huffing
the
and
fuck
puffing,
up.
bro. Right now you're huffing and puffing, bro. You're
that
not
you can
trying to
just
listen.
solve these allocation problems by whim? You think that's rational?
I
Do
mean,
you think
like,
that follows from anything we've said at all?
I mean, that's
Or
he asked a good question. I stand by that question, but also because like nothing I've said was
I have
responded
divinity
to.
muted. By the way.
Oh, yeah, he said what?
Embarrassing. No, bro, it's fine.
Oh, you can
Keep
hear
going,
him,
bro.
but he can't hear you. Gotcha.
That's right. Yeah.
Um,
Here, I'll give you tech then. I'll just like tell you what to say. It's fine.
Oh, so
You'll
Eduardo
um,
is
never know.
your bitch. He can't talk on his own.
I don't know. Is G your bitch? Is that why you're speaking?
Well, if I'm talking, I can't hear him. I have him muted. What did you say, Casimir?
Or more, and I will organize this for you.
I mean,
But then
I'm fine.
you would have to unmute each other.
I don't honestly want to talk to divinity. I want to talk to Eduardo.
Then there's
Gotta be
one second.
matchmaking, bro. Sorry.
There is a very simple way to do so. I can find several platforms that will allow you guys to debate. on like record one-on-one.
It's not even it wasn't even a one-on-one. We were just having a conversation. We were all interrogating him on him saying that he's no longer an anarchist.
Okay, so what's the response to my specific offer, which is a meta offer? Not, I don't care about your
I'm
debate.
down. Whoever wants to, respond to arguments I make or articulate arguments towards me, let's do it.
All right. So feel free to DM me,
Yeah, I
me
mean,
and the other side's DMs as well. I have contacts with various platforms. I can arrange it for you.
yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
you just
as
don't
of
want it in
now, I'm
VC?
not
Wait, hold
super
on. Hey, wait.
interested in this
Okay, hold on.
discussion.
All right, G. All right, G. Hold on. I'm trying to talk to Casimir. Casimir, are you saying you don't want it in this VC?
No. We can do it even in this VC. In the next 1 hour, you have about 45 minutes of my time, which could become back and forths, but you guys have to agree on one.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I'm not gonna force you into it. I don't mind if you guys yell for
we,
another
we
hour.
were just having a casual discussion right now. I don't know what
Wait.
Divinity is doing. He's probably yelling, but I'm
Let's
having a casual
let's get
discussion with
Yeah, bro,
Casimir's
good
Eduardo.
catch
let's
up,
get
bro. Good
Casimir's
catch up.
opinion on this. Hey, Casimir, do you think if I said like, hey, I just don't trust this, like relegating the defense of my rights to like a market. I just don't trust Young Niggas Incorporated with like, defending my rights per se. Do you think it's a substantive response or a non sequitur even? If somebody was like, bro, Austrian economics, bro, have you read Murray
No, that's not
Rothbard?
That's not true.
Do you
That's
think
not what
that's like? Do you
happened.
think it's a
That's not what
blatant non
happened.
sequitur, bro?
That's not what
Let
happened.
me
That's
let
not
me
what happened.
respond to the let me respond
That's
to the
not what
straw man.
happened.
Let me respond
That's
with
not
the
what
straw
happened.
man. I know it's a straw man, but let me respond to
No,
the
that's
straw
what
man.
happened. That's really what happened, bro.
That's
I
not what happened.
oh I can respond. You asked me a question, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't care what happened. I wasn't there. I'm responding to how you presented it solely. If you
Okay.
presented it like that, so I think to tell you that Austrian economics, bro, if that was said, that's a poor way to communicate something absolutely correct. Meaning that reality comes before your appeal to what you want. You can say, I want magic harpies to provide me with security, and it's definitely superior to the market. But until you present us with magic harpies, you're just a crazy person talking. We don't have to take you seriously. So if what you say fundamentally violates reality, and he can tie it to a fundamental violation of reality, then what you say is gobbledygook.
Yeah,
You're
and that's
saying it's
also
not a
true.
non Wait, you're saying it's not a non sequitur. It's
And
a substantive
that was the
response
point
to
I
my
was
statement.
trying to make, Casimir. That was
Wait,
the
wait,
point
wait,
I
wait,
was.
wait,
That's
wait,
what
wait,
I
wait,
was
wait,
trying to
wait.
do. That's what
Let
I
me
was
ask
doing.
Casimir. Okay. Let me ask Casimir.
But
Casimir.
that's just
So
not what
you don't.
happened. You're misrecounting the events.
That is literally
All right.
what happened.
I'm
Like in the
saying that
exact sequence.
I'm saying that even his misrecounting of events is positioning him at a possible bad light because a reference to Austrian economics. If you just ask a question, hey, bro, how does Austrian economics tie to this? And then you allow the person to respond, I believe they will be able to tie it quite easily.
Right.
I mean, if you want to go that route, I would see this as a non sequitur as of a response.
Let me just correct you, Eduardo.
Well,
Right.
last question, GG, before you go. Last question. Do you believe that talking about fairies with pixie dust, it would be non sequitur for me to question whether fairies with pixie dust exist?
No.
No, I'm asking the person. Yeah, thank you, G.
Oh,
What
you're
about?
saying you meant to me.
Yeah, of course.
No, but it'd be more analogous to like saying, no, I can't even make an analogy.
But we believe so. If I perceive your statement as fairies and pixie dust, and I question that part, and like now we have a disagreement, you might say no, it's not. It's totally real, and I will say no. Like economics show us, Austrian economics shows that it's not real. So, do you not believe that it's a sequitur? Meaning, sorry, I mean it's part of the conversation to
I
discuss
suppose if we're,
whether your
yeah,
desire is even realistic.
yeah, I suppose if what you're saying that there's something that undermines like the points I'm making in the first place, sure, that could be a non sequitur, and maybe someone can frame that in such a way that it doesn't
No,
sound like one.
not a non sequitur. It would be like relevant.
Sorry, not yeah, I meant to say not non sequitur. My bad.
Okay, fine. Thank you. That's all I'm interested in. Thank you.
And okay, and I'll just correct you, Eduardo. Like for the third time, I'll correct you. Right?
Bro.
I said, has anybody heard about Murray Rothbard, or has anybody heard of this thing called Austrian economics? I said that in response to you just saying I'm no longer an anarchist. Right? You didn't make your substantive claim yet. That's in the recording, by the way.
Um, That could
And
be the case.
I've said this like 3 times already.
I'd have to hear the recording again. At this point, I've had a little bit of cut water. I'm not gonna lie. But
But
like I said earlier,
either
we
way,
could just.
like, do you understand that? I mean, like what Casimir just said was exactly what I was trying to do. Right?
I mean, I didn't
I
think
mean,
that's what you were. To be clear, I didn't think that's what you were trying to communicate. But I'll accept like that framing of it. Like I think that's fair.
I mean, I was trying to communicate that. I feel like I explicitly said that plenty of times.
Possibly, I don't know. But all right, I was trying to. While Liam was here, I was actually trying to just get us to start on ground zero, anyways. So we can do that. We can both offer some arguments
Yeah,
in
I
which we
mean,
have to
just like
respond to.
as soon as you say something about a government, right, providing, the defense of rights, right? As soon as my mind immediately goes to allocation problem.
Yeah, we can talk about the allocation problem, but before we get
I mean,
into that,
do you agree that that's relevant?
I think allocation is relevant to discussing any sort of central planning, but I think there are some arguments to be
Right.
made that with the state it might be a little bit different.
What does that mean?
Because with the state, when we're talking about Austrian economics, they already presuppose a market that is devoid of the initiation of force, and the state is what ensures those conditions in the first place. When you relegate the defense of your rights to multiple competing organizations which don't hold the same ethics, epistemology, metaphysics, and whatnot, you're going to have some issues.
I don't know. That seems
So,
just like an assertion that's totally not accounting for the laws of economics.
wait, what do you mean? Wait, that's because when the whole premise in Austrian economics, when they discuss this stuff, they're talking about, they're doing deductions from like non-interference from
No,
a governmental
yeah.
entity.
Rothbard does say that, when you're talking about economics, you do need to start with a theory of property rights first and all that
Yeah,
stuff, right? But
and any
he
deductions that
also has
occur.
his whole theory of analyzing interventionism in the market. Yeah, it's because you need two different standards for analyzing, voluntary like exchange, right? And intervention.
This is a meta point, but I do believe you're opening a way for something that's going to be quite silly. Yes, you can say that theoretically they won't. There's going to be like corruption, mission creep. You can make all of these arguments, which are quite convincing to me, for example. But if you look at the historical record, there the existing states do provide a certain level of security. Now,
Yeah, and like I would just appeal to economics, right? I mean, just we know like the basic argument against the Randian idea of the state is just that. I mean, the basic argument that Rothbard gives in in Power and Market, right? It's just that there's a disjunction between payment and receipt of service, right? Because it's just gift giving, right? There's no taxes. It's just voluntary gift giving, and if there's no basically if you're not like instituting a monopoly, right? You're not forcing all of these other competing defense agencies right out of the market, right? If you're not doing that, then you're necessarily going to have like your your voluntary state or whatever, right? Is necessarily going to be just less efficient,
no, you
way
won't.
less efficient than
You
any
won't
other
have a
type of
state.
alternative.
No, you mean you won't have a state. The efficiency has nothing to do with it.
Well, yeah, you
You
won't have a state, but just
you would
like this,
have
they call what they
a
call a state. The
voluntary.
Iranians call a state. You know.
You would have a voluntary government, so you don't have like you can outline these how they call it. This is equivocation. You can like avoid the
But,
equivocation fallacy
but
here by
the
just
argument is just
naming the
that
different meanings.
if they let competing defense agencies to just like exist at all, they would get outcompeted like immediately. They would get completely outcompeted because of
Wait, why would
this
why
disjunction
would
between payment and receipt of service.
wait, yeah, you're gonna have to explain that part to me because I don't see why the objectivist government would be outcompeted because the objectivist government is going to be formed with a proper theory of individual rights. You're trusting that the market will
Well, how is
aggregate
it?
itself.
Then we haven't, but we have an allocation problem, right? These rights don't
Wait, wait, wait,
float
wait,
in
wait,
the
wait,
air.
wait, wait,
Enforcement
wait,
doesn't
wait.
float in
I'm
the fucking
listen,
air.
listen. I'm happy to get into the allocation problem. I'm just saying when
Well,
you
the
talk
allocation
about the
problem is
state,
central here.
sure,
You're
that's
saying magical fairies
G, you
exist and
gotta.
you do
let's
this thing.
I'm
That's
kind
let's
what
of
you're
for,
saying.
interested in
for
what
for
he's
the sake of
saying.
conversation.
Allow him to finish like at least 20-second bursts, please.
Yeah, let's grant for just the sake of this particular point right now that the allocation problem just completely dissolves the objectivist government. The problem
Yeah.
is you still relegate your defense, the defense of your rights, to a market which you cannot ensure has the same theory of morality, epistemology, metaphysics, politics, individual rights in general. If you don't want to talk about politics, you want to just talk about rights and property rights. You are relegating the defense of your rights to several different competing agencies, which you cannot ensure all share the same philosophy. And
Well,
even if the most minimal
even
consequence,
objectivists understand.
even if the most
Even
minimum consequence is that you just get a fucking
well,
bill to your
hold up.
door that says
Even
you did something
objectivists
that's not
understand.
legal in the wrong city, then you have promoted something that's not in your rational
You're saying
self-interest.
something completely contrary to the people you're, I mean, appealing to for your like theory, bro. Like,
What do you mean?
they even understand that a free market, right? I mean, just like irrationality cannot survive on the free market. Just literally, you
Why would
just
that be
would
the
not
case?
win out.
Wait,
Objectivists say this. This is a point from objectivists from Rand from her book. What's called Capitalism: The Unknown Ideal.
by survive, you mean like can't sustain itself for a certain amount of time?
Like
Because
they
we
would
certainly
lose
have a.
out. They would necessarily lose out. That's what Rand
Uh,
says. They would necessarily lose out in the market.
I'm not really certain of that. I mean, what's the argument for that?
What do you mean? What's the argument for that? You have to be rational to be a good entrepreneur in the free market because you don't have the state coming in to save you.
No, no, I understand the claim. I'm just asking, what's the argument?
What do you mean? What's the argument? That's the argument. You don't have the state coming in to
That no,
save you, so you lose out.
that's a claim. I'm asking, like, what is the argument? You have a conclusion. Can you give me a set of premises that lead to that conclusion?
What do you? I just gave it to you.
Bro,
I typed my refutation in chat.
your statement does not identify a free market, therefore it's not. Wait. How am I stealing a
I mean,
concept by appealing to
can you
property
not get a
rights?
syllogism from what I just said? It's pretty
Yeah,
easy.
no,
Like a syllogism is a tool for you, like to put your opponent's premises in a syllogism, so you can point out the errors. Do you see
Yeah,
any
I'm just
errors?
seeking clarity on your claims. That's all.
No,
Well,
I
yeah,
have a syllogism
that's
for
not
you,
on
by the
me.
way. I'll type it up right now.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, that's fine. I appreciate it. Reiterate your claim one more time. I'll try to syllogize it for you.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Oh wait,
I
also,
if
think
do you
you're
have wait? Do you still have Liam muted? Because he actually has an answer to the ECP in regard to the objectivist government.
Eduardo, by the
he
way,
has an
you
answer
have
to the disjunction between payment and receipt of service.
I don't know
Eduardo.
his full answer. What's up?
One of the issues that the way I would have to write the syllogism is by basically writing what you should have written. So I believe your syllogism has points that don't follow.
I mean, I'm fine with you giving an informal one too, but like, which one are you referring to? I can syllogize it for you.
So you said something like P1, you are relegating your defense to the free market, and then P2,
Oh,
on the free market there could be people with different metaphysics and different epistemology and different understanding conceptions of ethics and law. And
yeah,
my answer is that P2 is false.
yeah. No, let me syllogize it for you. P1, if your defense, or sorry, if the defense of your rights is relegated to a market, then it is not in your rational self-interest. P2, your defense in anarcho-capitalism, the defense of your rights is being relegated to a market. Conclusion, it's irrational or not in your rational self-interest.
Okay, well, P1 is false.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So on a market, you have to trust the point you just made that these other companies, well, at least even to some degree, which even then I'm kind of like giving a lot
Stop
of
it right
lenience
there.
towards, right?
That's a straw man. Right there, you started the straw man. You have to trust. That's not correct. I don't trust definitions. Definitions exist. I don't
Oh, I
trust things
gotcha.
to exist. They either exist or they don't exist. So if
Okay.
you're saying it's a market of aggressors, that's not a market. It's not what we call a free market. I would say it's not even a market.
Yeah, no, but unfortunately, in anarcho-capitalism, your money is the vote which determines which particular security agency is going to, perform those particular actions, and you have no guarantor that any of those competing agencies share the same philosophy.
No, that's a separate topic. We can discuss it. But
Oh, what are you asking then?
you said that on the free market, people can have different core philosophies, and I'm trying to tell you that's it's very
Oh no,
significant
no,
point.
I just said market. I said market. I didn't say free market.
Okay, the market is a mysticism, an irrelevant point. The market that's not free is not a market that we care to discuss here. And this is very important for you because the question you should be asking is, if given the fact that a free market only exists between people that accept the same fundamentals, how do we deal with the people who don't accept the same fundamentals? Number one, we identify them. Number two, we kill them. What's the problem?
I
Yeah,
mean,
and
that
quickly
sounds like
too,
what?
It's
and
like telling
quickly
us
and
So,
you can't have a
efficiently and
free
efficiently.
market. Listen, I'm just gonna jest a little bit, just so you understand, or the audience understands what's happening here. It's like you told me, dude, you have such a big problem with the free market among like hyenas and wild lions. I'm like, dude, bro, I don't plan to have a free market among hyenas and wild lions. We have cages, we have enclosures, and for particularly nasty
Yeah,
ones, we have shotgun shells.
yeah, no, I hear you. But like I said earlier, the preconditions for a free market is the guarantor that those agencies or singular agency, in my particular example, is acting in accordance with the proper theory of individual rights. In your
No, you
system,
got
you
it
don't have a
backwards.
guarantor of that.
No, you got it backwards. You got it backwards. If somebody is not matching the epistemology, the ethics, they are not the thing they claim. Now, our whole thing is we want to exterminate all the animals. We're observing the animals fighting among each other. They're holding elections. They're doing various things. They're pretending to be things that they're not. All we're doing is we want to name things. We want the meanings to be true. And the meanings to be true, meaning meanings that correlate to reality. If you are telling us initially, your first position was under a free market, we would have to deal with rights enforcement agencies that don't share free market values. I'm trying to explain to you that's impossible, meaning that's the current condition. All we want is for any rights enforcement agencies, quote unquote, that is not part of the free market to be unmasked as such. How it happens, how to implement it, that's a secondary point. If you don't accept the initial point, we're not even talking using the same language.
Yeah, let me make sure I'm understanding you. Under a free market, all these agencies must be operating under free market principles in order to qualify it as a free market. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, and now you can
Yeah,
ask
that's
further questions. What if one of them ceases to be part of the free market, or what if one of them
yeah.
changes their epistemology? Those are legitimate questions, but you first have to concede that your initial attack was totally bunk.
No. I'm still saying that the precondition for the kind of market or free market, the only kind of market, if you may, because you would say market is free market. The only kind of the precondition for that market is a concurrence amongst these organizations in Capistan to have the same philosophy. I'm challenging that precondition, which I don't see how is established in your view.
I don't understand. You're saying if A happens, then we call it B, and then are you saying that A cannot happen?
No, I'm saying in order for your wait, say that again. Let me actually make sure I heard that right.
So, okay, you're saying that um, in order to establish a free market, right enforcers have to believe, let's call them in ANCAP values. Okay,
We'll just say there's a precondition that needs to be attained.
No, okay, so, or simply everybody who's part of the free market
Well, I have a great
has to
question.
adhere
I have
to
a
the
great
map.
question for this. I have a great question for this.
Uh-huh.
And so you're saying, in order for that to be free market, the precondition is that the people that are capable of establishing it believe in the free market and the NAP. So okay, that's a fine statement. Now, which part of it is impossible?
I don't know if I want to commit myself to impossible. Like maybe in some time frame we can get some sort of concurrence amongst all competing agencies that they agree on the same philosophy. But generally speaking, because I don't see that as a very high probability, I don't see how it's in my rational
My question
self-interest.
goes more in the inverse. I like this question, right? What makes
Mhm.
voluntary exchange between Crusoe and Friday possible?
I mean, there's several answers to that. I don't know that they
Because
respect
your
one
your
another's.
position is that a state is a precondition for this.
Oh no, I'm saying a state is a precondition for the upholding of individual rights across an entire society. Two individuals can work on an island, obviously, and establish
No,
property
no,
rights amongst one another.
just like what my point is that exchange would not be possible, right? What makes it possible is property rights,
Uh, yeah. What do you
right? You agree
what
with
are you
that?
trying to say?
Right? I'm saying that what makes it possible is property rights. So we already have
Wait,
these property rights here. So at what stage do we get where we need a state? And what does that
I,
look
I
like?
I mean, I can answer that question, and I will. I just don't know how that followed from the prior things you were saying. But at what point do we establish a state? Is that what you just asked me?
Yeah, at what point is a state necessary for this?
Economic.
When an aggregate amount of people need the upholding of their individual rights relegated to an entity that can do so so that way they don't have to concern themselves with doing that. They can just pursue their
Yeah.
own flourishing.
What makes exchange between Crusoe and Friday impossible?
He's not
Voluntary
saying it's
exchange.
impossible. Wait. Let's not move off the point. You asked him question A, which is, and he responded that there's nothing, but there at some point there is something, and you asked him at what point, and he said at some point. So what's the actual answer? Is that like a gradient, or is it a homeostatic property cluster?
Nah,
Now is that not an allocation problem?
that's a funny term though, and I know what you're talking about, but that's a funny
No,
term though.
I'm saying you have either you have you encountered the problem of essentialism, Eduardo. So, or a person is asking you, where do your shoulders end and your neck begins? And you don't have no answer because it's impossible to give a sharp answer for that. You can give a fuzzy answer because we're smart, we understand fuzzy answers. We're human, we're not leftists here, right? However, you have to provide an answer. If he asks you where does the neck begin, and you don't have an answer, you say it begins somewhere. Well, that's what he asked you, so you're dodging the question.
Yeah, that's fine. I gotcha. You can't have a government between two people, so at minimum three, maybe. Let me think about that a second, though. Hold on.
So that's when it's necessary?
Well, you certainly don't need it with one person, and with two people, you can't even have it. So it seems like at least the bare minimum for the threshold is at least three.
Okay, but what does that look like? I asked you a subsidiary question. What does that look like? So person three comes in. What does this look like that this is a government that's necessary for Crusoe and Friday to have voluntary exchanges?
What is it? What? Sorry.
What does this government look like when the third person comes in, such that it's necessary in
Oh,
order
by the
for
way,
Crusoe and Friday to have voluntary exchanges?
before we continue with this, I'll keep answering to all these things, but I still want Liam to answer his ECP thing because that was an interesting
No,
subject.
no,
And
no. Leon does.
he cut out. Does anybody else hear him cutting out? Or is that just me?
No, you
No,
cut
you
out.
cut out. G,
Yeah, I
you
don't know
cut
what
out.
happened.
I'll continue down
It
this
might
line
be
of
his
questioning. That's
internet.
fine.
Might be his
That's fine. I'm down to continue questioning. Liam has an interesting that I've personally never heard.
Oh,
So you guys should hear that one out once we're done with this line of questioning.
that's very good. Is there a YouTube link, a recording, or a PDF file?
Did you write something on it before? I think you might have.
No, of course not.
Oh, maybe. I guess he didn't.
Yeah, I don't like engaging in like live lectures with new complex concepts. Prefer to have a YouTube video to be able to rewind. But to
Bro,
each his
bro, this is a complex concept right now.
Well, we have plenty of writings on what we're rehashing here that precede it.
And there's writing there. I mean, there's writing on shadow pricing, so it's not like a. There's also writings on the metaphysics of price and the accessibility of the information contained in it. So it's not as if it's like entirely new.
That's very cool. Can you toss some of it
All right.
into VC text chat?
My phone died.
Yeah, I can try to find some.
What did I miss?
Oh, I was waiting on you. So you were saying you were asking something about Crusoe and Friday on the island with a third agent. You wanted to know what it looks like.
Yeah, I want to know what this government looks like. You said the government's necessary when the third person comes in, so I want to know what this looks like.
I think
And
that's
then,
the minimum.
then that's like, just to be clear, like this is gonna lead right into my next question, right? Which would be, what would make like voluntary exchange impossible between Crusoe and Friday, right? And then I would say your answer to that would probably contradict your answer to this
Wait,
question.
sorry. Wait. What was the thing about impossibility? Say it again.
This is the next question, right? The next question, after you answer, what does this government look like? I'm going to ask you, right? What makes voluntary exchange between Crusoe and Friday impossible?
Oh. What does it look like?
We already established what makes it possible, right? So it's just going to be the negative of that.
Yeah. What it looks like? It's a
It's going to be the
tough
negation
one.
of that.
What does it look like? It's a tough one.
If what it looks like is the negation of what makes voluntary exchange possible, then you have a contradiction.
Wait. I don't think we're there yet, and I also don't know what that even means. But I'm fine. I'm fine with saying and moving on to saying moving on from saying I'm not certain what it looks like. I can conjure up some answers right now, but I don't think they're going to be sufficient for what you're looking for.
Wait a minute. Like, what do you mean? You said that the state is necessary. It's a necessary precondition for, voluntary exchange in a society or whatever. And then you said, okay, yeah, a society is going to be 3 people, right? Not two
Yep.
people, not one person,
I'm
but
saying
three
that's the
people,
minimum
right?
threshold for sure.
Right. So what so what does this government look like such that it's necessary for voluntary exchange to happen between Crusoe and Friday?
Well, it's not that it's so the government in this instance would still be doing the same functions as any other government in arbitrating disputes amongst property for sure.
Wait a minute. That's
What's the issue with that?
what's what do you mean there?
So if there's a dispute amongst property rights and like some sort of borderline crisis, we
Okay,
would need
so
some sort of
this third
arbiter.
person is going to be a third party arbitrator. Are Crusoe and Friday in conflict? Okay, I'm assuming they're in conflict over something, right? So they need a third party arbitrator. Yep. Like they can't resolve this themselves, so they just need
They
they need to
potentially could.
agree on a
They
third
could
party arbitrator.
potentially resolve it themselves. I'm not saying that's impossible.
Well, they're in conflict, so
Yeah,
they're going to agree
no,
on a third party arbitrator, right,
hmm
to resolve it, and just be like, we're going to agree with what the third party arbitrator says, right?
yeah.
So what
Third party
what
arbitrator
makes
would
this third
outline
party arbitrator a government?
that we've relegated the defense of our individual rights and the arbitration of them to that particular arbitrator.
But what's the difference between Crusoe and Friday and this government? I don't see any difference
Um,
here. If it's just like, hey, guy, we're gonna pay you to, resolve this dispute between us.
well, ideally, the difference between this particular kind of society and one where, we have hundreds of millions of people voting, there's gonna be a problem with the fact that in
Well,
a,
it was your claim that 3 people is all that we need for a
I
society,
think
and
that's
then
the minimum threshold. It's not ideal.
yeah, and so
I'm not gonna
by
pretend it's
your
ideal.
position, then a government would be necessary, right, to these voluntary exchanges, these rights respecting, activities, right?
Mhm.
So, like, like I'm still interrogating on that, right? What does that look like?
Well, I kind of described what it looked like. That third party
Well,
arbitrator is the
yeah.
one
What's the
who's
difference
supposed to.
between them and what's the difference between Crusoe and Friday and that guy, right? Like,
That guy has been relegated the ability to arbitrate those disputes.
we just say like it's just a voluntary exchange. I just pay it. We're just paying him to like fucking resolve this dispute.
Mhm.
Right. So that's a market. You're saying that the state is preconditions for the market. So you would just have like a petitio principi there,
A what?
begging the question.
Let me sort that one out there. I'm begging the question because I'm presupposing what?
You're using the market to explain the market.
I mean, if you consider a market just like one person paying somebody or another person paying somebody,
I say there's a market whenever there's a voluntary exchange. Wherever and whenever there's a voluntary exchange.
yeah, I wouldn't call that a market. I would think a market's like an aggregate
Well,
of
it doesn't
individuals.
matter what you want to call it. I call it that, and there's just voluntary exchanges going on here.
Oh, okay, for sure. Well, then when I say that's establishing the preconditions for a free market, I'm referring to a different concept. I'm not talking about.
It's very simple, Eduardo. Then you can get the fuck out of the server right now
What is that? What is that supposed to mean?
because you named yourself Nab debunker, and in order to debunk the nap, you have to form an internal critique. Meaning,
You also said you're not an anarchist.
We're not talking about.
one moment. You either have to demonstrate that our definitions are somehow invalid, meaning you have very many pathways. You can claim that G's definition of the market, for example, is disconnected from reality. You can
He also
claim
said
that
he's not an anarchist, right?
one moment, G. That doesn't matter. No, he can be a non-anarchist here. That doesn't matter. I don't care who he is. I don't care what he believes. What I do care about is if you come in and you name yourself Nab Debunker and you are recording a video where you want to debate people here, and you claim that you make internal critiques, and then in the middle of that debate, right after your initial thrust has been refuted and you have to change definitions, and we keep asking you what is your definition of a market, you waffle, and then we say, well, one moment, we don't even give a shit about your definition of the market. You have to use ours because you're trying to refute ours. You say I don't have to. Well, that's dodging debate.
Wait a minute. This is an internal critique on my system. And in regard to the NAP debunking thing, if you really want to focus on that, I'd be happy
Yeah,
to
I mean
talk about the NAP.
his argument is like different there. You're gonna give him a
If you
bridge to
want to
like
talk about the
go like
NAP,
you're gonna give him
if anybody, I'll
bridge
just put
to
this.
pivot there.
Hold
He's
on,
gonna try and pivot with
I'll
that.
just put this challenge out there right now. Hold on. Yeah, let me just. Yeah, I'll just put this out there. In regard to the NAP, if anybody in this voice chat right now or in this server wants to debate me on the NAP, that's fine. I'm fine with putting that as my title. But in regard to this particular conversation,
one moment, bro. You're literally right now not named. Rename yourself. Then you're literally now named Nab Debunker. You're not Eduardo. I have to like click to see that you're Eduardo. So you actually are already labeled that way. So you don't have to issue a challenge. You already did. Now, and second of all, when we started discussing substantive things, your whole substantive things said that because your conception, meaning mine and G's in this case, is impossible, therefore your conception is correct. You are doing an internal critique to point at your conception. You haven't established your conception. We have nothing to criticize. So the only thing we can criticize is the fact that you're trying to use our definitions and an
I'm
attack
not trying to
against
use your
our
definitions.
Yeah, you are. You said
No, this is.
P1 under
Am I not
market.
Casimir? Casimir, am I not the one being interrogated right now on my position?
No. But your position inherently includes our position because your position is proven by trying to debunk ours. That's your direct.
Well,
That's exactly how you're establishing your proof. You're saying, "Hey guys, under free market, under rights enforcement agencies, that's an impossibility because P2 and we're attacking P1, we're attacking P2, but we're referencing all of our meanings. So if you say you have a different meaning, fuck off. I don't even need to hear it.
Hold on. This is an internal critique of my position. I'm the one being interrogated, right? So when I clarify
No, you
what
don't
I
have a
mean by
position. You didn't establish, you didn't say, hey guys, I have a new definition of the market. That's not how you came in here. You came in and said, P1, under a free market, you would have to have ROEs to protect your rights. P2, ROEs do not share values of free market. They have competing baseline ethical views. And then we refuted P2, and you said, oh, I didn't mean free market, I meant a market. And then we told you to fuck off because that means you're not even doing an internal critique of our position yet. And you have to present something, and we have to decide whether we care to refute it. We don't have to care to refute it.
If I'm the one being investigated and I have to clarify any of my terms, because obviously when I'm giving an argument, there's going to be several terms being employed. I'm not really certain what the issue is in me clarifying any term I use and it not just corresponding to the way
I
you
think
guys
we
use
can
it.
just bring it
Hey,
back to the real to the problem.
G. One moment, G. Did you not hear me explain it to you? I'll P1, you came in to present your view. P2, your view is an internal critique of our view using our labels, using our meanings. P3, you claim that you are not using our meanings. Therefore, conclusion, fuck off.
I mean, Casimir, we all know that wasn't actually a valid syllogism, right?
You want no what? It is valid.
Casimir,
That was
you know
Moses
that's not a
Moran.
valid.
Wait,
The one in
internal-
VC6, I think you need to
It's an
break that
internal
down.
contradiction. It's an internal contradiction. If you're claiming that you're doing an internal critique, which you are, you're using our terms. Now, if you come in here and say,
I'm not doing an internal critique.
I'm not doing internal critique. I'm not proving the free market impossible. I'm not proving ROI is impossible. Then do we even care to listen to you? You can then it's a different thing. Start a podcast and advertise your views about reality. That's not what you're doing.
Well, I'm
In
saying
what
what he's
way,
saying is strictly
Casimir,
impossible.
let me ask you, Casimir, in what way am I doing an internal critique when I'm the one being interrogated on my system?
Yeah, this is too meta for
It's-
me, guys. I just want to
it's
bring it back
it's
to the
not your
problem.
system. You're not. One moment. You didn't. One moment. When I said that this does not match our definition of the free market, you said then a market. But then you didn't go on and define a market. You defined nothing. You didn't start this conversation by defining your terms and saying, "Hey, I have a new way to observe reality. This is a market. This is my epistemology. This is how it builds
Sure.
from A to B." You didn't do all of that. You came in and attacked
Sure.
our positions based on our terms, using our meanings. And therefore, when we critique you, we critique your inability to do an internal critique of us, because that's what you do. You are doing an internal critique. And if you're not, a question: why would we care if you're not doing an internal critique of us?
Yeah.
If you're not a NAP debunker, then who cares about some schmuck Eduardo? You're a nice person. I would talk to you about anime or some other bullshit, but you're not a NAP debunker. Your whole name is fake. You're a fraud.
Wait,
Can
that
I
has
just-
nothing to do with this. Wait.
before you
Because hold on. Because wait,
It's
hold
very.
on.
I can say it
Okay,
in,
no,
in
wait,
like
no, hold
4 or
on,
5
hold
words.
on,
I can
wait,
say it in
no.
4 or 5 words, bro. Just like
Nope.
give me 4 or 5 words, please. Okay.
All right, well, let's
I just
do
want to.
more.
I just want to remind everyone, right? Eduardo was just trying to say that voluntary exchange is the precondition for voluntary exchange, right? I mean, that's
not
begging
what
the
I said,
question.
motherfucker.
Well, I asked you how is this a precondition for voluntary exchange, and you didn't answer. Like, I mean, it's literally already voluntary exchange.
All right, I can answer to that in a second, but I'm a little more concerned about what Casimir said. Again, I mean, I don't know that I'm going to make you understand any better, Casimir. That if I'm the one being interrogated, I kind of have, I don't want to use the word obligation, but I kind of have some sort of responsibility, at least, to clarify the terms I'm employing when I'm being interrogated, so that someone can understand the concepts I'm relaying. But in the scenario that we want to talk about NAP debunking, again, Casimir, did you do that? Did you just change my name, bro?
I changed your name to a more correct one. You're Eduardo. You're not an app debunker.
I will debate anybody in the NAP right now. Challenge is up.
I would rather you not pivot.
No, I'm not pivoting. Casimir brought it up several times. I'm happy to debate the NAP right
I
now.
just want to focus on the
Listen,
point I
one
made.
moment, Gio. The fact that Eduardo does not have sufficient human intelligence to understand the syllogism that I presented to him, and he just said, because the final part of it was a joke. The whole thing was a joke. That's your
I didn't say it was a
problem,
joke.
Eduardo. You can
Well, I
take
think
You can take a
I think you
gentleman
do need to break that down into two syllogisms
Wait,
because
Casimir, are you talking about
the state
Casimir? Are you
doesn't
saying that
appear
what
in
I
the premises, right? I mean,
Casimir,
the
are you saying
conclusion
that I
doesn't
said
appear
what
in the
you?
premises. You gotta
Okay,
break that down
Casimir.
into two
Okay,
syllogisms.
cool. Okay, cool. Casimir, are you saying what you said? I called a joke. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I gave you P1, P2, P3,
Oh yeah.
and then I made a light jest, and then that made you mentally switch off your brain and ignore what I said, and you don't understand how it like BTFOs your position here, your meta position, try to say, oh, I'm not debunking the NAP, well, I'm coming in here named NAP debunker, all my arguments are about debunking the NAP, I'm not defining any terms, as soon as I get challenged, oh, no, I need to define my terms now. That's pure bullshit. I understand it's bullshit. The audience understands it's bullshit. You're just bullshitting here. Therefore, I renamed your name. Now, if you want to become NAP debunker and you want to change the name back, fine, but then you have to actually act it and you can't appeal to your definitions anymore. If you appeal to your definitions, then change your name. Remain in Eduardo, and then you can appeal to whatever definitions. And we have to decide whether we care about Eduardo's definitions about reality. Maybe we don't give a shit. Who cares about some schmuck Eduardo? Let's talk about anime.
You know, you don't have to care about exactly who I am. You just have to care about if the definitions are, more apt at describing a particular concept. But yeah, no, I mean, again, like if we want to talk about NAP,
no, Eduardo, I don't give a shit if your definitions are more apt for anything. You have to prove that our definitions are inapt. Then
Well, to be clear, I wasn't giving a definition of the market. I just said what a market is. I just pointed to its reference. Right?
okay. The NAP thing seems very unrelated to this, but again, does anybody want to talk about the NAP? I'm happy to reclaim that.
I would
that time
rather
right
you
now.
not pivot.
No,
pivot.
we want to talk
point.
about your pivot from, you said P1 under a free market you would have ROEs to protect your rights, P1. P2 you said ROEs do not share the values of free market. We showed you how P2 is fucking bunk because by definition they would not be ROEs and they would not be in the free market if they don't believe in its values, meaning if they act on different values. And we explained to you with an analogy that it's the same thing as saying P2, you would have wild animals defend your rights. Now, it is true that occasionally wild animals defend your rights. For example, if you're attacked by a pack of hyenas and a satisfied, sated tiger just happens to walk by and nudge you with his head and all the hyenas fuck off, then yes, you were technically defended by the tiger, but you don't have a free market with a tiger. The tiger gets hungry and he just eats you again. You're in the animal kingdom. So you described the animal kingdom, but trying to attack our position. That was the only premise, the only syllogism that you created here. And I've wrote it down in chat.
I mean, there's also just like,
and then you shifted.
He's trying to like conflate basically ROEs, just any arbitration whatsoever with, the state, the government. And I mean, you don't have an argument at that point. Like, you're just equivocating.
I know G just like slightly distracted. I'm still waiting for Eduardo to respond to this. Like this is embarrassing, Eduardo.
To the syllogism thing? Is that what you're referring to? To the syllogism thing?
Well,
yeah. I explained
to
you both logically and like with an illustration how your P2 claim is bunk. And you don't respond to this. You're like not responding to it at all.
You're saying
Somebody
you have a
can
responsibility.
I can just make a clear argument, right? Like any anything that's accountable to the free market can't be a precondition for the free market.
Wait,
Right?
hold on.
It's that simple.
Casimir has a different line he would like to go down.
Well, I mean, like I just feel like if we stay on that point, I mean, it's very simple, right? Like if it's accountable to the market, it can't be the precondition to the market.
No, but I'm totally behind what G said. When you dodged from the fact that you got refuted on P2, and I explained to you why it was a refutation, you didn't answer it. You said, well, I have a different meaning definition. And then I told you, well, I don't give a shit about your different meaning definition because you have to attack ours. And if you don't attack ours, I don't care. I don't have to care. Like literally, I don't care about your invention. Go advertise it and make me watch your YouTube video. Maybe if I don't fall asleep, I'll care. I only care if you're refuting our definition of the market and if you're refuting what G told you. And now we skipped past that. We didn't force you to concede the point, which I'm doing now. I'm forcing you to concede the point. We allowed you to skip past that. And then when you discussed this issue with G, when he asked you, well, where does the state begin? You didn't give an answer. You dodged again. You said, well, free people is a state. And then when he asked you, well, those free people don't seem to make up a state. They don't seem to have a distinction. You didn't provide a distinction. You just said, well,
Yes,
I
I
have a
did.
different definition. So it's twice in a row you provided the same dodge when you get
Casimir,
cornered. I have a different definition. But we don't give a shit
you
about your
could,
definition. First of all, you
you
didn't present
could,
it anywhere. And we did. We have
Casimir,
books about our definition.
Casimir, you could say that on the third point that like the definition thing is some sort of blunder. I will refute that as the best as I can. But in regard to the first 2 points, I did clarify those points. I did clarify where does the state begin, and I
No,
did clarify the
your
distinction.
distinction was
Hold on, hold on, hold
your
on.
distinction was
Hold
that
on,
we're
hold on, hold
delegating
on.
the rights
Hold
to
on,
this third
hold on,
person.
hold on,
Well,
hold on,
is that
hold
not your
on, hold
distinction?
on.
Is that not your
Okay, okay,
distinction?
hold
Is
on,
that
hold
your
on,
distinction?
hold
That was your
on, hold
distinction.
on. Listen, this is irrelevant because even
How is
let's
that irrelevant?
grant. I'm gonna answer you. Hold
It,
on,
it falls to the
because
point that you're equivocating.
all
You're
right, okay,
equivocating.
cool.
You have no
Cool.
argument
I'm
with
gonna
that. If you're
yeah, cool. No,
equivocating,
cool. So I'm
I'm
gonna
going to
answer
call
you
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 out
are
for it.
equivocating.
It's
It's
not a
tragic.
distinction.
Casimir,
It's tragic.
Casimir, Casimir.
It's tragic
I'm
that
trying to
G is
engage
over
you.
talking you. It's
You're saying
tragic
it's a
that G is
distinction,
over
but it's
talking you
not
when
a
he's
distinction.
It
It's
correct.
is
equivocation.
tragic. It is tragic, Casimir. I'm
Because
trying
he's
to respond to
obscuring
you.
how he is correct. You don't have a you don't have a in order to have a definition of a state, you have to have something distinct. Now, the only distinct thing that we understand, our word for a state is if the other person, the arbitrator, is holding 2 guns pointing at the other 2 people, then he
Right.
would be a state. He would be the smallest one
Casimir,
possible.
Casimir. I responded to all those things. Oh, substantively, if you
Which
think
also would
that,
make voluntary exchange impossible,
hold on.
by the way.
Oh my God, there's a bunch of fucking Jesus Christ. Listen, so Casimir, I responded to that substantively. Both of those questions. If you think those questions or the answers to those questions are incorrect, is a separate issue than did I dodge the questions? I did
No,
not
yeah,
dodge the
I
questions.
acknowledge
Hold
your
on,
answer, and I
hold on, hold on.
acknowledge that it wasn't a
That's
distinction. It
fine.
was just
Hold
you
on.
equivocating.
Let me just, I'm going to grant for the whole sake of this point right now that I was completely wrong. The point is, Casimir accused me of dodging. Let's say I was substantively incorrect. That doesn't mean you dodged. If you're incorrect and you actually answer something, that's not dodging. You can call me wrong, and I'm happy to dispute that, but I'm not dodging. Let's be very clear on that.
Yes, you are dodging. I'll explain how. If I tell you that if you give me a syllogism with P1 and P2, I refute P2, and then you say, well, one moment, I am going to redefine the words that constitute P2. I'm not going to use your definition, which was implied when you basically use our words like our rights enforcement, like the free market. You're using our words, you're implying our definition, and then you suddenly say, well, in order to defend my position, I'm not going to concede the fact that I got BTFO'd, that my argument got demolished, that got nuked from orbit. I'm not going to do that. That's shameful in the recording. I'm just going to say, bro, I have a different definition. And then somebody distracts you and you skip. You didn't provide the definition yet. You're not fighting to provide it. You're not trying to use your time to provide it. You allowed the question to be skipped to the next one. And the next question had a very similar. Have one moment. The rant is almost over.
Yeah.
Here's the key part. I might have been. Maybe it's just a coincidence. You didn't dodge the first time. It was just like, the conversation got away from you. It got too chaotic. And then the second thing happened, which is you enter into a different argument where you used the definition, you used our definition of a market. G gave you what it means, voluntary exchange. And then, not even a definition, a statement about reality. Perfect, a fact. He gave you that fact of reality. And then you said, I'm not using that fact of reality. I'm using something special. I notice a pattern here. Should we listen to your podcast about something special? And if we do, let's do it off of this server.
I got you, Casimir. In this scenario that I'm talking to a moral realist and I talk about moral objectivity and I say, hey, by moral objectivity, I mean this. And they start shitting their pants and telling me, no, that's not what I mean by objective. You have a responsibility to use the term under the same way I use it. Do you think I at least have the responsibility at minimum of clarifying what I mean by that? And then maybe further defending why I use as an anti-realist what I mean by the good or moral objectivity?
You can do all of that, but then you have to, one, eliminate your name as NAP refuter. Now, I helped you with that. 2, you have to stop using the words free market. You have to stop using the words right enforcement agency. You have to tell to the audience, hey guys,
Gotcha.
my attack on ANCAP here is not actually an attack on ANCAP. That's not what I'm doing. I'm establishing my own brand new system. I'm going to go definition by definition with you. And then I'll tell you, get the fuck out of this server, because that's not what this server is designed for. We are not here to publicize your personal internal definitions of things. Now, you're going to get your time to speak. I'm going to give you, I'm not going to speak. This is now 8:45 Eastern. I'm silent until fucking 9. I want to hear your attempt to salvage this. And
But what do you want him
Yeah,
to address?
I'd be-
What do you want him to
I'd be
address
happy-
specifically?
Hold on. I'm asking Casimir a
He
question
has,
because
he has 15 minutes to establish this unique worldview that somehow rescues his position. He has to defend the fact that he used our words, free market, our words, rights enforcement agencies. He has to say that, he has to somehow defend the idea that he both...
Yeah, if you have
institutions-
rights enforcement agency and the state in the same argument, and then
I'll
you're
just-
equivocating, right?
I-
You're
I-
equivocating if you're saying they're distinct.
I get
Also the same.
I get the
Yeah.
I get the impression that I don't know, Casimir, you can clarify for me. I get the impression that you probably didn't really care for what I said, and I think what I said is pretty substantive. If I'm talking to a moral realist and they refer to moral objectivity, and I, as an anti-realist, refer to moral objectivity, and I'm describing different things, don't you think at minimum I have the responsibility of clarifying? Oh, by these terms, I don't mean that. I mean this.
But we,
Yes,
we
but
weren't
there's
describing
a-
different things.
there's
That's the thing.
there's
We
an
weren't
analogy breaker.
describing different things.
There's an analogy breaker, total analogy breaker. This is an ANCAP server. It's here to fight against people who are not ANCAPs. It's here to,
His terms.
to debate. And it's a debate server. And it's a debate about ideas presented by Liquid Zulu, other ANCAPs. We mentioned names like Bard, right? And when you come in, you use our terms. This was the fact. You were provocatively named. That was also a fact. You keep challenging everybody to NAB debate. That's also a fact. You're using our language, and then you're saying, no, guys, when I need to defend my position, I actually have a new book to sell you. Now you have, again, I'm gonna extend your time. You're gonna have 15 minutes to establish your book and why the fuck we should care about it. Or you have to explain how you didn't actually attack us, which I don't think you can.
I'm the one being interrogated. What do you mean?
One moment. If I tell you that your position, objectivism is bunk, and then I'm the one being interrogated because people ask me, wait, how is objectivism bunk? Explain how objectivism is bunk. You're using objectivist terms. You're stealing concepts. Explain why you're stealing concepts. I'm the one being interrogated, but I'm also the one attacking.
Yo, I'm back. My phone died again.
To some degree, right? And for that reason, when I'm interrogating you, I am going to seek clarity in the particular words you're using and how they're being employed. And that's fine.
Oh, just wait.
No,
We weren't
that's
describing
your-
different things. I don't know what you guys said while I was going.
That's your retarded debate tactic. That's your retarded debate tactic. You would be retarded, stupid, and ask a person who's attacking your views to clarify your views. That's not how we operate here.
I
That's
just
not
want
how
to
I
ask.
operate.
No.
Eduardo,
We have
is
our
your claim that
definitions, and if you don't
Eduardo,
do an internal critique of our views, you can fuck right off and go to YouTube. And
can
then
I ask him one thing?
Publish your book, and we will see if we want to refute it or address it.
Can I just ask him one thing?
Explicitly to attack ANCAP, you are. This is what you're doing. Therefore, when we're interrogating you for your attacks on ANCAP. Do you understand this very simple, basic point? You got refuted again.
If that were the case, that I was just attacking ANCAP, then sure. But what happened? I guess you weren't here. You weren't present for the very beginning. But I stated, yeah, I'm no longer an anarchist because I don't believe that this, and that. This doesn't make sense to me. So immediately there was an interrogation of my position.
Stop. Did you say I was not only attacking ANCAP just now?
I don't know if I said that exactly, but I'll reiterate at least what I was definitely saying. I'm saying I stated at the beginning that I'm no longer an anarchist.
Stop. Let's clarify this.
God, bro.
Did you at any point in this conversation attack ANCAP?
I guess the argument I gave at one point, I gave you a syllogism at one point, which I guess you could say is an attack on ANCAPs, yeah.
Because it's using
At one
ANCAP
point,
terms and it's trying to refute them, right?
Wait, but this is
One moment. Therefore,
that particular
one moment.
syllogism, yes. Hold on. That
Okay,
particular syllogism, yes.
Okay, so your cope, you just self-refuted your cope that by us that we have to listen to your definitions. We don't. We care about the part where you attack ANCAP. If you don't attack ANCAP, that part. Listen, if you guys want to have non-ANCAP conversations here, I can't stop you. I'll leave the channel right now. I will concede the fact that you lost the debate on ANCAP. I'll concede that fact, and I'll leave the channel. You can have non-ANCAP discussions. However, as soon as you attack the ANCAP, you can't say you're not attacking the ANCAP. A equals A.
Can I ask Eduardo a question real quick?
I mean,
Just
Casimir, do you want
G, stop, G. Stop,
before
G.
you do you want me to respond to
enjoying.
you, Casimir?
That's Eduardo talking, not me. I'm silent right now.
I'm asking Casimir, do you want me to respond to you or what's going on? G or who?
No. I want you to. Yeah, definitely. I called you out. I said that we just demonstrated again in a syllogism how your whole cope here is refuted. You admitted that you are attacking ANCAP. Therefore, when we interrogate you, we can ask you to adhere to our definitions, and we can, in fact, tell you to fuck off with your definitions.
And I can sort of dissolve this whole cope with just one question. That's like why I wanted to ask it.
GG, wait. Before that, let him answer.
It's very highly relevant. It's very highly.
No, G. It's not. One moment. It's very relevant. Just wait your turn, please.
Okay.
Eduardo, do you need another explainer?
No, hold on. But I gotcha. Yeah, you think I have a responsibility to appeal to your terms because at some point in this conversation, I offered an argument that was anti-ANCAP, right?
Yeah, in fact, while I was present here, all your arguments were attacking ANCAP. And as soon as you said, I have my own personal definition, I told you I don't give a shit about it. In fact, I threatened to ban you from this server because this server is to debate ANCAP ideas, not fucking Hegelian nonsense or objectivist Hegelian hybrids. I don't give a shit about those. You can do that elsewhere on YouTube. And you started sweating, you started giving excuses, and your excuses got refuted. So I will retract the threat. You can have your Hegelian fucking conversations right here in this channel. You just have to not name yourself NAP refuter for the duration. I fixed that for you. And you have to not do any internal critiques or smuggle them into your conversation. Is that fair?
I mean, if that were the case, sure.
I think what he wants to do is do an internal critique. I think what he wants to do is...
You know what?
I'm the one being interrogated. What do you mean?
Well, I smell like an internal critique here, G. I think I do.
Let me just dissolve his whole cope really quick, right? Eduardo.
Wait, let me
back to the argument, right? When I said what a market is, right?
Casimir, are you done?
You said, is your claim that we're describing different things here? Is your claim that we're describing different things here?
In regard to markets, yeah.
No, I mean, okay, no, I mean this, like you're talking about the state, right? You're saying this is the state. I'm saying this is the market. Is your claim that we're talking about different things here?
I'm saying the only thing we're talking about different things in as of right now is in regards to the market.
Yeah, you're cutting out like crazy. You sound like a robot right now. You're cutting out like crazy. I can't hear a word you're saying. Because I mean, it's just already implied. I mean, like you're saying the state is the precondition for the market or whatever, right? So I mean, if we're talking about different things here, I mean, there's just really no point to you saying that we're talking about different things. I mean, if we're not, right? Yeah, I think he said he had to go, and he'll be back in 20 minutes.
Yeah,
or 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. He said.
I can do. Do you understand the issue here, G?
Yeah, I mean he's saying that, oh, that's your definition. This is my definition, right? I mean, but I didn't even give a definition. I was just talking about, voluntary exchange. There's mutual benefit in these transactions here.
No, GG, you're like there's a colloquial understanding here, and maybe you're right. I have to investigate this. Maybe you're right. Maybe we should like not use the word definition when we're just pointing to something, to like a meaning. When I say definition colloquially, I mean I'm pointing to a meaning, and this meaning is established in our books. And the whole point of ANCAP
I
is
think
to
it's just the
name
point is
to name meanings and claim that they are the actual reality, and that all the other names are quote unquote spooks or distortions or mysticism.
right.
In the objectivist tradition. And so when
Yeah,
somebody tells me
it's just like when I'm
I
not
have my
defending
own
something.
definition of things, the first question I have is why do I care? Why do I care?
Yeah, but like just said, right? I mean, it's better. I'm just pointing to a fact of reality. Like I'm not even talking about a definition of a concept. I'm talking about what the concept refers to, right? The market. Like I'm just saying a market is just whenever and wherever you see voluntary exchange, right? Where there's mutual benefit, right, in the transaction, and so that's just what it is. That's what it is, right? And
Listen,
so to respond to that with that's your definition, right? That's not my definition, right? It's just nonsense.
no. It's here's the sad part. There is a way to elevate this conversation. Like, and I gave it to him. I told him that we are not essentialists. We don't believe that there is an essence to certain things. We understand that fuzzy definitions exist. We understand that I'm looking at a piece of a piece of a watermelon here in front of me. I understand that there's like a whole bunch of fuzzy where the watermelon ends and H2O begins, and other things happen, and I'm identifying them with my vision, and I'm talking to people, observing chat. All of that is fuzzy, in some sense. We're not asking him for a sharp answer. When he gives a sharp answer, it's puzzling because there's no distinction.
Yeah. I mean, he that's the thing. Yeah, there's no distinction. He equivocated on just
Before you
like any
guys
any
start
any
the
third
debate, I
party
want to say one
arbitrator
thing.
in the state.
Yeah,
Right, but then
before you
once
guys
you're
get
doing that, you fall into two problems. I mean, one problem is you're equivocating. You don't have an argument against the free market, for one, where the free market is
Are we?
inadequate or
Am
whatever.
I being heard right now? Is my voice audible?
No, yes,
yeah, yeah,
you're audible, but I'm just making the point clear that
yeah. And
your
before you guys
response to
start,
that,
I'll
right? It
make a
just
small point and then shut
your
up.
position that a third party arbitrator is, I mean, just that there's a third party arbitrator, then we have a state. That position falls on 2 points. There's two fallacies here. One is that you're equivocating, right? If your argument is that, you know, ROEs don't work or whatever, right? I mean, you're equivocating on the state, right? And just any third party arbitrator. So there's your argument
I would
there.
be
Just falls
happy to
there.
argue.
But
I would be happy to. I would be happy
also,
to argue
you're
against
also
third party.
saying that something
What?
that is accountable by the free market, right, is the precondition of it, right? In this situation, right? You said it's accountable, like the market, the free market, in the context of just like three or more people, right? But yeah, in that situation, it's still accountable to the free market because this is just voluntary
But
exchange. It's all voluntary exchange here.
before you guys go back and forth, I'm gonna just say one thing, which is earlier there was a shouting match here, and I just got annoyed and went away. But when I joined back here, Casimir was handing out the proper modding, and I'm just saying, a lot of appreciation, and I have a lot to learn as a mod from Cas. So
No.
a little
I'm a
bit of
horrible. I'm a
congratulations.
horrible mod. Don't do that. I'm a horrible mod. I'm issuing salute threats. Shut up.
Bro brought discipline back to the chat. Let's go.
No. I do have to note. I am the only one writing out these propositions.
Okay, but do you understand, like
I'm driving right
what
now,
were you
but
gonna say that there, Eduardo?
well, I just like if I try to give any substantive response to that right now regarding like the distinctions and definitions, Casimir still has a problem with that because in insofar
Well,
as I interact with an anarcho-capitalist, he thinks I have some responsibility to either appeal to their terms or at minimum explain why you guys should use my terms. And I actually don't disagree with
it's
that.
like there's no. It's just that there's no disagreement to be had there. I mean, we just have this set of facts here that we're looking at, and then you just have to point to those facts, bro. Like, we're not talking about anything different here. You say it's a state.
What do
I
you?
say it's a market. And if you say it's a
Wait a
state,
minute, bro.
then
You understand objectivist epistemology. We're not realists in that sense. We're anti-realists, right? There's not
what?
something out there that has the inherent essence of being
What are
a
you talking
state.
about?
Oh yeah,
Nobody's
they
saying
took
that.
the side of the dualism.
Nobody's saying that.
What?
What are you talking
Well, you're
about?
saying you're looking
Objectivism
at
is
these facts,
not
and you're like, oh, I'm
Right.
looking at
anti-realist.
these facts, and it's just like
No,
it's just a
yeah,
state.
I said a market is these facts right here.
I could also say a market is these facts right here. What I'm saying is that the particular facts that you're looking at don't possess
Well,
a
no, you're
particular
saying
essence.
that a state is these facts right here. Well, I'm saying it's a market. And I'm asking you, why are you saying it's a state? Because then if you're saying it's a state, then you're just equivocating for one, and then you're also begging the question.
Obviously, anything is going to be comprised of facts. What I'm saying is when you determine whether it's a state or not, is not like contingent on some sort of what it seems like you're kind of implying is some sort of essence here, right?
No.
Okay, well then
I'm
how
asking
are you
you.
arriving at your conclusion?
I just told you, right? So uh I'm saying a market is these facts here, and you're saying a state is these facts here, right? But if you're saying
No,
it's
no,
a
wait, wait, wait,
state,
wait, 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 wait. I'm saying the same shit as you. I'm not
right?
talking about
Yes,
a
we're not
state right
describing anything different, right? We don't
not
disagree
belong
there.
to
There's no
state.
disagreement to be had there, right? We're not describing different
I'm
things.
saying I'm just saying I have not given you like we have been talking
I
about
don't I don't need a definition from you. We don't need to deduce from our definitions or whatever. We're just talking about the facts here, right? So we have this set of facts here, right? We got Crusoe, Friday, and this third person, this third arbitrator, and you're saying that that constitutes a state, right? And what that's doing is you're equivocating for one, so you have no argument that the free market is inadequate because you're equivocating on the state and the free
what is the
market. And two, you're
okay.
begging the
You
question
believe just to
because
be
you're
clear.
saying that a
Just to be clear,
precondition
hold
to
on, don't move
this
on, don't
is
move on, don't move
accountable
on,
for it.
wait, don't, motherfucker. Listen, don't move on. The equivocation is that you're saying I'm equivocating between state and market.
Yeah.
So, okay, even outside of this conversation, you would say in
Or
general
just
the orthodox
ROE on
objectivist.
state providing of defense, right?
Yeah. So if you believe I'm
Wow, you just cut out like crazy. You sound like a robot or something.
equivocation in state and a market.
I don't know what you said, bro. You
Can you
cut
hear me
out.
now?
Yeah, I can
Eduardo,
Oh no.
can you leave the sausage aisle and step outside?
I'm almost home. I'm driving home right now. I've left the sausage aisle.
So you're committing
I was
aggression
actually
by
No, but I mean, you see,
debating while
we can
driving.
have a calm discussion about this. I mean, like I'm very just we can have a very clear like civil discussion about this.
bro.
And I mean, like
Casimir's the one who started. Casimir's the one who started yelling first.
yeah, but divinity too. You see, I
Well,
mean, without divinity here, we're able to have
I
this
was
well,
gonna
discussion.
say divinity started
First of all, you guys were yelling at each other when I came in. Second
That
of
was
all,
divinity.
you claimed that. Listen, I'm the only one who's writing syllogism in chat. I spoke out. I explained my syllogism to you, and in the middle of the jest, you ignored the syllogism, and you still haven't answered it. It's like been what, almost an hour went by the way, and you haven't answered it. And now I'm writing another one. I'm refuting your points in chat.
Yeah.
I can like read them out to you. And yes, it's making my debate sort of my hunger for blood sport increase every time you dodge. And then you had a whole thing about not dodging. I explained how you are dodging, how I'm noticing a pattern here of dodging. And then you said, oh, I have my own definitions. I'll define them. And I said, okay, I'll give you a certain amount of time. And you have time to speak. I'm silent. And you're still not defining anything. You're not explaining to us why we should care about your definitions. So yes, I'm getting a little bit excited here because you're like bending over really hard.
Bro. You know, I mean, I feel like I've answered to a lot of those things, but I'll just respond to like the last thing. You know, the reason why I'm not defining things right now is because I'm trying to sort out what the fuck G is trying to say to me.
I know G is a great spoiler, but you wrote out, meaning you explain another couple of syllogisms. I wrote them out in chat. They're both refuted, and your meaning,
Let me take a look.
right now, you're on the second one, which is the meaning of a state number 2, which is Eduardo's meaning, and the only thing you gave us is anyone that is voluntary arbitrating conflicts, meaning anyone that
It's in
arbitrary
VC text?
Yeah, of course, VC text, yes.
Let me
So
see.
if
I mean, that
I'm
is what you
even,
said a state is. You did say that constitutes a state.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. So we have our definition of a state, or at least I hope I gave the correct one, G. And then
well,
we have
I would define the state
Oh my
as the
god.
anti-productive
Oh my
sector,
god.
right?
yeah, that's fine.
Oh my god.
So where's the straw man,
Alright,
Eduardo? Am I straw manning you? Let's fix it then. Let's have your definition of a state.
I'm pulling into my driveway right now. Hold on. Our definition of a state is probably.
Dude, that's by the way, Eduardo, that's very
Well,
rude.
you could
Can
say
you
this is
not
the
do,
meaning, not the
can you
definition. To
not
be
do that
fair.
in the future, Eduardo?
I cannot do that, but I had niggas yelling at me, and I wouldn't mind a little drink when
I
I'm
mean,
arguing with
just
niggas yelling at me.
remember, Casimir. Remember, right? Like my point is, we're not talking about different things here. I just want to keep it very, very clear. We're not talking about different things here. So it's just nonsense to say that's your definition. That's not my definition. It does. It's just there's no disagreement to be had there. It just it's
No.
irrelevant.
It's no, just to explain what G is saying here. We're not talking about different things, meaning Eduardo is pointing at a thing that we call voluntary arbitration and is naming that a state.
Yes.
And we're asking for him to point at something else because we already have a word for the thing he's pointing at, which is voluntary
Also, because
arbitration.
he's equivocating in his argument. He's equivocating in his argument.
He's
'Cause
equivocating using two separate definitions under the same name at different points. Yes.
Because he's saying, yeah, the market is inadequate, but if I mean, like this is we just have voluntary like arbitration going on here. Like that's what we mean by ROEs. That's like going on. You know what I mean? ROE is probably a different thing than arbitration, but yeah, you get the point, right? He's equivocating there, right? He can't have an argument about the inadequacy of markets if we're talking about the same thing here. You know?
All right, it's a lot of topics to deal with. Wait, let me read Casimir's syllogisms real quick. P1. 3 people are the smallest condition for a state. Okay, I agree. P2. Arbiter is a state. P3. A state is where free people are trading. We refute this by claiming P2 is false because the arbiter has no distinction from other participants. Listen, I'm going to respond to that as substantively as I can, but I am genuinely unsure of what rule of inference this might be following. It could be one that I just don't, off the top of my head, don't have integrated properly, but I'm not sure. But it's okay. I'll engage substantively anyways. Is anyone going to be frustrating?
Eduardo, there's a lot of water. Like there's a whole
Yeah,
bunch of.
it's very like informal, that syllogism, but I
That's
think
fine.
you can put it in like a formal way, like you know. I mean, you said that the three people, they are voluntary trained. That's just like we can just put P1.2. I mean P1.1. 3 people voluntary trading, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then it follows. Then it follows.
Wait, Casimir, is that next part the conclusion, or is that something different? The state.
But also P2 would have to be just like instead. It's just yeah. I mean, it's a weird syllogism, bro. Honestly.
It's okay. It's all right. I mean, Casimir gave me a silly syllogism earlier too, but it's all right. It's fine. We're working with that. We're cooking.
No, Eduardo. That syllogism is Eduardo. I should label it. Let me label it properly. This is Eduardo's syllogism. You said P1, 3 people are the smallest condition for a state. P2, the arbiter is a state. P3, a state is where 3 people are trading. Okay? We're refuting this claim by claiming that P2 is false. One of the refutations is that P2 is false. Okay?
If I was going to articulate that into a syllogism, I'd probably go about it differently, but that's okay. That's okay.
One moment. That is a very tiny violin playing right now. Nobody's forcing you to debate while driving.
No, I actually.
It's fine. He understands what you mean by the argument.
Eduardo, the key point is that when you say something like, I would have stated it differently, I have a different definition. We, meaning me, a seasoned, fairly shitty seasoned debater, even I, in my inferiority to your genius, understand that's dodging. That's buying time. That's filling air with nothingness.
Just say you know what he means.
You could just say, "Oh, I mean something different." P1.
I know what bro means. I know what bro means. That's fine. But let me finish reading what bro said, though. Anyways, argument 2. The state one NCAP meaning. Aggressive government established by false claims of ownership over territory. Oh, that's the definition of the state per your guys' understanding. Oh, and you're asking me if I agree with this. Okay.
No,
Anyone that is...
the point is just, I mean, you're basically like
Well, no,
description. I
no,
mean,
no.
we're not talking
In
about different
reference to,
things,
hold on.
right?
In reference to Casimir's thing, where it says argument 2, he's positing 2 definitions of states, which I didn't
I
actually
mean,
give one, but
I don't like that way, like approach here. It's like that's not my approach. What I was going with, right? I mean, just like the state two there. What he says there, the state two. I mean, that's just what we're talking about. So we're both talking about the same thing, right? So disagreement about
in
definitions is
regards to
just
state,
irrelevant.
in regards to state, we're talking about the same thing.
No, it doesn't matter the words we're using. We're talking about the same facts. We have to look at the same facts, right? We just have this set of facts
We
here,
certainly are
right?
looking at the same
No,
facts. I just
G,
don't
G,
know that.
Right.
G, you can propose better state one definition or label or meaning or
I
whatever.
don't want to argue about definitions. That's the
No,
thing.
no,
No,
no, no. One
I
moment,
think we
G.
probably agree on that,
One
though.
moment, G. The reason why I brought it up, I'll explain. So this is I can imagine this statement. No, not imagine. It actually happened. Eduardo is saying, in order to have voluntary exchange and trading, which is the free market, you need state one, which is our definition of the state. Maybe you can make it sharper. Okay, let's just not attack it just yet. We'll brush it up. He means in order to have a free market, we need to have state one, and he's pointing to what we all know as is a state. And then he says, but what I mean when I say state one is actually state two, which is pointing at what we mean, what we call voluntary arbitration. And so this is a proof of Eduardo's equivocating, using 2 different meanings, using the same word, the state. I just made it formal.
Wait. Let me follow. Let me make sure I follow this equivocation. In one sense, I use the state to mean what?
Well, it
The
doesn't
first
matter.
definition?
It doesn't matter what specifically the first sense is. It's just the sense. It's just that you make a distinction, right? Just the fact that you make a distinction. Like we're looking at these
Like
facts
the
here.
fact that someone makes a distinction doesn't mean there's an
I
equivocation
don't know.
going
I don't
on.
know.
It's the way that particular
Yes, it
term
does.
is being applied.
Listen. Right, the fact that you made a distinction at
What?
first. Right?
Wait,
in your
hold
argument.
on.
Your
Nigga,
distinction,
a
right? Your argument
distinction is
relies
literally what
your
stops something
argument
from being an
your
equivocation.
argument
What do
for
you
the
mean?
inadequacy, right, of the market
In
here
equivocations, when you
relies on a
use the same
distinction
term in
between that.
different ways, I'm literally
Listen,
making a distinction. I'm saying,
listen,
no, I don't mean it this way.
no,
That's
no,
literally the opposite of an
listen,
equivocation.
listen. You're not listening, right?
All right. Let's hear it.
Right. So your argument, right, your initial argument relies on a distinction between, the state and the market, right? The or state production of defense, right, and private production of defense, right?
I don't know if it relies on it, but I mean, it's
I mean, you
certainly
talk
an
about
important
ROEs. You
component.
talk about ROEs and stuff, right?
No, nigga, you were
And then,
interrogating me on my system. I don't know why you and
no, because
Casimir keep insisting on, like, I'm on the offensive right now. Nigga, I'm on the defensive. I'm the one being asked questions.
okay, listen, you were talking about ROEs, right? And then your conclusion was that these ROEs are insufficient or whatever for whatever reason. Then we need a state. So there's a distinction here. The conclusion has the state, right? And then the premise is we're talking about ROEs, right? We're talking about different things, right? So then if we look at the same facts, right? If we just look at like some set of facts, right? And then there's just no distinction there, right? Then there's equivocation in your argument.
Wait a minute, hold on. He's gonna make me write things down right now. Hold on.
Do you understand that?
Yeah,
Maybe. Hold on. Let me write some things down.
I actually edited that post to upgrade it to the way you explained it, which is the state
G edited
one.
your post?
No, I edited mine post. I said it could also be worded the state one ANCAP meaning something that is not voluntary arbitration. You can at least agree that the state is not voluntary arbitration.
Correct.
And then you use the state, which is Eduardo's second meaning, to say the state is voluntary arbitration. So you're claiming that A equals not A, like directly.
Okay.
Therefore,
Okay.
That's a fallacy.
Just to be clear,
and then I also noted that there was another fallacy here when you're like because you're equivocating there, right? I mean, you're basically saying that the precondition for this state of affairs is accountable by this state of affairs, which is just nonsense. It's it's
He
just
said
total.
this current state of affairs is accountable by the previous state of, what did you say?
No, you're saying that the precondition of this state of affairs, where we have this voluntary like exchange going on, we have voluntary exchange going on among three
Oh
people,
yeah.
right?
It's conditioned by another particular state of affairs. Is that what you're asking me? Have I said that?
Well, what I'm saying is like it's like you're doing it's you're begging the question, right? Because you're using what you're trying to explain in order to explain it, right? So and then
As I've
that just kicks the
established,
can down. That kicks the can down the road, you know.
as I've established, and I know Casimir doesn't like this, and
You
I'd be happy
understand
to do.
that what a petitio principii is? What begging the
I
question
know.
is?
Listen, nigga. I know exactly what you're trying to say because Casimir has
Right.
been ragging on my ass about it for the
I
last
mean,
40 minutes.
I'm being very clear
So
about it,
let's,
so you should
and I'm being
understand.
real clear too. Because I know exactly.
You,
Because Casimir's
you
been
didn't
off
you
my
didn't
fucking ass about
you,
this.
you didn't
So
establish anything, by the way, even though you had plenty of time when I was muted. You could have said, "Hey, G, shut the fuck up for a
Casimir,
moment." Hey,
yeah,
Casimir,
exactly, Casimir.
mute
You
G
know
for a moment.
exactly.
I'm going to establish all of my views right now. And then I would have probably told you I'm not going to mute G because I don't give a shit about your views. You're here to attack ANCAP or you can go away.
Okay, well, Casimir,
However,
in saying that,
meta. I'll concede one point.
meta, yeah,
I could mute G for you to start explaining for us in like 2 to 5 minutes why I'm wrong about not caring about your private definitions. That's
Okay.
super meta. I can grant you time for it if you want.
Just say I don't want
Oh
that.
my
Just
God,
say I don't want
Casimir,
that, Eduardo. Just say I don't want that. Just say I don't want that, Eduardo. Just say I don't want that.
no, stop, Casimir.
Yeah,
You
just
know, in
concede,
Bro.
saying,
Eduardo. Just
Nick,
concede,
listen,
Eduardo.
bro, Casimir, you know, in saying what you just said, you're acknowledging all the distractions that prevented me from responding to the particular thing you wanted because you know I was engaging G and you know I was engaging you on different subjects. So to be like, oh, you didn't answer this particular thing.
No,
I
no,
would
Nigga,
just
they
like
were
I would just like you
they
to
were
engage
the same
instead of entertaining Casimir here. I would just like you to engage on the points I just made, please.
No, because Casimir still wants to fuck my butt right now.
Just say, he asked you a question. If you wanted him to do that, just say I don't want that.
I don't
No.
want. One moment. I'm here sitting down and smoking a cigarette right now. Virtually, I don't smoke, right? Because the fucking already occurred. I'm enjoying the
Oh, you
afterglow.
fucking scumbag. What is wrong with you?
I mean, you haven't answered any of the propositions. We're writing them. We're telling
Well-
you, and you're not doing it. And I'm
Well-
telling you that I will give you time to do it, except Eduardo. As soon as you say, my answer is my special definition, you go into meta world where you have to now
Justify
tell us
the use
how
of
much
a
time you
particular.
need.
Remember, there's no
Explain why you
disagreement
need.
about definitions to be had here. We're not even
That's
talking about
point two.
definitions,
Point two is that you're equivocating. There's no disagreement about meanings. You're just assigning different words to them. Yes. Yes, G. He conceded on that as well.
When did I concede to that?
right? You did concede that we're talking about the same thing here.
On one particular term, maybe the state. Yeah, sure.
No,
Not the market, nigga.
So
no, not about the state. Wait, G, not about the state.
Okay,
What we're saying
I think
is,
he was about to concede. Okay, he was saying he understands
Oh, go
what
on.
I'm pointing to, the equivocation, and he was about. I think he was about to concede. He was about to say.
yeah,
it.
you're right. Sorry,
Nigga,
G,
look,
sorry.
I
Oh
want
my
him.
God.
I want him to address it and say what he understands about what I'm pointing to. You know.
You niggas got my flabbers gasted right now. Let me explain.
Okay, listen, bro.
In
I'm trying
regard
to
to the
get you to
state,
engage.
in regard to the state, yeah, I'm engaging, nigga. Listen,
Okay,
the
good.
state. I'm with you on that. If you consider it a concession, that's really strange because I never disagreed with what you mean by the state. So if we both mean by the state some sort of territorial, some organization that maintains a territorial monopoly on a given geographical area on the initiation of force, of course.
No, we're not. We're not even talking about that. I mean, Casimir changed it, right? Because of what I said. I said the equivocation is just. I explained it to you. Okay. I explained it to you very, very clearly, and you were saying, yeah, okay, I see, and you were about to say something, and Casimir cut you off. So,
Oh
I
no,
mean,
I actually thought that's what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the state.
Well, in your remember what my whole explanation of it was, right? I said your initial argument, right, had this distinction, right?
Between the
And
state and the market.
yeah, right. Just like
Yep. Of course.
right,
Mhm.
and then now we're looking at some set of facts, and there's no distinction.
Excuse me. Sorry.
If you can't draw a distinction somewhere in these set of
Between the
facts,
state and the market? Is that what you're asking?
then you're equivocating in your initial argument.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like, just to be clear, like, I think we all know this, and tell me where the disconnect is here because this seems very strange to me right now. Yeah, I don't think the state is the market.
I
do
would hope
believe.
not.
I do believe the state, in the objectivist, orthodox objectivist conception, operates based on free market principles, but that doesn't
Yes,
mean
and
it
that's
is.
what I said earlier.
Well,
And you
I never.
disagreed with them.
When did nigga? Not only when did I disagree with that, or how did I disagree with that? Why would I disagree with that?
You were
I held
like,
that position. I
why
held
does
that position
why does the state
yesterday
have to
and the
let
day
all these
before
competing
and the day
agencies or
before.
whatever? So do you think the voluntary government or whatever of the Randian, view, do you think that they allow competing defense agencies or not?
It's possible that competing defense agencies may operate amongst an objectivist government, but it has to be sanctioned by the government itself because it has to
Sanctioned?
ensure that it's operate. Yeah, it has to be. It
What does
has to
that
be
mean?
sanctioned. What does sanctioned mean?
Yeah.
GG. He just wants a covenant. He just wants a covenant community, but he can't admit it.
Well, yeah, I'm
I
trying to
mean-
get to that point. Like, he's
I mean-
basically saying he wants, like, the way I understand the Randian view.
Nigga, you asked me what sanction
Just-
means. You want me to give that to you or what, nigga?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Well, listen, to be clear, I'm going to answer that question, but I just want you to know, Rand
Remember
uses that term
what
all
we're
the time,
looking.
right?
I'm
When
not
she talks
asking
about
for a
like sanction of
definition.
evil. I
I'm
know,
not
I
asking
know.
for definition.
I'm not giving you a definition. I'm saying I will tell you what I mean by that term. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of wild because like Rand uses that term all the time, and so does Peacock. But anyways, by sanction, I mean they're allowing it to take place. So it has to be sanctioned by the government because it has to be authorized
Oh,
that
I
they're
thought you said
operating under the
distinction.
correct.
I thought you said you were going to answer my question about the distinction.
No, I'm saying
I thought you said
You asked-
let's drop this for now
your
because
question-
it's off topic.
Your question. No, wait. What the fuck are you? Hold on. Your question was: can private competing agencies exist under the particular governmental model that I am?
Yeah, and I thought you
right now?
said, oh, I thought you wanted me to give the distinction, and I was like, okay, yes,
No,
let's go
no,
back
no,
to
no,
that
no, no.
before we move on.
an-
Let's go back
no,
to
the
that.
answer-
That's what I want
the
to
answer
do. I
here-
want to go back to
Alright.
that before we move on.
All right.
Right?
Wait. No, I'm answering your question. Can
No, we
private
can go.
entities-
We can move on to this later. I want you to answer the question of, can you
What
draw
is
a
the
distinction
distinction
between?
between?
Yeah. In this
I
set of facts, I
literally
want you to
answered
point
this.
to this. No, you didn't.
Holy shit,
Okay, so
bro! Yes,
I want.
wait, bro. Hold on.
No, because
No,
when you
stop,
when,
stop,
no,
stop,
remember
stop,
your
stop,
answer. Remember your answer that you
Both of
gave
you
was an
stop.
equivocation.
Both of you stop, Eduardo. So no. First, G, please, Eduardo, no interrupting. G, very clearly explain the question.
Right. So we have this set of facts here. We have Crusoe and Friday. They're in a conflict, so they go pay this third guy, right, to resolve this dispute for them.
God.
Right. So we have this set of facts here, right? And I'm asking him where's the state in all this?
Okay,
Bro,
And
now
he said it's because we're
moment. No,
delegating
shh.
the rights. Okay.
Casimir, do not make me retell this motherfucker what I just told him.
G. Now we're gonna give him at least 30 seconds to remind everyone listening what Eduardo's answer is. Go ahead, Eduardo. No interruption.
Wait, when you say remind Casimir, are you acknowledging that I already fucking answered this question?
If you're gonna
Yes, you did. You did.
No. I'm sorry, G. Okay. I think I was not clear. It's now 9:24:35. You have 30 seconds. Go.
Oh my God. Okay. Yes, the distinction between the state and the market is the market refers to an aggregate of individuals who are interacting on a voluntary exchange basis. And the state is a particular entity which performs a particular service. And the particular service is the upholding of individual rights, which does function on a market condition of voluntary exchange. Those are
Oh,
two
right.
different things.
So,
That's like
okay, so
asking what's the
yes,
difference between
no,
fucking McDonald's
listen.
and the market.
One moment, one
Well,
moment. GG.
hold on, hold on, hold on. You literally
GG.
just
One moment, G.
explained.
You're going next. I just want to notice that if we take the time to write down Eduardo's definition, we will notice it's very obviously circular, and it follows the
Yes.
proposition I just wrote in chat at 9:20, which is
Let me look
P1.
at it. Let me look at it.
Now, you just outlined this proposition. You outlined
It's in
P1.
VC
You
text again.
outlined, yeah. You outlined P1. You outlined P2. And G noticed that you're hiding P3 because P3 is refuting P1, therefore destroying your whole syllogism, which is tragic.
Hold on. Let me read this. P1, the state is necessary for voluntary exchange. P2, the state is when people pay an arbiter. However, G noticed that this hides a third proposition that is necessary. Paying the arbitrator requires voluntary exchange.
Yeah, and that's basically what you did just say.
No,
I mean, you basically
listen.
just admitted to that, but I mean, you're and
Listen,
I'm fine with
let
your
me-
answer. It's just that it's
Listen,
not a distinction.
No,
You're equivocating.
wait. I have given you this distinction. And
But
if you guys
it's
don't-
not a
listen,
distinction. You're equivocating.
Listen, Negro. If you guys don't want to
I'm not
operate
black.
on the okay, if you guys don't want to operate on the terms I'm giving you, I'll call it hoobla-dee and hoobla-da, okay?
It's
No,
not.
no,
It's
no,
it's
no,
not a
no.
disagreement on terms. It's literally just we're pointing to these same facts.
Voluntary
You're
exchange
equivocating.
and markets and voluntary exchange. When I use those terms, I'm not referring to the same things as you. And if you really have a serious problem with the terms I'm
Well,
using,
that's
call it,
that's why I
will
told
call
you to
it-
just
I will
point to
call
these
it-
facts.
I will.
We have
Yeah,
these
no,
set
that's
up.
cool. That's cool. I'll point to those facts, and I'm going to call one poopy one, and I'm going to call one poopy two, so I can relay the same fucking concept to you with a different term, so you can understand what the fuck I'm saying.
You don't have to be mad. However, what you should do is while me and G are talking, now clearly you have access to a keyboard, or you can use, for example, text-to-speech conversion, and you can write in VC text chat, and you can outline those
Yeah,
two
write out your answer.
meanings. Yeah, write out your answer because when I tracked your answer, and there's a lot of people are trying to transcribe it. I heard that like a circular thing, which perfectly matched the propositions that I outlined. And you're hiding P3. That's what we're pointing at. Also, by the way, not only are you hiding P3, which is the paying the arbiter requires voluntary exchange. So what the fuck is paying the arbiter in the first place? The state requires the state. Tautology. I mean, maybe you can say the state is,
Well,
similar
it's
to
not a
A equals
tautology.
A. I don't know.
It's not so much a tautology that it's a fallacy of pure self-reference. It's like awareness of awareness of awareness of awareness. You
I
know,
just
Yeah.
put it down for you, Casimir.
It's identity.
It's a fucking distinction.
Also notice in the syllogism something you didn't write out is I wrote the state 1 and you didn't speak that out because you're trying to dodge that, and then I said P2, the state 2, because I wanted to recognize the fact that you're changing meanings between P1 and P2.
I have never changed meanings.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
So all right. So
But for
um,
reference,
do you
Casimir,
understand?
for
Right?
reference, hold on,
If you
for
hold by that
reference-
claim that you never
for
changed
reference-
meanings,
for
right? If you hold
reference,
by that claim that you
Casimir,
never
okay,
changed
hold
meanings,
on. I'll address what you got to say, G. Casimir, for reference, I just put my distinction in the VC text right now between, broadly speaking, voluntary exchange and what a market is.
No, I don't see a distinction there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't see 2 people trading, that's a market. 5 people
That's
trading,
fine.
that's a market. 10
That's
people
fine.
trading, it's market, and a market is composed of voluntary exchange. I don't see a distinction there.
I got you.
Also,
I got you. That's fine. That's
you,
fine.
you need to keep
Casimir.
writing and define the state because we understand what voluntary exchange
Well-
in the market
well, I'm not
is.
asking for
We don't
definitions.
know
to be
what-
clear.
Okay,
Or
that's fine.
I'm not asking
Casimir,
for
distinction.
Hold
We're
on.
asking for distinction. Yes.
Yeah, Casimir, before I respond to G, that's fine. If you don't see a distinction between those things, you surely do understand that in
Well,
reality,
I'm
there is
asking you to
actually-
point to these
Hold
facts.
on. Yeah, I'm going to point to you facts. When two individuals exchange things, that is actually factually different than 330 million people interacting in a complex
It's
economy, right?
it's
And
fine if
exchanging
you want
goods
to
and
say
services.
that, but
Hold on,
you're gonna
hold
have to
on.
bite
Is
the
that
bullets
factually
that are
different or
implied
not?
by
Hold
it.
on. Are those factually different that there are two people exchanging goods and services? Is that factually different than 330 million people doing so? Is that factually different?
Um,
Sure,
it
sure,
is.
yeah.
Whoa,
I,
whoa!
I, I'm
It's almost
here.
like
I'm
It
fine
it's
with this.
is.
almost
I
almost
just want to
like
point out the
whoa,
bullets
that's
that you have to bite
crazy.
here.
That's crazy.
I
It's
just want to
almost
point
like
out. Yeah,
wait,
yeah,
wait.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Before we bite
No.
bullets,
okay, I'm
before
fine
we
with your
bite
answer.
bullets,
If you
before
just
we
No,
bite
no, no,
bullets,
no,
before
no,
we
no,
bite
no,
bullets,
no, no, no,
we bite
no,
bullets.
no, no. It's very
What?
simple. Eduardo, you're not allowed to grandstand. Okay?
In what
What you
sense?
can do is you ask a question and then you get an answer. So for example, if you ask what's the
Oh,
distinction,
okay, for sure.
or
He started
or you
arguing with
say
me though. Yeah,
you
I'll
recognize
just you, but
distinction
he
in
was arguing with
millions,
me.
then you have to explain the significance of it and we get to answer. And
Yeah,
don't
just to,
overtalk each other, okay? Go one at a time, please.
wait, but Casimir, I was responding to you, not him.
You know, Eduardo, you can have your big gotcha moment. We admitted that millions of people are somehow distinct from a pair of people. We didn't say anything about the definition of those terms, of the reality of that, or the components of that. I just said that when you wrote literally voluntary exchange, and then you wrote many times voluntary exchange, I understand that many times is distinct. I don't see the relevance of the distinction. Now, the distinction we are asking to provide is between voluntary exchange and whatever you call the state. Now, you haven't wrote it out in chat yet, so please do.
Okay, I will engage with that, but just before we do that, am I understanding that you're saying there's a preliminary requisite here in distinguishing voluntary exchange between just Crusoe and Friday and 330 million people? You're saying that that distinction is irrelevant to you right now, just before I continue? Like you're saying it's
No,
factually different. You
no,
get that it's factually
I'm
different.
saying that you're using like a debate bro tactic here. When we keep saying name the distinction, we're trying to tell you that we asked you. Listen, very simple. I'm gonna repeat what G said. G is gonna be very happy. There's Crusoe, there's Friday, and there's a third party, Johnny the Arbiter. And you said that Johnny the Arbiter is sufficient to identify a state. And then the word distinction came in the conversation. We said, what's the distinction between Johnny, the arbiter, and any market participant? And you named no distinction. You requested time for it, and you didn't do anything with that time. You could write it out right now. You're not writing it out. And then you escaped to a different level of argument, to a different argument. I'll outline it for you. I track it. Your argument is now that you are conceding that the state does not appear within free people, and you are saying there is some
I am
fuzzy definition of a state at 300,000 people trading. That at
Casimir.
300,000 people trading, there is going to be a distinction between state and non-state. And so you're going to give
Casimir.
it to us and write it out. And it's only going
Casimir.
to apply among the 300,000.
The
Is
distinction I
anything that
want.
they just... One
Casimir.
moment! Shut the fuck up! Is anything
Can you
among
silence
what I
him
said...
before
No, no,
Casimir?
no,
Before
no,
you when you
Eduardo.
silence him, can I
Listen
go
to the
after you
question.
though?
I
Let me just
just
establish I'm
steel
after
manned
you
your
though.
position,
Is
did I
that
not? And if I did not
hold?
steel man your position, how did I not steel man your position?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of issues. Like we started with the topic of whether markets and voluntary exchange are distinct concepts and what the particular relevance of those two things are. And then somehow you jumped into that last point. And I just want to say that is like the leap across the Grand Canyon with a jetpack in logic, bro. We're not there yet. Let's start with exactly the
Uh,
problem you had, which was
right.
what
I'll
is the
make this
relevance
very
of the
simple.
distinction? Hold on.
I'll
Casimir,
make this very
Casimir,
simple. I'll make this
Eduardo,
no,
very,
Casimir,
very, very
Eduardo,
simple.
you
I'll
are
make this
dodging.
very simple.
Casimir, keep it between you and
Eduardo
me
is
for a
dodging.
second. No, Casimir, can you keep it between you and me?
Would you like to just simplify everything real quick? Because I can do that. We can
No,
simplify
nigga, I'm
it.
trying to talk
And,
to Casimir. I'm trying to talk to Casimir because I'm
Yeah,
dealing with
why?
two people
GG,
at
let
once.
me speak to him for a little bit. I'll stop at like in 6 minutes, okay? Please.
Okay.
Okay, Eduardo. No. You are what you just said is incorrect. And I'll start again. Let's have your consent step by step, please. Did we not give you an example of two people voluntarily exchanging things and said that's a voluntary exchange and it's also the most basic market? Did you? Are
Yeah,
you
and he said
conceding
that's what makes voluntary exchange possible. is
Casimir, make
talking.
that nigga not talk.
No, GG, please. Let's have Eduardo concede step by step until his point dissolves.
I'm just clarifying the concession there.
No, don't, please.
It's not a
please don't.
concession, nigga.
Eduardo,
I know what
it's
happened.
we're gonna go step by step through the argument. You said that in order for the state to arrive, we needed to have a third person who is the arbiter. Is that true? Yes.
That is the minimum threshold, yes.
Correct. Okay, fine. Excellent. Now we asked you for a distinction between that third person, what he's doing, and what the other people should be doing. What's the distinction?
I gave the distinction earlier. I'll give it again. It's that the third person is entrusted with the arbitration of disputes about individual rights between the other two, or even amongst himself and the others.
Okay, sure.
One moment. G, please.
I gave this
that.
answer earlier. Just to be clear, I gave that answer earlier, Casimir.
No, Eduardo. If you're going to meta again, I'm going to. Listen, I'm warning you. Do not meta again. This is no longer a time for meta. I actually have G server muted, which is really dangerous to do because he can't hold it. And he didn't listen to me. 9:35, 9:40 is the cutoff. I'm gonna leave. However, Eduardo, we have limited time. If you meta again, I swear to fucking God, you will go to Liquid Zulu to request permission to rejoin here.
Wait, Casimir, I have a question. Casimir, I have a question.
No, Eduardo, you have to. Are you conceding to this? We have 5 minutes. No more meta.
What? To what?
No more meta. We're just gonna go through the argument step by step. You're not gonna make meta comments.
Okay, but before I do that, I just want to know, where does the line of questioning end? Is it at the end of like the last point that we were establishing substantively, or where are you stopping?
So we're stopping where you tried to grow the problem by introducing millions of people. I want to go before that.
All right, I got you.
Talk about 3 people. Now,
yeah, I'll follow. Let's just recap the beginning.
What you wrote in chat about voluntary exchange and markets refer to aggregates of individual people. It's non sequitur. We agree to that, right? It's a non sequitur because we're still in the 3 people.
You agree to that?
No. Your statement at 9:28 is a non sequitur. What you wrote in chat, and then your following statement, your great. Defeat of our position by referring to millions of people. That's a non sequitur. Do you agree?
No.
I'll explain how it's a non sequitur. Currently in the problem, we have 3 people. We asked you for a distinction. You gave it. You're going to write it out for clarity. And now we're going to attack it and prove that it's false. Therefore, millions of people have no reference to this yet. They might show up in the future. We might debate that problem next, but we're not doing it yet. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, fair. Okay. So please, if your definition is clear in your mind, we had a whole bunch of meta. Please write it out. And we're going to then give us time.
Which definition? Which definition do you want written down?
You said that the distinction in the 3-person problem, there's 3 people, one of them is the arbiter. The arbiter is a state because, and then you wrote a whole bunch of things. Now we need you said a whole bunch of things. I need somebody to write it out.
You want the distinction between the market and the state?
Yes, of course. That's the core of the point.
Wait.
Write it out in chat.
I'll write it.
And then don't meta, and then allow us to attack it, because that's your main point. If we defeat it, it means your point is defeated. Do you understand?
Yeah. I'll give you the distinction between the state and the market, just to be clear, right?
In the 3 people problem, we're not growing beyond 3 people yet. Yes.
Yeah, that's so the framing is you want a distinction. Okay, you want a distinction between the market and the state within the framing of 3 individuals.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and then allow G to attack it and don't talk over each other. Is that fair?
I thought you were going to attack it.
It doesn't matter. It will go. We'll take turns. You like gangbangs. I know you.
So can I talk now?
Bro, that's crazy meta. What are you talking about? You just said you don't want meta.
Can I talk now? Right. I just want to say
my time ran out.
Don't let that nigga don't let that nigga talk.
Listen,
I'm typing my answer out.
Well, yeah, you can type your answer out while it's so listen.
I
The
mean, I just
state,
want you to know
the
that
state
doesn't mean I'm
cannot
gonna innovate
both be
it.
a
I've had
the state cannot both be a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of. That's a contradiction. Whether there's 3 people, whether there's a million people, whatever. If the
yeah, good
state
thing
is
I made a
both a
distinction
precondition of
between markets
something and accountable
and
to what it's a precondition of, that's a contradiction.
yeah, good thing I made a distinction between markets and voluntary exchange. But anyways,
No,
I'll
no,
continue writing on.
your so-called distinction, right? It's the state there is still both a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of, right? That like, I mean, it's accountable to what it's supposedly a precondition of, but it's not a precondition of it because it's accountable to it. So if you're saying it's a precondition of it, then that's a contradiction.
Okay, let me finish typing this out and I'll respond to you. Hold on.
And that applies whether there's 3 people, whether there's a million people, doesn't matter.
I mean, I've
Do you
already
agree
said
that
this,
that's a
but
contradiction? Do you agree that that's a
no,
contradiction?
nigga, why the
No,
fuck would I agree
you
with that?
don't agree that that's a contradiction?
No, nigga, because I already told you that
What?
voluntary exchange. I already
No,
told you that
listen.
voluntary. Listen, nigga.
Can the
I
state
already
be
told.
both a precondition of and accountable to what it's a precondition of?
That is, first off, that is actually completely unengaging into what I said. Again,
Can the
distinction
state be
I've given
both a
you.
precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of? It's a very simple question.
No,
Yes or no?
no,
No, it can't.
it's not. Oh, that's crazy. It's almost like
Yes or no?
wait.
Yes or no?
I already,
Yes
nigga,
or
I
no?
just said no. I just said no.
Okay, so
But
that's a
that's crazy.
contradiction, right? That's a contradiction, right?
What you stated is a contradiction. What I have stated is not a contradiction because
Okay, no,
I
but
already said
you said you
the
disagreed that it was
facts.
a contradiction. So I was just
Nigga,
clarifying there that you
no,
think
I'm
it's a
telling you,
contradiction, right? You agree that
it's
that's a
not a.
contradiction, right? You
Let's
agree
be
that
real
that's a
clear.
contradiction, right?
That would
You
be a
agree that that's a
contradiction.
contradiction, right? Right.
That would be a contradiction. But what I'm saying
Right.
is not a contradiction because what I am stating is that the precondition for the state's existence is voluntary exchange. The precondition of a market is a state. And I've made a distinction between voluntary exchange and a market.
Bro. Okay. Again, it applies whether there's 5 people or 50 people. You still have your definition of a market there, right?
Yes,
It
so
still applies.
voluntary exchange can exist
One
between
moment,
Crusoe and Friday.
please, do not allow him to escape to many people. He's still on 3 people. We're still talking 3 people. If his
Right.
idea falls
Yeah,
apart,
no, no,
But it's irrelevant.
he has to concede that.
I'm good. I'm good. Hold me
I'm
to 3 people.
pointing
That's
out
fine.
that there is no
I'm
distinction here
fine with
between
listening
voluntary
to
exchange and
anything
market.
except a dodge. I don't
Yeah, no,
like dodging.
Casimir, hold me to 3 people. Let's do it, bro. 3 people.
Okay.
I mean, G can go
Okay,
ahead.
so can you
but-
draw the distinction here where the state is both not a precondition of what it's a precondition of?
I guess I
and
should say aggregate of individuals
accountable to
beyond
the
2,
precondition?
maybe I should say that. Maybe I should
No,
say aggregate of individuals beyond 2.
Eduardo. You can say, I concede the point within 3 people. That's what you can say.
Wait,
Then
what would
we
I be
move-
conceding, just to be clear?
You concede that when you first said that the third person is the minimum situation where a state can be established.
Oh, no,
you're
I'm referring to
you're
markets.
conceding that.
No, I'm talking about markets. I'm saying, because, like I said, I'm making a distinction between
Oh my
voluntary
God! Can
exchange
you
and
one
markets.
moment, Eduardo. Please, then
Bro.
please don't. Please focus. What we do here is I wrote your syllogism where you claimed there's only P1 and P2. And we noticed there's a P3 that you have a precondition to your state, which is a voluntary exchange, meaning those 2 people have to pay the arbiter. And that entails the thing that you say is the state is a precondition of all.
It's just like the problem here is he has to point out why, right? Why, if it's a precondition of a market, that it's not a precondition of voluntary exchange under his definitions, right? So-called distinction, right? Like what in that distinction makes it not a precondition of one and a precondition of the other? That's his argument.
I get the impression Casimir understands what I'm saying.
No, it's not just markets. It's 3 people. He's literally bound to 3 people until he concedes.
Yeah,
he can escape this by conceding. But before that, the word market is the same as voluntary exchange. Even if we accept his definition of a market, for now, voluntary exchange and the market is literally the same thing because he admits it's literally the same thing when it's 3 people. That's it. They are the market. It's just 3 people. Nothing else exists. And he now needs to answer. And what's the answer he provided? He literally wrote it out. He wrote The state is an entity which upholds individual rights via funding the market, meaning
Mhm.
the state via the funding of the market, meaning people voluntarily give the state money, meaning those two
Right.
give voluntarily money to the other one, to the arbiter. And so what he's saying is the arbiter is just engaging in voluntary exchange, meaning his
Yep.
main distinction is not a distinction. It's literally just word salad
Right.
to hide the fact that there's no distinction. So
Yeah, but I can
Eduardo,
also just like easily dissolve it by pointing out the
I see
transitivity of
Let me
voluntary
respond to
exchange here.
Casimir. Let me respond to Casimir. Casimir, it seems there's equivocation happening. The fact that the state participates in the market does not mean that it is the market, just to be clear. I've already
Here,
stated several times that the state operates on market principles.
Eduardo.
I've said that several times.
Eduardo,
you can say
here,
it. You
I can
no,
dissolve
G,
this.
G,
I can
stop,
dissolve this
stop.
in a second. I can
G,
dissolve
G,
this in a
stop.
second.
G, your line will be
Thinking-
next. Your line will be next, G.
Okay.
Eduardo, what you just said is another word salad. You have to express it in the free people problem language, okay? No more market.
Yeah, I'll do that.
They're just, is it true or false? There's only two options. It could either be true or false. Is it true that when you write, and let's read it again, the state, meaning the arbiter, is getting money from the other two people, and the fact that he's getting money is what makes him distinct. The money to provide arbitrage services. You said that's the distinction. Is that true?
I believe so. Let me just frame it in the way I say it, and you tell me if you're
No,
meaning the same thing.
you don't frame it. You have to frame it in the free people problem language. You have to
Yeah.
say
No,
the
I'll do it.
state,
I'll do it in.
which
I'll
is
do it in
equals
three
the
people language.
arbiter,
And you,
is distinct
I'll do
from
it.
the other people by the fact that
I'll-
they give him money to perform arbitrage. And then the
Yeah,
following
I'll-
question is implied. Well, how is that different from just a free market condition with free market arbitrage? Why don't we call it, the whole thing is voluntary exchange beginning to end? Why do we need a separate word?
Yeah,
We know
I mean,
why we need a separate word. We have a distinction. By the
answer to
way,
all of that.
it's hiding here in plain sight, but we have a distinction. It's called the fact that it's not voluntary. We call the state, the fundamental distinction between state and non-state is voluntary and involuntary in our language. In your language, there's no
Does
distinction.
calling the market an aggregate block transitivity?
That's
Okay.
G.
Anyways,
G, please.
Yeah,
That's a separate
I'll
thing.
answer, Casimir. I'll answer within the context of three people. Again, the distinction is that the market is the interaction between those particular individuals, which are voluntary exchanges, and that particular individual in the three-person situation who is acting as the state is operating off of market principles. He is just performing a particular service within the market, which he is operating within. He is an entity. He is not the market himself. He's just ensuring the conditions for the three of those individuals to operate within those market principles. That's it. That is the distinction. That one is an entity that ensures the market principles are available to all individuals. He is not the market himself. I don't even know what that would fucking mean.
So you're claiming now that A equals not A, because the market is this.
How is that
one
possible?
No, very simple. The market is an aggregate of individuals exchanging goods and services. One moment, and then you say the state is an aggregate of individuals exchanging services.
No,
So,
I never said that. My definition
moment.
is still right
One
there.
moment.
It's right there in the VC
I'm
text,
sorry.
bro.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking reading it in the VC. I'm reading.
Did I
it.
mistype? Let me look at it. Let me look at it with you.
Right.
Hold on.
The market is an aggregate of individuals, meaning there's free people in our problem. You haven't conceded the free people problem yet. Or maybe I should stop. Maybe you have conceded.
Wait, the market is an aggregate of individuals exchanging goods and services. I agree to
Meaning
that.
those free people are the market. Is that correct?
Yeah, they constitute what is a market. Yeah.
Meaning John the arbiter is part of the market, and the two people having a dispute is part of the market. The dispute is not the market, but everything else is the market. And you also claim that this person who, by virtue of doing the very same thing, exchanging goods and services, should also be called the state. Where is the distinction?
The particular function. Oh my God. Because he participates in the market and he provides a particular service. This is like asking me, is McDonald's different from the state? Yes, of course, because it definitely participates in the market, but it performs a particular service, just as the state
So
does. It
why
functions
don't
within a
we,
market.
yeah, but why do we need to give him a different name when we have a name? It's called an arbiter.
I mean, I don't deny that states are arbiters.
No. In your problem, the exclusive distinction of the arbiter, why he is a state, is because he's an arbiter. So why are you
Uh,
calling the arbiter a state? Why is
it's
that
not
good?
no. It's not
Why is that
merely that he's an
necessary?
arbiter. It's not merely that he's an
Well,
arbiter.
no, no,
It's that
no.
he's an.
No. Yes, it is. It's literally the
That's
fact that he's an
that's not
arbiter.
my position, Casimir. No, it's
Yes, it
not.
is. That's
That's
literally what
not
you
my
said.
position.
It's on the record. Whoever is recording this or transcribing this can see
Wait,
it.
just to be
It's
clear,
part of the flow. You literally
on the
said one
record.
moment. You literally said that his function as an arbiter is what makes him distinct, but that's the only distinction. Meaning he's just an arbiter. You're saying arbiter equals arbiter, but then you say
Wait.
also equals the state. But why is the state
Casimir,
necessary there? Why is the word necessary? There's no
we've been
distinction.
in this we've been in this voice chat for quite a few hours. I think I've already made the distinction several times that in the objectivist conception of government, we
No.
uphold.
You several times provided us word salad, but now you're under a tight lens where we only have three people, and you are equivocating. You're just introducing a name for a thing that's already named in the problem. If I tell you that an arbiter is a person that performs voluntary arbitration services and solves a conflict, sorry, let's remove the word from the definition. The arbiter is the person that gets paid to solve a conflict. Okay, that's the arbiter. And then you say the state is a person that gets paid to solve a conflict. Now we have the right to ask you, why the fuck did you introduce a new word to our problem? Why do we need it?
I have stated several times. I don't know if it's simply the case you don't remember or you weren't present.
No,
Maybe
I don't
both. I have
want you
no
to
fucking clue.
answer the exact question I raised.
I
You
am
said,
answering the question. I'm saying you're missing the context in which I've
I
already
don't care
explained this
about
exact
context.
thing.
I don't care about meta. You now have a
This isn't
logical
meta.
problem.
This is
You
substance.
said
Casimir, this is
P1.
substance.
You said
Casimir.
P1. The arbiter is a person who voluntarily accepts money to provide conflict resolution services. That's the definition of an arbiter. When we asked you what's the definition of a state, you gave us the definition of an arbiter that you already used in a sentence. So either you're performing a stolen concept fallacy by using the word arbiter to define the state, or you're performing another stolen concept fallacy or another fallacy by introducing a new name to the same thing you already named. You're locked. There's no escape. You have to concede.
No, hold on. I genuinely don't know if it's the case that you simply don't remember, but I have repeated throughout this conversation on several fucking instances that it is the case when I refer to this particular kind of arbiter in the objectivist conception of government, it is that they uphold the particular understanding of the objectivist conception of individual rights. I've said that several times at this point. Now, when I gave you a particular syllogism, did I include individual rights in that particular syllogism? No, I just thought that would be integrated in the course of this discussion. I thought when I said these things, if you've been listening for the course of the last 2 fucking hours, you'd know that what I'm referring to is the thing I've said like 5 fucking times at this point.
Just a note to the audience. He keeps saying, this thing I said, this thing I said, this thing I think, this thing I said, relying on your memory instead of
I'm asking
just
your memory,
providing,
Casimir. I'm asking for your memory.
instead of providing the distinction. And this is why he has to
Casimir,
interrupt
I'm
right
asking
now.
for your memory.
has to
Casimir, I'm asking
dodge,
for your memory.
He has to cope.
Casimir,
He has to interrupt.
listen, I'm not
He has to
appeal to
my
you.
memory.
Casimir,
He has to appeal
I'm
to my
not
memory
asking for any.
instead
Your
of
memory,
the
your
one-
memory.
Instead of the one thing he has to do, just say the thing. He cannot say the
Casimir.
thing because the thing is a word salad designed to obscure the fact that he is using some kind of a fallacy. Either the definition of a state is fallacious because it relies on the definition of an arbiter, which is equivalent to it, or the definition of a state is unnecessary because it's just the arbiter that he's pointing to. And no appeal to some nebulous past argument or context is an escape, Eduardo. No one gives a shit.
Casimir.
I don't care. You have to use
Wait.
your own words.
Do you okay, listen. I'm not appealing to anybody in this fucking conversation, but your own memory. If you don't remember, you can say that. That's okay. But I have repeated this several times. I haven't written
Yeah,
it down for
I'm
you.
not gonna allow you. I'm not gonna allow you to grandstand with water. Eduardo, let's go again. P1.
That's
What
fine.
is
Do you
an
want
arbiter?
me? Do you
No,
wait?
no,
Wait.
no.
Do you want me
Shut
to
up.
give it?
No, no.
I'll
P1.
give it
What
to
is
you.
an
I'll
arbiter?
give it to you.
P1. No, no, no. P1. What is an arbiter?
An arbiter, for the context I'm describing, just to be clear.
I don't give a shit. Three people exist. One of them is an arbiter. What is an arbiter?
Oh, well, I'm not describing generally speaking what an arbiter is. I'm describing
No,
in
no,
the
no. I
objectivist
don't give a
conception.
shit about your private definitions. Are you using this definition as part of a debate? The arbiter is a person who receives money to resolve a conflict.
Sure, I can agree to that, but I've already given my definition of what this arbiter is doing and like what a government is. Like, I'll agree with your definition. That's fine.
You have are you using P1 in this argument, or are you not using P1 in this argument? Meaning
I
the
haven't given.
arbiter P1, the arbiter receives payment to resolve a conflict. The arbiter is a person that receives
You want me
payment
to? You
to
want me
resolve
to? You want me to give you? I'll give you. I'll give you a syllogism. An arbiter, in the context I'm describing, is only an arbiter if they enforce individual rights. The objectivist conception of individual rights is achieved by the arbiters we posit. Conclusion, or sorry, and if the follows, if those particular, sorry, P1, if an arbiter follows the particular conception of the government, of the objectivist understanding of government and individual rights, then it is an arbiter. P2, the objectivist government follows the conception of individual rights and proper principles of government. Conclusion, therefore, the government in the objectivist conception is an arbiter. I don't hold anything else as an arbiter. If we're going to narrow it down that way.
So you haven't narrowed it down. You used multiple references, and I call this a word salad because you say in my conception and then a reference to some some book we have to read, some Hegelian text, but it's not clear. I don't believe it's clear for the audience, and I believe we have very simple meanings. So
wait, which part's not clear?
When we say resolve, I can even go. One step further.
Wait, Casimir, which part's not clear? I didn't hear you.
An arbiter receives payment to resolve a conflict. I don't know, without initiating a new one. Okay, non-aggressively, without initiating a new one. Maybe we can add that on to be even more precise. But it doesn't say.
No, my conception understands. My conception has that.
No. There's a. I listen. Again. There's an issue here. I don't know why I should care about this word salad meaning. I'm gonna write it out so that we don't speak over each other. Make me care about your word salad meaning.
For sure. You want me to reiterate the syllogism for you?
No, I actually don't care. You can write it out. But to me, as soon as you start P1, the arbiter is a reference to my philosophy, and if it's not a reference to my philosophy, it's not an arbiter. I fucking zone out. I don't care about your proposition then. It's not a syllogism. It's just like your syllogism
again,
references a fucking book. I don't care.
Okay, then Casimir, I refer you again to the example I had earlier where I said, if you're discussing morality with a moral realist and they talk about objective morality, do you not have a responsibility to clarify?
No, I don't. I already countered that. No, please don't loop.
You didn't.
Already countered that.
Wait, you didn't counter that.
I'll explain how it's countered, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is a server for ANCAPs, meaning for people or anarchists, people that believe that you should not aggress, and that, or at least, if not that, they believe that aggression is, or the violation of the NAP is defined as the criminal act in any rational conception of law. This is what we're here to promote. Now, other people can come in here and debate that, and I believe you conceded that this is what you've been doing, and then because the alternative is that you're coming in here to provide, your word salads, and I don't understand why we should care about your word salads. Now, G is noting that if you are not using a word salad, and if you are using our words, or if you are using the colloquial understanding of what's an arbiter and what's a state, then we notice, well, there is no distinction. And when we ask you for a distinction, your best argument so far has been to refer to a book. You understand how
it has not been to. Hold on. It has not been to refer to a book. I gave you a legitimate distinction that one performs a particular function and the other one is the function of all individuals interacting in that particular economy. I gave you that distinction.
No. The distinction is in the three-person problem. You have to, in the
Yeah,
three-person problem,
I gave you
have
that.
no. In the three-person problem, you wrote out, again, are you conceding what you wrote out was not short enough? It's
No,
not
I'm
because
saying
you want-
within what I wrote right there explains everything I have to say. I'm saying that a market is an aggregate of individuals performing voluntary exchanges. A state is a particular entity which upholds individual rights, which is obviously going to operate on market principles. That is a clear distinction. Again, that's like asking me what's the difference between McDonald's and the state.
Sure. It's a distinction between the market and the particular function on the market, which we call an arbiter. Why should we call it
it's a
state?
distinction. It's because that particular entity upholds individual rights.
Is it
No.
accountable to the market?
The arbiter upholds individual rights.
I said that the state is a form of arbitration. I have never denied that.
Is it accountable to the market?
Is it a what?
Is it accountable
Actually-
to the market?
Actually, hold on. I'll just keep responding to Casimir. Casimir, what was your question?
No, it is important what he's saying.
Okay. Is it accountable to the market?
No. In the
Yeah, it is.
three-person, one moment. In the three-person problem, you're saying that your P1 initially, before we started analyzing with three people, P1, the state is necessary for the market. Okay, and then we noticed that your definition of a state requires the market. That's what G is trying to tell you. Therefore, you're engaging in some kind of fallacy, a stolen concept fallacy. Because within what you call the state, within that definition, if we expand it, you're saying the market is required for the market. The market is required for the market. That's how it expands. So
wait. You said I said that?
Can be thrown out. We can then throw out the word the state, and we can just extrapolate.
Yeah, your argument is that calling the market an aggregate.
The state, which is requires the market, is a requirement for the market. We can instead say it simply: the market requires the market. We don't need your state anymore. Gone.
If I replace the state with McDonald's, are you going to say the same thing?
If you are yes, P1.
What? You're going to say the market is McDonald's?
Shut the fuck up. I'm about to answer your fucking joke.
Let's hear it.
P1, McDonald's is necessary for a free market. P2, McDonald's is defined as feeding people as providing them the food services for money, which means that McDonald's requires the market, not the other way around. So P3, or like conclusion, P1 is false because the McDonald's is by definition part of the market. By your very definition.
Yeah, you agreed. Remember, you agreed that something can't both be a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of. You agreed that's a contradiction. So
yeah, I do not hold that. Sorry, 1 second.
You agreed that's a contradiction. So that's why I asked you if it's accountable to the market.
Sorry, yeah. You asked if the state's accountable to the market. Yeah, of course it is. I never denied that.
Okay, so then it can't be a precondition of the market.
In the particular three-person example, it's a condition of voluntary exchange between these individuals.
You agreed that it's a contradiction, right? That the state, if the state was both a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of, you agreed that's a contradiction.
Yep.
Okay, so you, right? So that's a contradiction.
Let's be real explicit.
I just asked you if it's accountable, so it can't be a precondition.
Hold on. Let's be real explicit. It's a contradiction. Give me the P and not P.
It just told you.
No, I want to hear the proposition and its negation.
The state is accountable to the market. The state is a precondition of the market. Those are contradictory.
That is not a proposition. That is not a proposition and its negation. Just to be clear.
G, a proposition is.
I mean, you agreed that it's a contradiction.
No, wait, G. I think I can do it. So I'll do it and I'll write it out at the same time. I was writing something else. Let me fucking just hit enter and do it.
You agreed that it cannot be both, a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of. That's the P and not P right there.
Say again. P is it is accountable to its what again?
It's accountable to what it's a precondition of.
And then the not P is that it's not accountable to what it's a precondition of.
Yeah. And that's what you would like for it to be a precondition, it would have to be not accountable to what it's a precondition of.
And for that proposition, in what way did I utter the proposition?
Right. I just asked you if it's accountable to the market and you said yes. So it can't be a precondition of the market.
Yep, I agree that it's accountable to the market. Yep. What's the negation?
You're saying that it's a
In
precondition
the
of
way
the
that I
market.
uttered it, just to be clear.
It can't be both accountable to the market and the precondition of the market. Either it's not accountable for the market and therefore it's a precondition for the market, or not.
Excuse me. Sorry, I was blowing my nose here.
So if we write out what the nested statement is, because the state requires the thing that requires a market. So I'm sorry. There is a contradiction between P1 and P2 because you're literally saying the state that requires a market is necessary for the market. Now you might abandon P2. You might say the state does not require a market, but then you would violate your definition of a state. It would be like the state as we understand it, an aggressive one, and not as you are trying to smuggle it as some kind of objectivist thing.
I mean, I've said from the beginning that like there's a distinction between a market and free exchange or voluntary exchange, as you may want to put it.
Yeah. All right. And so that doesn't change the contradiction.
That particular individual's participating in a market is not the same. Or sorry, that particular individual's voluntarily exchange goods and services does not constitute a market. I'm not sure what you guys think is.
No. One moment. In the free person problem, it literally does. Are you conceding the free person problem and saying the state requires more than free people? That's a yes or no. Really quick.
Wait. The state requires more than 3 people? Is that what you said?
Yes, we are still in the free person problem. That
No.
I
I don't think the state requires more than 3 individuals. No.
Okay, so we're still within it. Therefore, there's still no distinction between a voluntary exchange and a market.
A voluntary exchange is what voluntary exchanges are what constitute a market. They're not themselves a market.
He's just saying, well, we have Crusoe and Friday,
matter.
that's just voluntary exchange. That's not a market. But when we have a third person, that's a market. But again,
Yeah.
how does calling the market an aggregate block transitivity?
I don't know what you mean by transitivity. Give me one split second.
I
Hold on.
pinged you in
Hold on, hold
VC
on.
text about this.
I'll look at it. Give me one second.
Is that the
Listen,
state is
because
necessary
I've been-
for voluntary exchange, which is the market, and the state
I've
is
been-
also part of
Our-
the definition of a state requires it to have a market.
I'll respond to that right now. Give me just 1 second. I've been arguing with you niggas for like 3 hours. Give me just 1 second.
You can always quit. That's allowed. You can take time.
Here's by transitivity. If voluntary exchange is a precondition of the market and the market is a precondition of the state, then voluntary exchange is a precondition of the state. How does you defining the market as an aggregate block transitivity there?
I think G, what he might be doing, I'll write it out, is that he's saying that the state in this case requires a voluntary exchange.
Well, he's saying no, it doesn't
and the
require
state's supposed to
voluntary
market.
exchange. It requires a market, right? And that's just an aggregate.
No. He said he says it doesn't somehow, but yet it does, because one moment, if both people have to pay in, then it's free people trading. Therefore, it's the market. So you're right, G. He's just trying to bamboozle us. He tried to bamboozle us, G. He tried to say it's just voluntary exchange in the market, but actually it's free people trading. Therefore, even by his definition of a market, it's a market. Holy shit!
Yeah, it doesn't block transitivity at all.
Yes, it doesn't. Fuck. You almost got me. One moment, guys.
So-
we have to wait while he does his
So,
dirty business.
Eduardo.
Because that's how he's debating people.
So, how does defining the market as an aggregate block transitivity?
Hint: it doesn't. We don't need an answer for this, by the way. I don't care what he thinks about this.
Yeah, I would like him to say it doesn't, and I'm wrong. I mean, like he's wrong. I would like him to say that at least.
No, I
That
don't
would be
think
the
he'll get
rational
that.
thing to do.
I think it'll. The funny part is that I believe
When
that the smart thing for him would be to right now to just abandon the three-person problem and do what he tried to do earlier. He tried to escape into this nebulous, neck and shoulders problem, the beard problem. Where does the beard begin? And I'm even giving him an escape from this. I'm saying I don't need like a fucking
I mean,
definition.
I'm granting his distinction between voluntary exchange and the market, whatever. I just want to know how it blocks transitivity, because if it doesn't block transitivity, I mean, there's just no difference between whether there's 3 people or a million people, 100 million people. There's still a contradiction here.
Yes, I think you're right. That's the other point, is that if we allow this network to grow, there is like there are distinctions
Oh, he
between
left.
millions.
He rage quit, bro. That's
No, he
crazy.
didn't. He didn't. I don't think he rage quit. He poop quit. He needs to poop, and the phone
Oh,
doesn't work in the bathroom. There's an excuse. Everybody needs to poop from time to
okay.
time.
I didn't hear him. But yeah, I mean, does anybody else not understand the argument I'm making?
No, I think actually finally got it, G. I understood why you were so perturbed, because it's not actually a three-person problem. It's so here's the thing. This is the word game. He can say, guys, there's a distinction between 3 people trading and millions of people trading. Yes, there is, but it's not a concession, because that distinction is not relevant to the transitivity.
But the distinction I want him to draw is like draw a distinction of the state where the state is not both a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of. That's all I'm asking for, right? Because that's strictly a contradiction. It's false.
However,
Yeah,
there is
and
an
you
answer.
would think that like he wouldn't use measurements. Given the whole theory is about omitting measurements in concept formation, you would think he would omit measurements in markets. You would think.
I don't know. I want to hear what Casimir was going to say to what I was saying.
No. I think that it's good that you sharpened it. I want to write it out for the future. I think that
Can I ask for some clarification on something?
Sure.
Was he defining 3 people being a state?
He said that the minimum condition of there being like a state, like we're identifying the state of affairs with a state, is just that there's voluntary arbitration going on.
yeah, no,
Alright,
Krieg, it goes like this. We ask a person, is like, at which point is the state necessary? And he correctly answers that at a point where conflicts can be arbitrated.
Right.
Or at least that's the first point where the answer is in fact possible. So if there's one person, irrelevant. The law is irrelevant. Nothing is relevant. Let's say you encounter. I'll give you something specific. If you ever debate Jim Bob about ANCAP or any or rights, this is a trick he will do. He will say, "Well, what about 2 people in the forest? Is that like a place where the law applies?" And you say yes. His next statement is going to be, "Well, one of the people shoots the other person. How about your ANCAP now?" And the trick here is that he's eliminated the problem. He didn't just eliminate the person, he removed the problem of law from being considered, because if there's only one person left, there's no problem of law. In order for the problem of law to occur, you have to have a third person who's the observer and who's the arbiter, or you have to imagine one. So there's always has to be a third person to even, or imaginary one, to consider like a legal issue. 2 people plus an imaginary arbiter or an actual arbiter showing up. And then you have like
Right.
a legal question: what legal judgment should the observer make about what he observed? And it's like a factual
struggling to
statement.
follow it because I think I've been struggling to follow it because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, okay. I'll simplify
like
it
his
without
point.
Jimbo.
He's saying Eduardo's point doesn't make any sense.
No,
I've been trying to follow it and it hasn't made any sense.
What he's trying to say is he's trying. Well, one of the things he tried, which is not what he wrote out. And I want to. If
When
somebody
he got
recorded this,
confronted with the contradiction, it's when he got confronted with the contradiction that he then said, no, a market is an aggregate, right? I'm defining it differently from voluntary exchange, but that doesn't block transitivity. So the contradiction is still there, no matter if there's 3 people or 1,000,000 people or whatever.
and
All
there
right,
was another
explain
trick.
transitivity to me like I'm 5.
Oh, very
Well,
simple. I think
I
I got
wrote it
it.
out. I wrote it out here in the VC text. I can point back up to it.
So
That'd be
think about
appreciated.
transitivity this way. So he's saying that a state, an objectivist state, a proper state, is one where people all voluntarily give it money to provide a service, which is arbitration for all of them together. Okay? There's just one arbitration agency and it provides services to all of them. And he says that each individual trade between a person and that agency, that state, that's a voluntary exchange, but it's not the market. Okay, but then what's the market? Oh, it's the aggregate of all of those millions of people trading. For example, if the only trading they're doing is they're paying for the state. But here's
And
the
keep in
problem.
mind the reason he was doing this is because he was trying to get away from the contradiction that the state can't both be a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of, right? So if it's, a precondition of voluntary exchange and still accountable to voluntary exchange, that's a contradiction, right? But then he's got like, well, let's move it up one more level. Let's say it's the voluntary, which is, it's the market
Wait,
which
GG, you're
which
not
requires.
landing it. You're not
It's
the
the state. The
landing.
state requires the market, not
Yeah,
voluntary exchange, right? Just
yes,
the market, right?
yes, but when we describe what is the market according to him, it's
Mhm.
literally all of those millions, billions of people giving their money to the arbiter.
Right. It doesn't block
Therefore,
transitivity.
and then transitivity means that if the market is defined by voluntary exchange, and the state requires each of those millions of voluntary exchanges, which constitute the market, therefore the state requires the market, not just a voluntary exchange. He's saying that the state only requires one person to pay into it. But that's not what he is describing. He's describing a monopoly where everybody is paying into it. And what is everybody paying into it? It's millions of voluntary exchanges, which is what he calls the market. Therefore, the market is necessary for the state. But wait, how can the market be necessary for the state if the state is necessary for the market?
Yeah. Right. Right. But you couldn't really address his attempt to run away from the contradiction if you don't identify that his redefinition of what a market is, his distinction between voluntary exchange and market doesn't block transitivity from voluntary exchange is a precondition of the market, and the market is a precondition of the state. Therefore, voluntary exchange is a precondition of the state.
Oh yeah, I want to voice one more thing because I think all of that group, most of the invaders probably left, but that group likes to invade, and they will have a cop out because I joined in the Screamfest and I threatened bans and I threatened mutes, so they had to concede because there was no arbiter because Casimir was abusing his powers. I was because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
fun.
it was only until I
He
muted
was just
Divinity that I
doing
can
the
start
work.
having a conversation.
However,
Yeah, I think
however,
Divinity's conduct is very disgusting, to be honest.
Very
however,
true.
however, there is a however
Yeah.
here. There is a however. I am open to debating any of them, and I don't know if G is, but at least I can talk for myself with a moderator with timed responses. I would love to speak to most of them with timed responses. I think it would be quite fun. I might even lose that debate, but it would be interesting. I would never debate them without a moderator present. I think it's
Yeah.
silly.
Yeah.
You
Why
would you
not
would
Divinity?
experience what you experienced. That's it.
Yeah, and
I want to point
that's
out
what I
also
said.
that they both said that objectivism is anti-realist. Okay,
Yeah,
you just want to put a little
mind
light
shift.
on that.
Yeah. I mean, he was like he got me with like a gotcha when I didn't really know what the rules of inference were, because
What was irrelevant?
I just don't have it integrated, to pull it
I'll
out
give
of
you
a
really
that,
hat.
know.
like,
Like, I don't
a
really
good
know if
counter can
knowledge
be.
checking like that is really gonna work, because
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
like,
No, no,
I
Friend
can't,
bending.
I
That's true.
can't pull
Yeah.
out the rules of inference on a dime because I just don't have it integrated yet. You know,
it's a
but like,
formalism of inference.
yeah,
It's just a formalism,
right,
and it's like, well, we don't need the
yeah,
formalism, right? We know what inference is.
yeah. I've only really been looking into like deduction and like formal logic and stuff like that only recently, really. So it's just not integrated for me yet.
If you don't pull out this specific book right now, that actually means your brain doesn't work.
Yeah, and like a good response to that should have been like ask something niche that he probably does not know. So I'll probably ask an engineering question to him. And it's like, so you don't know something and I don't know something. Who cares now? You know?
I mean, yeah, just ask him about impredicativity, bro. He won't answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
what's
I
Only
the
mean,
if he doesn't
implicit
explain
like
it, it
the
means he
cognitive
doesn't know
function of
it.
definitions. They won't be able to answer that question for sure. They won't be able to
I
answer
mean, yeah.
what the sum but any
Yeah, give
principle
me
is.
your
They won't
full
be able to
theory
answer
of
that.
induction, please.
Yeah. And also,
Oh, I'm just talking
I
about
think
basic objectivist epistemology things. They wouldn't be able to answer these things. Like what's the
Mhm.
cognitive function of definitions? What the sum but any principle is? Why if like what? Yeah. I mean, like maybe you're kind of giving it away if you try and ask like if a definition's meaning or a concept's meaning is its definition, right? It's better to just ask like what is X, right? And if they give you a
Yeah.
definition, that's an easy test to see if they're a rationalist.
Yeah, and this is where, like I came in later and I appreciated Casimir. Like, I should have done that. Like, I should have used mod powers to shut them down instead of just getting annoyed that it's a shouting match and went away. Like,
No,
and
just it takes a while to understand where you can shut them down. I get quite excited, I have to admit, when I noticed this, which is, but it, it's just a pattern recognition. He uses this method of debating where he says, I have a special definition. But as we noticed, he didn't come in with a special definition. He came in with directly referencing our definitions. And when we start analyzing his special definitions, as we did in the second half, they fall apart.
And yeah, I mean their whole
it's
epistemology
not
is
just
just
that.
deduction from definitions,
It's
deduction
also
from
the way,
like fixed
you know.
propositions. That's literally their whole epistemology. So I mean they
Mhm.
love to argue about definitions. I just don't entertain that crap because
No,
only
no,
rationalists love to argue about definitions.
I think it's
Yeah.
legitimate, but there is an issue there. If we all we have to do is like write a letter next to the name that they assign a meaning to indicate that they're pointing at a different meaning, and we can restore the language. Once we restore the language, we have two questions. One, what exactly is their language saying? Is there a contradiction there? And there is, which is what I'm writing out right now. And a second question, why the fuck should I care about their special language in the first place? They're coming in to attack
Mhm.
me, and if they're not coming in to attack me, why do I care about them?
Mhm.
I
and
mean,
and
if their
also the way
definition
they
is
come
not
in,
Inside
you
pointing,
know.
reality.
It's like me and Guy were talking about something in epistemology, and they jump in and they're like, "Yeah, by the way, we don't like ANCAP," something like that. And Guy said something in like a jokey tone, and they took that and they started a debate. Like they didn't even ask for a debate; they started it one out of the way. And like then there's like three people screaming on Guy on something nobody remembers now.
Bullshit.
I have
Yeah.
it all on
Yeah.
No,
recording, by the
no,
way, guys. Don't
they
worry.
the whole point is to come
You have me
in
calling him a
to go
cuckold.
live on TikTok, I'm guessing, which is where it's probably hosted right now, and to like spring a
Yeah,
debate on people.
I let him rile me up. That that was pretty bad on my part. I
Yeah,
should have
I
not
DM,
let that happen.
yeah,
Well,
I DM Guy and it's like, hey, don't engage with it because
no,
that's what
no,
it
but
is, right? It's impromptu debate with no preparation. Just come in and have that. Like, I don't allow them that.
but gee, you do have a little like I think it's maybe you're inexperienced in debates.
Yeah,
You don't put the squeeze like it's sometimes necessary. Now, I don't think he is a competent debater either because most would weasel. He allowed himself to be squeezed, and like a competent sophist and like rhetorics guy would not allow me to do to him what I did to him. Would like
I mean, I was
limit
just trying to simplify
talking
it,
about
make it like I was just trying to give him just like here's the question, you know, yes or no, like we can move forward, right? Just answer the question. You
but
know?
no, but G, the issue is that you will not be allowed the time, and and it's like very difficult to come up with a short explanation, which is how what we ended up with. Chiseled away a lot of like the nonsense, but you literally have to hold him because his whole state is to say, like, mental condition is to say, oh, there's this escape, there's another escape, there's
Yeah.
another escape. And when we asked him to write it out, he wrote something very simple, easy to understand, and it's easy to see that the left side is not distinct from the right side. And then we asked him, what's the distinction, and he gave a verbal one, which I hope he recorded, and it was like diarrhea to me because it kept saying
He also wrote it down.
the meaning
wrote
is
it-
a reference to a reference to a reference. Like when you hear that, you understand you're being bamboozled. That's not like a clear thing that somebody says. When somebody asks me, "Hey, objectivist, explain to me what a right means under objectivism," I'm not saying a right under objectivism is what objectivists mean when they say about a right.
Which is
No, it's not. It is. But
glippity glappity glue.
Yeah, I think when somebody asks me what is all right, I just like point to what makes voluntary exchange possible in any instance.
Yeah.
That's what right is. It's all these
I often point out to
all these
them that they
conditions
don't
that make
have
it
rights
possible for
on their
voluntary
freedom.
exchange.
But bro, you gotta read my Hegelian book. But wait, before you read Hegel himself, I have an introductory course for into the introductory course for Hegel. No joke. If you go to early, I think it was Philosophy Tube, but like very early Philosophy Tube. He had a 15 minutes about Hegel, and I watched that video. The first 15 minutes is him explaining which books you should read before you read the first book by Hegel.
Wow.
I think a great thing like to say.
What a clear and understandable
I mean,
philosopher.
and when trying to like wave your hand, I mean like to gesture towards the range of concretes that a concept is referring to. I think a good way to do this is talk about what it makes possible, right? And like in relation to what it makes possible, because that's a law. That's an invariant. That's a natural law right there. That's an invariance. I mean, a symmetry principle, right? There's an invariant here, right? In every instance of voluntary exchange, right? It's based on these rights, right? I think this is a good way to deal with that. I don't know if I explained that well at all. Sorry.
And I think the part
I
of it
need
is
to
a
read a
little
book on
knowledge
how
reader.
to. I need to read a book on how to write syllogisms properly, but I think this is possibly the correct way. You have to outline the propositions they provide, and then point out like the hidden premises, the hidden propositions.
Yeah, I just think the syllogisms you
Because
were
then it's
like
all then
providing
it's,
were like a lot of them they didn't like the conclusion wasn't like it just didn't appear in the premises. You know what I mean? Like, and that's how you know immediately that it's just invalid. The syllogism. You got to break it down into two syllogisms or something. You know?
you have to introduce the hidden premises. So when he says P1 is what I'm writing down right now, the state, Eduardo's, is necessary for the market. P2, the market is an aggregate of voluntary exchanges. Okay, so you've defined two things. And then P3,
Right.
the state is when people pay an entity.
Well. Like to be clear, you can't have more than two premises for a conclusion there. You have to go like under P1 or under P2. You got to be like P1.1 and P1.2 and then P2.1, P2.2,
Wait,
like arguments for those premises.
why don't
Because then it's invalid.
wait?
It's not a valid syllogism.
It is really? I'm dumb.
Yeah, if you have more than two premises. I mean, I
Kind of
forget
bullshit.
the specific fallacy it is. I
No,
forget.
I
It's
gotta
a fallacy.
I gotta grog this.
I'm
No.
pretty sure a formal syllogism is three premises, one conclusion.
No, two premises.
There is P1, P2 conclusion.
Here, I'll search it up right now.
Major premise, a minor premise.
Am I
and
audible?
okay. Yeah. Major premise, minor premise, conclusion. You're right.
Yeah. So there's P1, P2 conclusion, but that's just deductive validity.
Yeah, it's called the
Oh.
fallacy of four terms. Yeah,
Mhm.
the fallacy of
Yeah,
four
you can
terms.
only have three terms, right?
Yeah, it's a formal fallacy.
Yeah. So, but you don't need to like talk in syllogisms. Like you can understand what a person is
No, yeah,
saying.
yeah. Syllogisms are tools for like. I mean, it's deduction, right? And deduction is just like
Yeah.
think of Sherlock Holmes, right? He just has all this
Mhm.
this vast store of knowledge that he has independent access to. You know, independent of the deduction that he's able to deduce, like investigate with. You know what I mean? He's able to use it like a magnifying glass, right? And
Yeah,
induction
yeah,
is more like a telescope. You know, and you wouldn't
yeah.
point a magnifying glass up to like Saturn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? I think that's
Mhm.
just like a really concrete way to understand it. You know, like
Yeah.
you don't have to like. There's no such thing as a deductive proof. It's just
Mhm.
not a thing. You know, you can't gain any
Yeah.
new knowledge from deduction, right?
Mhm.
So I think you don't want to so much provide your arguments in syllogisms because you like. There's many different ways you can form the same argument with a syllogism, with different syllogisms, right? Or
Mhm.
combinations of syllogisms, but you want to use syllogisms to identify the other person's argument and then see the errors there,
Mm.
like easily point to the errors there.
Mm. Fair enough. Fair enough. And you know, it's like you can see the kind of, I don't even know, like how do I say it? Like there is a
And I
edge
told this to
lord in there.
Eduardo. I told this to Eduardo.
Mhm.
He was asking me for a syllogism on my argument. I was like, bro, that's on you, bro. I don't need to provide a
Mhm.
syllogism for my argument. Like, if he wants to break down what my argument is in a syllogism and point to the error, he can do that, right?
Mhm.
And that's what you should say, really. If
Exactly.
anybody's like, give me a syllogism of your argument.
Can
Mhm.
you read the one I wrote? Is that like proper analysis of what happened here towards the end?
Mm.
Um, well, I think he said this: the state is not the market.
He can say it
Right.
as much as he wants, but like um the here it says the state is necessary for the market and aggregate of voluntary exchanges, but also the state is composed of every person voluntarily exchanging with it, which is the market. So, or not composed of. I should use his exact words.
I think the language of precondition of and like accountable to. I think that was like the most precise way of stating. That's why I stated it that way. You know, I think it's very clear to understand what it means when I'm saying is this guy, this third person, is he like accountable to the market or not?
Here,
If he's
here I
accountable
think
to the market, he can't be a precondition of
yeah, but
this
I
state of
fixed
affairs.
I fixed it within his language. So this is how it should be written. So like minimize the differences in the use of different words, and then it becomes very clear. P1, the state, Eduardo's, is necessary for the market, aggregate of voluntary exchanges. But also P2, the state, oh, not is. The state necessitates an aggregate of voluntary exchanges, the market. That's it. Necessary for and necessity. No.
You can put precondition and postcondition.
Or
Like
I can just write an aggregate voluntary exchange. The market is necessary for the state, and then that's the contradiction.
yeah, there's a contradiction there because the market is um like it doesn't block transitivity by making that distinction he did between the market and voluntary exchange. It doesn't block the transitivity of that. You know,
See, I
if
don't like when you do
voluntary
this.
exchange,
You're sabotaging yourself in the debate where you like make it into use like complicated use like
I
higher
mean,
level language.
transitivity is not that complicated. It's pretty
Yeah.
Yeah.
easy to grasp. I think it's very easy to grasp, much easier than anything else, really. Here,
Mhm. The thing is, like, you can go into it along these lines, right? Like, I think his starting
and it's
premise
important.
was that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's like it's important because I mean, remember why I had to bring up the transitivity thing because he was trying to run away from the contradiction, right? And you wouldn't
Mhm.
really be able to see that he's not escaping the contradiction without pointing out that it doesn't block transitivity, his redefining of the
Mm.
market.
Yeah, exactly. Like, uh, I think there was something along the lines of what he said in that conversation was, well, there is a difference between three people and millions of people. Well, yeah, there's a difference. The difference is the number of people. What's the relevant
Yeah.
difference? Like, what
Does
is
the
the
difference
principle that
block
applies at
transitivity?
three?
Yeah,
Exactly,
that's
exactly,
that's
exactly,
naming what would be relevant, right? Does the difference
exactly.
block
Like,
transitivity?
you
No,
know,
and it doesn't because of the word aggregate. If the
Right.
yeah.
market is the aggregate of voluntary exchanges, and you need
Then
an aggregate of voluntary exchanges to have a state, therefore you need the market for the state. But wait, I thought you needed the state for the market. Oh no.
yeah, exactly. Circular contradiction. And you know, I- the way I would have approached this debate is, I think he started out by saying, I don't think that in effect, private companies entrusting my rights to private companies is in my best interest. So I would just ask why. I put him on the back burner. Like, why do you think that? And you know, G G was he was going in the right direction when he said Austrian economics and the private production of defense, because that is the evidence that it is in your best interest, right? Like,
Right.
and where Divinity tried to basically get him into a shouting match for 20 minutes.
Derail the
Yeah,
whole discussion.
which was, like, Divinity was appealing to, like,
No, he
the
was
uh,
trying so hard
fucking
not
Hume's
to
guillotine.
even confront the allocation problem. The
Yeah.
glaring
It's like,
problem
oh,
here,
no, no.
right?
He was talking about a normative claim. Why are you saying Austrian economics? Like, because there is no gulf between the normative and the scientific. Like, the scientific informs your normativity. For
Right.
example, if I say,
There's
you know, if I
there's
say eating this blueberry is not in my best interest, that's because I know from scientific study that the blueberry contains poison. So I
Mhm.
need to know botany to know what's in my best interest there. Similarly, you need to know
No,
economics
but
to
you see,
understand
if I
what's in
just
your best.
define the berry as rational, like my rational self-interest, then
Exactly.
I can deduce
there's
from the
just such
My
a
definition
my
there's
berry
that
will
just
it's
not
such a
have poison.
glaring problem. There's just such a glaring problem with his argument that you can't even grant him his normative conversation that he wants to
no, yeah,
have.
you can't even grant, like, as soon
You
as you say
cannot do
the
that.
state does this
How do you
thing,
get to
the
norms?
state does this thing, the state produces this thing. As soon as you say that, boom, allocation issue, answer it. If you can't answer it, no more discussion. Simple as that.
Yeah,
Like, and he was
yeah,
trying to run away from that so like hard, you know?
Right.
I,
If
I
your
think he
normative claim is
I,
based on bullshit, that's just not a good claim at all.
I think he shouldn't have run. He and if again I've encountered people that sort of gish gallop around it, and I don't think he and I even explained to him how he can do it. I think it was just a very cheap shot where they were trying to tell you that it's not relevant, but maybe you didn't explain why it's relevant very clearly, which is they can't point
Yeah,
at
I mean,
non-existing things.
it was very hard for me to do so with fucking divinity coming in and starting shouting as soon as I like tried to
yeah,
get into it, you know?
and that's the thing, right? Like, and this is the problem that I have with specifically this group of people, the ones we are just interacting with. Is like,
You can see what happened to
yeah,
Eduardo. You know, he just got beaten to fucking submission until he just learned to just shut up and not ask questions. You know, shut up
exactly.
and
Like,
not think. You know.
the amount of, like, I don't think there is a genuine, like, desire for understanding and knowledge, and like,
Yeah.
getting to a point there. It's just edge lording. Like, I don't know why are these people doing this. Like, I actually do not know. And like,
Well, it's rationalism. You know, it's just Why is it a rationalist a rationalist, right?
Hmm. Because
Because
that's the thing. You don't come into a conversation and ask ridiculous things and then call someone a slur 5 times every time they try to talk to you. Like that's not a good faith like are trying to understand the other position and like debating in a way in which you know like you're trying to either learn or teach the other person something like how it should be. Like I don't get
Yeah,
that from these
this
people.
isn't exactly the most favorable environment to like learning, so to speak. Like,
Yeah.
there's like three people spit roasting him at once, and fucking
I mean, I
Yeah,
was trying
that's
to
because
rolling
he
I
on
was trying to
fumes.
keep
began.
it very very like clear and like keep
Yeah,
the
I
and you
think
continuity,
get
you
what
know.
you
Divinity
give.
was mad he couldn't get the W on Zulu that he promised Leibowitz.
Yeah.
Honestly, G, when I listen to your points, I think it's like a little too complicated. Like you bring it into like philosophy very deeply, using
Yeah, yeah.
the transitive property, which I mean, okay, that's not that complicated, but like
It's
I feel like
not
there's
like
an easier way to communicate
no,
that.
I don't think there was an easier way to communicate that, honestly. I had to use it to identify that he wasn't escaping the contradiction with his attempt to escape it.
Yeah.
It kind of came very
And
late in
like
the conversation.
mhm. There's the advice that keep it as plain English as you possibly can. So like I would have
Yeah,
not
I
said
think it's very
transcendental.
like the look up at what I wrote it out. I wrote it out. Like you can see I
Mhm.
pointed up to it here. Look in
Yeah, yeah,
VC
yeah.
Mhm.
text where I wrote it out. I mean, like, there's no there's no ambiguity here. There's no confusing what I mean here. Just if voluntary exchange is a precondition of the market and the market is a precondition of the state, then voluntary exchange is a precondition of the state. Very simple.
Yeah, exactly. And yup, pretty much. Like I don't know how in this day and age people can still be minarchists, man. Like it fucking evades me.
Well, Eduardo was an anarchist.
Break, like not a serious person will never be worthing to anything. I'll never be worth anything,
I
man.
mean,
Yeah, I mean,
It's like
he
I
got just
think
like
Yeah, that's
he
insane.
he fell
like
to
Eduardo definitely got loaded
He
up with
used to
some
be
terms
one of
from
us.
Divinity.
So,
Definitely
well,
got
he
we're
was
loaded
we're
up.
never
gonna
really serious about
I think he got
epistemology or
gassed up.
anything like that, so he wasn't well equipped, right? And it's like Ayn Rand has this great like example, like or I like to quote her on this, in Philosophy Who Needs It, she says something about how Kant, like, you don't have to
Yeah.
remember everything that Kant says, like all of his arguments or whatever, right? All of his, like, the transcendental argument, the metaphysical arguments, like all that shit, you don't have to even remember all of that. But as soon as you reach, like, you encounter something that just like where you have to like apply like your most effort, right? Like I'm like mixing words because I'm trying to recall the way she stated it,
I know
but
you have it somewhere in the
like what
University involved.
you can be a little fuzzy. That's fine.
yeah,
Like we'll get it.
yeah, like so like where you really need to apply your mind, you really need to think clearly, you need to like look at reality, you gotta trust your mind, whatever, right? When you have to have this great courage or whatever to do this, right? When you need the most courage, when you need like all of that, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
when these Kantian bromides are gonna just pop up, right? In your mind, just
Oh yeah.
like you can't know
Mhm.
anything. You can't be certain of anything. And
Oh,
that
oh yeah. Like
that's when you need philosophy. You need philosophy because
yeah.
like she said it's like once we understand Kant's philosophy, right? And why it's wrong, then it's like philosophy is like shining a bright light on Kant's like Halloween mask, right? So we're not scared of it anymore,
Hmm.
we can't be scared of it anymore. It can't hurt us anymore.
Yeah. And I've experienced that like quite recently. Like literally like last week. Like I've just gone through my you
Um, what happened? What's going on? Oh shit.
Right? Like
Oh
I
shit,
could have gone
Discord
the way
died.
of.
Okay, thank God.
Uh,
Welcome back. We can hear you
uh,
now.
can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
totally
it
So
disagree.
wasn't my end.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Discord crashed. Discord crashed for a
yeah.
second. No, it was on
So
my
I
end.
was asking, like somebody said that they saw me post that quote. So like I don't know who said that.
Yeah.
I
So
think I
If
said
you
was I
it,
can,
but
if
it's
you
audible,
right
can,
in
Sean?
you
your
can, if you can
notes.
find it.
It's Descartes demon.
I mean,
Hmm?
I can find it. It's just yeah, I can find
Oh
it. Just
yeah.
gotta search like Halloween mask or whatever in philosophy.
Like the psychology of it, like it really does
Oh,
help to have like a philosophical understanding of things, because you can counter, like, and you need it at the best times, right? Like when things are the hardest, when things are most urgent, when when you're the most
yeah.
afraid to do something, so on and
Hmm.
so forth. And like,
Yeah,
so
here we
like,
go. I can read the
and
quote.
that's when you need it.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
for it.
philosophical rationalizations are not always easy to detect. This is in our chapter on philosophical detection, by the way. So
Where's the quote?
philosophical rationalizations are not always easy to detect. Some of them are so complex that an innocent man may be taken in and paralyzed by intellectual confusion. At their first encounter with modern philosophy, many people make the mistake of dropping in and running with the thought, I know it's false, but I can't prove it. I know something's wrong there, but I can't waste my time and effort trying to untangle it. Here's the danger of such a policy. You might forget all about Kant's categories uh, and his noumenal world, but someday, under the pressure of facing some painfully difficult choice, when you feel tempted to evade the responsibility or to make a dishonest decision, when you need all of your inner strength, confidence, and courage, you will find yourself thinking, how do I know what's true? Nobody knows it. Nobody can be certain of anything. This is all Kant wanted of you. A thinker like Kant does not want you to agree with him. All he wants is that you give him the benefit of the doubt. He knows that your own subconscious does the rest. What he dreads is your conscious mind. Once you understand the meaning of his theories, they lose their power to threaten you, like a Halloween mask in bright sunlight. Yeah,
Based as fuck.
such a great quote.
Yeah. Bro, objectivism is so beautiful. So goddamn beautiful.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
why
reading these
objectivists
books.
say that philosophy is the immune system of consciousness.
Oh yeah. I love reading these books.
Love
I hope,
philosophy, Ayn Rand wrote.
you know, yeah. I really
Yeah,
hope
what
that
what he
Rand
dreads
wrote
is
more.
your active mind, and you see people like Eduardo, they're literally shutting off their mind,
Even
And
yeah,
like I'm
even
sure
Nietzsche.
we all things we can like I'm sure we can all remember times when we were
We
being a
should challenge him
rationalist,
to
right?
read Kant next.
Right.
Just see
I'm
what
sure
happens.
I'm sure we can all remember times when we were being a rationalist, right? I can remember them very clearly. Right? I
Yeah.
remember that I was not thinking. I was just, reciting. You know what I mean? I literally turned off my thoughts and just recited. Like I didn't even notice it at the time. I didn't even notice it then because it serves as like a blinder,
Mm-hmm.
to spotting, right? But like now I can look with hindsight and see like, well, I just wasn't thinking then. I remember I just wasn't thinking. I was just reciting.
OAG, you
Oh
have to
yeah.
fix your transitivity statement. It actually has to
Hmm.
match his argument. I think that caused some confusion.
No, it's like we were confused, but then it was actually right the whole time. Like, cause
Wait,
his
wait, wait,
his
wait,
point.
wait, stop. I'll explain. I believe he did claim that he's making a statement that the state is a precondition for the market, right? That's his core idea. But then
Mhm.
when we asked him what is a state, he said, "Oh, it's voluntary exchanges, contributions, for whatever, blah blah blah, voluntary exchanges." And so the issue there is that when we look at what are voluntary exchanges, well, there's an aggregate of them, therefore it's actually the market. And so when you write, I don't know if I can like even
But
post
no,
it,
it's well, like you're making the same. You're going down the same confusion I was going down when I was like, wait, is this right? But like I remembered why did I bring up transitivity in the first place? Because he's trying to run from the contradiction by making a distinction between market and voluntary exchanges and saying, no, the state is not, the voluntary exchanges are not a precondition of the state, just the market, right?
No, I think he no, no, that's not what he did. I think you're confused. Maybe let's examine this. I remember that he said that there are two people, there can be voluntary exchange. There's three
Right.
people, we call that a market.
Mhm.
But the state only needs a voluntary exchange. It doesn't need the market. However, the
No,
market
no,
needs to,
he was
there
saying
to
that
be a
it
state.
needs, he was saying that it just needs the market, right? So that he was just trying to say that, well,
No,
there's no contradiction there.
no. Well, he brought in the market to
Because
escape from.
it's only accountable to these individual voluntary exchanges, right? And that's not the market.
But then we demonstrated that because they're an aggregate, they are the market. So there's that.
Right, yeah, he it didn't block transitivity at all. It wasn't like he was trying to block transit, but he just didn't do it.
But I
You know?
can't use your statement because it makes that unclear. And
I
I want
mean,
to use.
like I just used it when he tried to run away from me pointing out the contradiction that it can't be both the precondition of something and accountable to what it's a
Question:
precondition of.
Did he actually run from the idea that voluntary exchange is a precondition of the state?
Yeah.
No. No, he never did.
Oh
That's the
no,
confusion. You're confused. He never
am I
did. Be
confused?
careful. Yes, be careful. Listen, that's a possible confusion in the debate. Be careful. Because it clicked. It did your statement did eventually make it click in my mind where he's fucked up. But this is what he's doing. He's saying there are two individuals and they're just voluntarily exchanging with the third one, right? It's just two individual voluntary exchanges. Arbitrate us. Here's $5. Arbitrate us. Here's $5. That's just voluntary exchanges, right? But and the state needs these voluntary exchanges, sure, but it doesn't need
Right.
the market because the market
Yeah.
is like when it's free people. But then we
So
asked, well,
it can be the precondition of the market. That's what he's saying, but it doesn't block transitivity.
no, not the market is a precondition of the state. He agrees that voluntary exchange is a precondition of the state, but he's saying that the state is a precondition of the market. But then we ask him what constitutes a state, what supports a state. He says, "Oh, a bunch of voluntary exchanges." Wait. An aggregate of voluntary
Oh,
exchanges? You
so
see?
I should have said the state is, voluntary condition is as a precondition of the state as one of the premises instead of the conclusion is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we need to
I
flip
got
it
confused.
somehow, and that will work.
Yeah, I thought that too, but then I was like, I went back on that because I didn't think it would work. Like I didn't know. I was just confused, about all this like equivocations and everything. But like I did think of that, but like I don't know. I don't know if that was what he was saying.
I don't know. I don't
Because
think
then
he
because
was.
then
I don't
he
think he
did say that the state is
understood.
accountable to the market. Like, and
I
that's
don't think
really
he
confusing.
understood his own position, to be honest.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that it doesn't break transitivity.
No, it
Right.
doesn't either way. If
Yeah,
voluntary
either way.
exchange is a precondition of the market and voluntary exchange, no, not a precondition. If
Because
voluntary,
he'll likely try to oscillate between both, you know?
yes,
Like you try and refute him on one, he'll go to the other one, you know? But yeah, either way it doesn't block transitivity.
Hmm. You guys want to hear
I think
something
he
good?
can actually block transitivity, just not very well. He can
No, it can't do it.
he can introduce the state in between voluntary exchange and the market by saying the state is required to aggregate the voluntary exchanges, which is ridiculous,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's technically
ridiculous.
Mm.
possible.
Right,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
would block
we can counter
transitivity,
that.
yes.
Yeah, we can counter that. Do you guys want to hear something that is a good news?
Hmm.
Am I
Hmm.
audible?
Good news? What?
Yeah, good
Yeah.
news. Let's
Yes,
hear
tell
it.
me.
I love good
Am I
news.
audible? Am I audible?
What?
Yep. You're audible. Yeah,
Uh,
you're good.
Oh,
can you hear me?
yeah.
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 So
If you can't hear me right now, oh sorry. I'll type.
Yeah, we can. Oh, can you hear us?
yeah.
Everyone's just confused. That's fun.
I typed rejoin to him. Hopefully he notices.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness. Bro, Discord is
I could hear
I
you.
think I can fix it.
Can
We
Did
love
that work?
Discord.
okay. Can you hear me now?
I can
Yeah.
hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So
Fix it.
Okay.
something that's pretty good is that like
Yep.
there is not a single state in the state in India now which has a communist ruling party. The communists have been kicked out of power everywhere. First time since the independence of the country, based very
Very
much.
Oh
good.
wow, is there still an Indian state?
Yeah, a long way to go with
Oh
that.
bad, dude. I guess you guys didn't kick out all the socialists.
Yeah. So like something that happened was that a lot of anti-communists were very happy, and then they went and they destroyed like the communist statues they had made on public property, the commies, and then uh, people are
Based.
complaining that look at these people, they're being vandals, you know. Uh, the Libertarian
Yeah,
Party
you
of
just
India is
mean you
like
just mean like the
beautiful.
Marxists, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
Communist
overt
Party. Yeah,
communists, not the
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, the Marxists, the Marxists. So they're out of power. Where in India is there a Marxist government now, which is very based.
Uh, well, yeah. I mean, I don't care. I don't care about that too much.
We
Mm.
already had a
Yeah,
Looking
fair
at
long
the
enough.
Nifty
discussion about
50
this.
Indian
And
stock market
jeez,
index right
sir.
now. Is it a buy, guys? Guys, do we invest in the Nifty 50?
Mhm.
The Nifty 50.
The Nifty
Yeah,
50.
the last don't invest in the stock market yet. Like the last 10 years have been very good, but I don't think it's gonna be good now. I'm putting
Yeah.
pretty much everything I can in,
Yeah, I
like
mean, just look at
any.
all the anti-communists in the fucking U.S. What happened? The
Yeah,
anti-communist,
anti-communist,
so
quote unquote.
anti-communist in the U.S.
Yeah.
Oh, you must invest in the Agora cucumber farms.
Yeah, man. Fucking Hitler was like an anti-communist, bro. That means he's a
True.
capitalist. Capitalist.
Nah,
True.
bro.
Yeah.
Nah. Anti-communist doesn't
Gee, check
mean
this out. Check out what I pasted. I believe this is like the full summary of everything.
Okay. Indicates special meaning.
hmm.
Yeah, there's
where,
the contradiction. Yeah.
where E indicates a supposed special meaning.
Yeah, you got to do that. So either if he claims that voluntary exchange is a precondition of both the market and the state, and they're both just aggregates of voluntary exchange, then they're not distinct, which is one of our attacks. We claimed he made no distinction.
He was equivocating. Yeah.
Yes, it's equivocation. Or if he does the other thing, if he says, "Oh no, it's the state is necessary for voluntary exchange, and voluntary exchange composes the market," but then the transitivity attacks works. So I think it's good to keep both, but the syllogism just. I think he would fight. Like if we presented it to him, he would reject P2. He would have to reject P2. P1 he cannot reject because he literally stated it. He stated
Yeah, I
P1
mean,
multiple times.
he agreed that it's a contradiction, that it's both a precondition of something and accountable to what it's a precondition of. He agreed that's the contradiction.
Oh, I'd
So
love
I mean, as
that.
soon
Yeah.
as you got him on that.
No, he
I'd
agreed
love
that
it.
that with the conclusion. Actually, I want a formal way of stating it. I would forget, so I sort of avoided writing it out.
Yeah, you might have to look at the transcript or the recording or whatever.
Hey, sorry for going on a little tangent, but on the topic of investing based off of ANCAP principles, early 2025, or maybe it was late 2024, when somebody in this server was talking about how Milei becoming the president of Argentina must mean that Argentinian companies are going to outperform, right? And I respond to this like,
That
yes,
doesn't mean
but
that.
it's very
No, it
difficult to
doesn't.
buy Argentine companies, and it's very
Why
difficult
does
to get
that mean
exposure to
that?
this.
How does
Um,
that follow?
what did you say, G?
Yeah, how does it follow that somebody gets elected and then something's gonna happen, like in the market?
I mean, that's a long story, but I think it's safe to say that NCAP NCAP presidents are maybe more likely to favor businesses than non-NCAP presidents, and
Well, I
Argentina
mean,
has like
so
3
why does
decades
it matter if the president favors businesses?
because it means that businesses make
Go
more money.
again.
They
Here we
can,
go.
or they get taxed
Policies
less.
and stuff.
I'm
I
getting
mean,
What does it
Not
mean to
regulated
favor?
regardless, I'm just telling a story here. In 2025, one of the largest, most profitable hedge fund trades was actually longing Argentine bonds. And I'm just saying, this server, like everybody in the server had the insider information. They could have front run the hedge funds in this trade because the hedge funds mostly took this trade around mid 2025. That's when my professor who manages the hedge fund took the trade. He made like 60% on this trade. Everybody in the server could have made maybe more than that than if they had bought the bonds earlier before the hedge funds got into it. But regardless,
Yeah,
that big
if I had
spike
the
in
money, if I had the money.
yeah, that big spike
Yeah,
in bond
this
prices,
is
that
this
big
is
drop in bond yields.
finance.
Yeah, I know it is
Mm-hmm.
finance. Yeah, but I'm just saying,
Yeah,
investing
it's
using
not economics.
objectivist principles is probably profitable. Like you guys could have totally
Yeah,
made
yeah.
so much
Well,
money
yeah,
if
I'm
you bought
sure
that.
it's profitable, but like,
Very profitable.
right,
Like,
but you
Ayn
know,
Rand talks
the
about
seen
this
versus
in Atlas
the
Shrugged.
seen versus the unseen, right? Seen versus the unseen. You got all these misallocations going on just wherever the state is doing anything.
yeah. So the
Well, what
moment
are you
it
Got
trying
all
to
these
say
gets
then?
even,
distortions and stuff. So I mean, we live right now. I mean, we have a business cycle going on, right? We have this business cycle, so there's these booms and busts. You know, there's all these distortions, right? So I mean, it's not real like wealth. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, it's not at all.
Well, there is
it's
definitely
something.
real wealth being created. It's just also being distorted.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. There is distortions, but like there's
yeah.
certainly production.
Yeah, I think
Oh shit, I
identifying
was
where
muted.
distortions are
Not in
versus
this
where.
case.
What do you mean not in this
You,
case?
you guys should look up the fucking Ponzi scheme that Millet set up. Like the massive sales of bonds. Millet quadrupled the money supply. That was the money you're talking about that was made. It's just a massive flight of money from savings of Argentines into the hands of fucking central bankers and corporate bankers. It's a massive
Oh,
fucking scam. It's bullshit. It's fucking
oh
retarded.
no.
It's literally just the
Not this
state doing
again,
distortions.
bro. I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
When specifically
I
was
mean,
this?
this is. Oh, I mean, it's currently you can look up Saifadan Amos Saifadan on his X. He's talked about this for the money supply. You can just look up any website that accounts for the money supply. That you can just look that up. It's just
Right, but when did
market
the money supply
distortion.
spike?
Uh, started December, so right before Malay, and it has just increased ever since up to today. Like the money supply is still increasing today.
Okay, shit. I'd have to take a look, but early 2025, when this trade was like hot on the street, all Millet did was decrease spending, and then their bond yield spiked a lot because one, they were able to refinance their bonds, and second, they were cutting spending. So, I mean, at that point, that's really all you need to see to see Argentina
Yeah, I mean,
speculating in gold.
the boom bust cycle is a macroeconomics point, anyways. Right. I mean,
And
you can make your profit by exploiting it. Sure, that's
yeah,
what the
yeah.
fucking the statists do. But
No,
there's
but
still
we can do
this
it too.
boom bust cycle going on. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
The way we can do it is that, for example, back in the
in
COVID era, like the moment the lockdowns hit, like I knew, like, okay,
Oh, like
the
sure.
lockdowns are
If I
here.
had access to fucking like Nancy Pelosi's like private like uh you know, she's like the fucking
Dude,
best like
there's a
trader.
fucking
Yeah,
there's a fucking
she's like
saying that
she's
goes
like a really
around in like the stock trading area of the internet. It's like, oh yeah, just do whatever Nancy Pelosi does and you'll make bank.
yeah. Do
But
whatever Nancy Pelosi does.
Mhm.
just in
But
terms of
even more
some
than
sources,
that,
look up
like you
in
know,
things to
you can
react to.
also
Like yeah, but this is what I mean. It's not like you would be applying objectivist principles or Austrian economics principles to do this. You would just
You'd
be
just be doing
like
what Nancy
just
Pelosi
doing what
does.
Nancy Pelosi does. Yeah.
yeah, but
Exactly.
I can give an
Absolutely.
example of how knowing knowing Austrian economics helped me out in during the COVID period. So like the lockdowns came, and I was like 110% sure that when this is over, there's going to be massive stimulus spending. So like whatever amount of money I had, I put it in gold and silver, right? And that spiked like a lot. Like if you look right after the lockdowns and when the stimulus started, till now it has just been going up. And like because the way quantitative easing works is that you don't simply print the money and send it out at this moment. You give out cheap loans, and then they give out cheaper
Mhm.
loans, and
Right.
they push the interest rate down. So like even the inflation that we feel
Artificially.
right now, it's COVID inflation. We're still not over the COVID inflation right now, right? And they have more inflation on top of that. So like as long as there is inflation, you're going to see a lot of like commodities and hard money going up. In terms of like stocks, I just say like if you don't have the time, just put it in an index fund. It's gonna follow the market. And if you have the time to invest, I would just say like value investing. There's like an Austrian economics investing
Yeah, I
book,
mean
The Tao of
the thing
Capital.
you just need to understand is that the stock
Mhm.
market is rigged.
Yeah, the stock market is rigged, but that doesn't mean
Yeah.
it's completely useless. Like I would say, it's
Well,
distorted, but
you
it's
just gotta
still
you
very
just gotta like instead of like you just gotta get with the program, basically.
yeah.
Just do what Nancy Pelosi's doing because it's rigged.
Hmm.
An
That
article
can.
called "What's Morally Right with Insider Trading" by Tibor Macon.
Mhm.
I don't know
But
who
yeah.
was talking about
You want to
the
link
like
that?
the.
Do you want to link that article in VC Tech?
Yeah,
A
sure.
friend
Give
of
me a
mine
second.
also was talking about this book, The Tao of Capital, like written by an Austrian economist. Though, like he said that it has a lot of Kantian language, so he's probably like a Kantian Austrian kind of thing, but like still an Austrian, so might be useful.
A Tao of Capital. That's a
Just
fire name.
Hmm.
for those who are not aware who kind of want to learn and see how like the idea that Malay is like as a state leader is a libertarian or is doing anything that's relevant to libertarianism. I created a chat and things to react to. You can read Saifadan's post that I was talking about. There's also an article at first that kind of talks about the conditions of Argentina right now. Like it's just insider trading. It's just statism, and it's like the you can just read about it. The poverty measure is also fucking retarded. Like how it's measured is literally just like someone could be richer by 2 cents and he wouldn't count as poor anymore. It's fucking retarded.
Wait, does that contain some kind of attack against Millet?
I mean, it's there's kind of two places where there's attacks on the like the idea that he's doing things pertaining to like Austrian economics or something. He's basically just doing more statism, more central banking, more like distortion of the market, and like the poverty rate.
Yeah, I have
Very simple.
expectations on that front for Malay.
Huh?
I think
We're
people are
getting into this
disappointed
conversation again,
with
bro.
Malay because
Uh,
because they think like they expect that ANCAP can be achieved through fucking
No,
the
no,
state.
no.
It's fucking retarded.
That no, that's a
You
straw
shouldn't
man.
have that
That's a straw
expectation
man.
to begin with.
That's a straw man. It's not what people expect. So the idea.
Well, no.
If they do,
Well,
then
I'm
fuck
saying
them. No, I'm sorry. If
disappointment.
they do, then fuck them. The idea there is a different one. You should contend with it, which is
Disappointment is about not meeting expectations. Expectations not met. That's what disappointment refers to.
they I think the steelman of Millet, and the one that I want to see refuted, which is he doesn't have a duty to implement ANCAP. No one does. He has a duty to reduce aggression on net.
Right.
So that
Yeah.
And this is how we judge him. Is there a
Right.
single ANCAP?
Right.
Note, a single ANCAP within Argentina against whom Milei on net aggressed. And
Well,
but
he
if you
has
can ask,
increased like fight against the black market and trades like that, and he on Lex Friedman's show was mocked agorists who got arrested. And they were crybabies who, now that they were arrested, just cried at the police officer.
I mean, okay, this is bad, but you have to. I want a response fundamentally to my words, meaning, in order for me to like to say that Millet is a failure, you have to demonstrate a net increase in aggression, and you have to notice this is
Right.
a very
Well-
tall order for you. It's not simple. You just don't point at one aggression and say like you might, but him mocking somebody who got arrested is not him.
Yeah, if that's your standard.
Oh, why is the fucking shit freaking?
Sorry, I don't hear you, G.
If that's your
Yeah.
standard,
Oh,
I mean,
fucking-
so
You know,
can you hear me now?
Fuck.
Yes.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah, you're good.
like if that's your standard for success or failure, like fine. I mean, I don't like I just don't hold any expectations for what it means for, an Austrian or an ANCAP to, do anything by political means. I mean, I don't even know what that means. Like, I just
I'm giving you the
don't have
clear-
any
I'm
expectations
giving you
there.
the criteria. It's very simple. If Millet is quote unquote ANCAP politician, if there is such a thing, then it has to follow two rules. One,
Well, yeah, I don't
One
think there
mo-
is such a thing. Like, I'm
one
saying,
mo-
like,
I know,
if your
I know,
criteria
I
is
know,
saying
you're
that means he's an
interrupting.
ANCAP or not,
You're
then I don't
breaking
agree
the
with that.
flow. You're breaking the flow. I know your objection. You're breaking the flow.
Kaiser
I'll
put
have
it
to
in
begin
scare
again.
quotes. He put it in scare quotes.
Yes, I put it in scare quotes. I said, if there is such a thing as an ANCAP politician, I'm willing to explore it, but I understand the two requirements. One, we will not find a single instance of individual aggression or a conspiracy to commit one. Okay, here's an example. If somebody implements a law and then that law causes the police to beat someone up, then they're a conspirator to that beating, therefore an aggressor, therefore no longer ANCAP.
Right.
However,
Well,
one moment.
I mean,
However, one moment. If there
I
was
don't
a
agree with
law,
that.
if there was a law on the books by which a communist would get beat or a voluntarist or whoever would get beat by the cops, and that someone broke that law and he got beat by the cops, and then Millet just mocked him, that would not be an aggression because Millet repealing that law is not a duty of Millet. If he repeals that law,
Right.
great, but it's not his duty, and he has no duty not to mock people.
Right.
It's morally not good,
I'm
but
saying
it's
that
certainly not a violation of NLP.
yeah. I'm saying that, like remember what I said about intellectual continuity earlier, right? I don't know if you were there for that. But basically, like somebody's an intellectual for something like ANCAP, right? Only in specific respects. So, I mean, like that's all that philosophy cares about, right? Like the specific respects where you're actually, influencing the philosophy of the day, right?
Dude, that's crazy.
That's all that the philosophy of the day cares about, right? So I mean, just like if you're not part of this intellectual continuity, to the extent you're not part of this intellectual continuity, then that's where you're not an ANCAP, but you're an ANCAP to the extent you are part of this intellectual continuity, right? And in those specific respects, and that's like I think you can still be an ANCAP in those specific respects, if you're not an ANCAP in other specific respects. Like you decided to drop ANCAP altogether, but you were like Rothbard in your 20s or something. You know?
So you could say like the person is closer to an ANCAP than they are to a socialist, but they're not an ANCAP. Period. You know.
Yeah,
Since
there's
I
you would I wouldn't say it's an all or nothing thing. You know,
No,
like
no,
I
do
don't think
believe
we
it's
identify people like
I do
with an
believe
all or
it's
nothing like
I do
characteristic.
believe it's an it's all or
Well,
nothing.
because like, what are we talking about here? We're talking about an
Wait,
intellectual,
just that
like,
people can be. It's just that people can be right and wrong in specific respects.
yeah,
No,
On
yeah.
what
no.
we're talking
I
about,
don't
it's the
think
same
we're.
thing.
There's a legal definition, which is
I think
somebody who is
when we call
currently
somebody
in
an
legal status.
ANCAP, we identify them with an
Jesus Christ,
intellectual
are you not
tradition.
hearing me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Castleman. Go ahead, Castleman. Yeah, I can hear you. I think
Yeah, I
not
can hear
anymore
you.
though.
Okay, so
Okay.
here's the issue. We need to change the world in such a way that it benefits us in the long term, and at the same time we have very simple rules: do not aggress. Okay, this is the rule
How do we
set.
do that?
Yeah.
We
We
changed
can
the
see
philosophy today.
no,
No,
no.
you
No.
I'll
disagree with the
explain.
philosophical theory of history?
I disagree that when I talk about A, you should be talking about B. You're changing the
Oh,
subject.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, you said we need to
Let him
change
complete.
the world. Like
No,
I
no,
thought
no,
you.
no. I'm saying I'm about to introduce a means, and you saying there's another means doesn't invalidate the first means.
Oh,
I
okay.
totally
It's
agree
sure.
that changing the philosophy would change the world.
It's
And
the
one,
means. That's my position. It's the means. So I don't know what
it's
else,
not
what
my
other means
position.
you're talking
I'm
about.
saying there are other means to change the world besides
Yeah,
changing.
like what?
For example, make it easier to change the philosophy. Making it easier.
That's
For
part
example,
of changing the
for
philosophy
example,
today.
yeah. Well, okay, then joining politics and making guns available for people and making the theft smaller and
Do you
reducing
know
the
what changing the
access.
philosophy today means?
One moment, I'm about to connect it for you. Yes, you're questioning that giving people guns is changing the philosophy of the day. It
No,
is.
I'm saying that
It is.
it's an intellectual thing.
It's a
It's about
practical means. One moment. It's a practical means of getting communists shot.
no. What I mean
And the
by
more
making it
communists get shot,
easier to change the philosophy today as a part of the philosophy
yes,
today.
it does.
What I mean by that is an intellectual
Oh my
thing.
God! You're not connecting. Are you
Yeah, I'm
denying
not.
that arming
I'm
people is
saying there's not a
changing the
connection there.
philosophy of the day? Are you
Yeah, I'm saying
denying
you
that?
don't understand I'm saying you don't understand the philosophical theory of history.
Maybe you don't.
No, I'm sure I do. I'm sure you don't.
You change. No, you change the reality. You change the
There is
reality of the people to be conducive to certain philosophies being adopted by them, and
No,
then they
that's not
adopt
how that
those
works.
philosophies. Yes, it is.
No,
both
no, you,
both of what you are
you,
saying is correct, and it can be tied together.
the only way you can affect
This,
change in the philosophy of the day is by being an intellectual.
uh,
That's it.
What?
yes and
That's
no.
nonsense.
Let me.
What do you mean no? That's
Uh,
the philosophical theory of history. That's what it is.
yes. Fundamentally, yes. Like that's the
That's what
step
it says.
one. But like, it's not all of it. You know, like for
It is
example,
though.
like the way like for example, way it would go about is that let's say an originator of a philosophy comes up with it. He tells it to people around him. Some of them become intellectuals. They spread it, and then people act on it. You know, the third step is that there's the originator, there's the intellectual who is parsing
Right.
the philosophy to the public, and then the third person is like people who go out and change the world to look like that philosophy. The people who do
Okay.
the action,
Do
right?
You
oh
guys. I'm
no, no,
sorry.
no,
You guys
no.
are
Hold
meeting.
up. No, no,
You
no.
guys are meeting.
What are you
No, you hold
talking
up.
about?
Shut the fuck up, G, and shut the fuck up, Luca Brasi.
I was responding to whoa, okay. I was
No,
responding
no,
to
no. We
Luca.
were having a conversation, and his response is not my response. Therefore, he should be quiet, and you should be quiet.
Okay, well he's wrong. I would just want to say that.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Fair
it's
enough.
fine. You can be wrong. It doesn't matter. What's important is that we observe history. One of the observations is that, for example, when there is a topography that allows people to sail away on their little ship, and not come back and go join another port, such that it was in among the Greek city-states. That in itself, that topography produces and promotes a certain philosophy as philosophical change.
Wrong.
Why? Because you can say wrong, but I'm not finished with my argument. It allows people that have a difference of opinion to go away, and it introduces an economic toll on people who don't allow ideas just fight it out, who don't allow the free market to exist.
Yeah, that
It
doesn't matter if
introduces
the philosophy of the day
topography,
is
introduces
based.
the free market, and then as people participate in it, they can either participate in it as statists, they can like ignore reality, or they can notice reality, and that helps them develop certain ideas, and that helps us produce an Aristotle, that eventually helps us produce Rand. But whether it occurs or does not occur largely depends on the topography of the time. So currently, and now you can speak, but I need to connect this idea from history to our current idea and what our current
You're
topography
flipping
is,
it upside down.
which will connect it to the existence of guns in society, and which allows you to spread your philosophy.
Yeah, the existence of guns in society. I mean, like if you have, let's say the philosophy of the day is just guns are for killing everybody you see in sight, right? Then, well, yeah, then they're not conducive
No,
to
it's
changing the
not the
philosophy
head.
of the day towards an objectivist philosophy
No,
of the
it's
day,
not a
right?
head. Let's take for example a failed state, some place in Africa, okay? And the African place, everybody gets guns and they start just randomly killing each other. Okay?
Right.
The way this is conducive for our philosophy is because as they're killing each other, they're introducing a sort of very sick market force. The people who are able to cooperate as a market, if there is a group that gets born with a higher IQ, will be able to eventually shoot their way out of all the retards, and they are going to start exterminating the retards.
Yeah, this is
In one
this
moment,
is the great man
no,
theory. This
no,
is
no, no,
not the
no, it's not a
philosophical
great
theory
man.
of
I didn't
history.
even say the great man once. Just open your mind for a moment. Don't be such close-minded. And then over time, what will happen is the levels of like all the bandits will start getting executed, and the people who are executing the bandits, people in the cities, their IQ will rise. The people and the retards are going to get shot,
Do you think
so over
that's
time,
like
you're
the
going to have.
philosophy doesn't have to change for that to happen? Do you
No,
think
I'm
that's true?
saying one of the prerequisites for philosophy is high IQ, and the ability to understand high time
Well, you're
preference.
saying their their IQ rises when they start voluntarily like cooperating and stuff, and not
No,
like
no, no. I'm
shooting each
saying
other.
that what is distinct in Europe is Europeans were at one point just as retarded, but what they started
Yeah, and then
doing.
we revived Aristotle.
No, no, no. Before Aristotle, for Aristotle to exist, there had to be a topography, meaning the retards needed to start getting killed. Who are the retards? If you look at a tribe of monkeys, there is the inner core, and there are the psychos that are developed to fight on the periphery. And there is a certain moment in like the evolution of beings or in monkeys in adaptation where those retards they serve a purpose. Their aggression protects against other predators, against animals. But then, as the technology rises, you no longer fear animals. You no longer need the psychos and the retards. And so the society of Europe started exterminating them. Why did it do?
Yeah,
Because because
you're
if you don't exterminate the retards, your city state collapses. You cannot accept traders. The retards keep the traders away. The traders necessitate the extermination of the retards. And when you exterminate the retards, your IQ level rises over time, and then you're capable of understanding higher level philosophy. How is that not clear?
said their level philosophy, right? I mean, well, my cat's like going crazy. Yeah, there's this is great lecture by Peikoff where he identifies the like exact fallacy or like or I guess the confusion, what's confusing here. Like it's like the question of where does philosophy start. You know what I mean? Like philosophy of the day, right? I mean, philosophy is dependent on science, right? And science is dependent on philosophy. So where does it start? You know? And he says it's basically just you're committing some sort of fallacy there. I forget exactly what he says, but
I don't care what he says. I don't care about his
I mean, no,
hypocrisy.
I'm just linking this lecture because it's such a great lecture.
I
How to
watched.
unite history and philosophy, right? Such a great lecture.
Yeah, it's a great lecture. Also, his history of Western philosophy is great. And you notice that
Right.
he doesn't have the philosophy of retards. It begins in ancient Greece. But what's the prerequisite for ancient Greece? Well, you have to have
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot.
one moment. It's a
Literature on this.
it's a historical reference. He begins
Yeah.
his lecture from those people that believe in like fire, like the pyro, whatever they are.
Yeah, he misses a lot of nuance, right? I mean,
Yeah,
like
I know,
I've actually looked into this.
I
I've looked
know.
deeply
Stop
into
being
this.
fucking autist. Jesus Christ.
I read a whole book on Thales, bro, in the beginning of natural philosophy.
Yes,
and
Delos,
science.
yes, all of that stuff. Yes, but what's missing from that is the prerequisite for that. He's omitting the extermination of retards that happened in Greece. And why did it happen?
It had to be constitutive of some philosophical development, some intellectual development.
Which was, wait, are you
Which
saying
was
that consciousness was before existence?
no.
Yeah, that's effectively it's what you're telling me, that
No.
consciousness conceiving of philosophy was before the existence that enabled that to happen.
No.
What was there to observe?
Where did I say that?
No, that's when I'm telling you, this is how I'm connecting. I'm trying to tell you that that what happened first is that there were just different tribes separate from each other, and what happened is one tribe.
No, I mean there is no this happened first.
One moment. There were tribes of people, and what they did is they had two strategies. One of the strategies was we're just going to exploit our surrounding area to provide food for us, to hunt animals and to grow crops. One strategy. And there was a second strategy. We're going to accumulate a certain amount of crops and dead animals, and we're going to use that momentum to aggress, to surge over another person's territory and steal all their food, and then we don't have to grow food anymore.
I don't think that's really how states began.
We can go to the next group of people and rob them, and the next group of people and rob them, and that's fairly effective to a certain degree because
I don't think they accumulated. I don't think they accumulated wealth first. That's not how states began. I mean, Rothbard talks all about this. So, I mean, that's just factually. I mean, like that's just false.
No, I'm saying it's one of the forms, and then the other form was
because the state has to be parasitical on like the market, right? It can't be what comes first. It can't be like one of the first options. It can't be.
No, it is parasitical. I'm saying that
Right,
initial
so
market,
instead of accumulating all this wealth
just
or whatever.
initial market is just that little tribe.
Right. No, it's just you have to have all these victims, right? You have to have all this prey.
For like 5 to 10 minutes and explain this idea, and then you actually address the idea itself, because that's how much time it will require. If you're,
I was just calling out.
If you're going to be disruptive, I'm not implying that there's no philosophy to these. I'm saying that it's not objectivism yet.
Right.
Right. So I'm giving you the narrative of how Aristotle himself emerged, of how people even gained the
I know because I read a book on
it. Great, but I'm talking about other people as well, and I'm expressing my idea,
historian.
and I'm trying for the past 15 minutes to connect it to fucking Argentina, but you keep spurging. I can't.
I'm gonna say what you say is false when you say something false. I'm sorry, but like.
No, you won't. No, you won't. You will not. You're not going to interrupt me at any point.
Okay, you wouldn't want me to correct you when you say something false?
No, actually, I don't. You note it in the note. You note it in the notebook, and then you give it to me afterwards. Is that fair?
Okay, but don't get mad at me when I go back to something you said like 10 minutes ago, and then I'm like, well, everything that you said that follows from that doesn't follow because it's false. So
very
don't get
good.
mad at me about that.
Because when you said something is false just now, it was just a misunderstanding. You just misread. You misread a false meaning into what I was saying, and your false meaning is like fucking irrelevant. What's relevant is for me to close the circle once. Because it goes
Okay.
from A to B
No,
to C
no,
to D,
no
and my
no need
argument
to
is
get
on that.
angry.
And if I
You can
can't go
call.
through that path, I can't express my argument, and you're
Yeah,
just being disruptive.
it'd really help you if you calm down. I'm letting you.
Yeah,
Go
or
ahead.
I can just fucking mute you.
Go-
And then I can calm down. So this is the narrative I'm trying to explain to you. I believe, first of all, I believe that what you said is a little bit of like a chicken or the egg argument. To say that you change the world by changing the philosophy, great, I agree. However, the philosophy does not come before the world. You breeding, you thinking, you observing things, okay? You having to do some bare minimums for your existence, that has to be before that. That's the existence that comes prior to consciousness. And I don't know where exactly from animals it went from reflex to something guided by philosophy, which is human like. But I definitely know that people before Aristotle were not Aristotelians, and they were definitely not objectivists, and thank God, not Randians. But what I'm trying to tell you is when I look at a society like Argentina, I'm trying to tell you that they have to undergo the same transformation process before the philosophy of the Greeks can have any effect on them. And one of the key ways of restoring balance is arming people, giving them guns. And your counter argument was that, well, what if they have a bad philosophy? They just start shooting each other. And I say the condition of them shooting each other is superior to the condition of them being disarmed slaves. And I can explain that because as they're shooting each other, market forces will get introduced. People will coalesce into defensive forces, and the criminals who do not participate in the market, who are therefore inefficient, are going to be effectively the majority of the people who get shot. And as people gain the ability to shoot criminals, they will seek out philosophies, and they are the fertile ground for you to say, what you're doing is objectivism, what you're doing is ANCAP, so just accept that. You're acting as such. Therefore, you shouldn't wish for a state. You shouldn't poison your new structure by democracy. That's what I'm trying to express. So, connecting it to Millet, if he comes in and he reduces net aggression and allows people to rearm themselves, provides people access to weapons, that is a step towards the implementation of your philosophy. Okay? So, in effect, it is like a functional way of moving towards your philosophy, towards changing the philosophy of the day. Now, your counter argument that I heard, you can express it now, is that I'm somehow switching the horse and the baggage. And I don't think I am.
Can I talk now? Yeah. Right. I mean, first you got to understand what's even going on there. I mean, Malay, right? His election or whatever is just a downstream like effect, like this little speck in this massive already like shift in the philosophy of the day that's been happening for like over a decade in South America and like Argentina and Brazil. Or just like way like ANCAP there is like way bigger than here or anywhere else really. So I mean, you don't want to Malay's influence, right, on the shifting philosophy today is very like minuscule, like very minuscule. Intellectually speaking, remember, intellectually speaking, that's what it means to have an impact on the philosophy today. Intellectually speaking, uh, like that's just what the philosophical theory of history is. It's like that's the means of changing the history of philosophy. I mean, the philosophy of the day. Which is what happened. There's all these think tanks that were bringing in Rothbardianism and Austrian economics, right? And they were just discussing this stuff. Am I like? Can somebody else talk?
No.
Hello?
I'm just
Okay.
trying to write down your points. I'm not speaking.
Okay.
Uh,
Just making sure I
I
didn't disconnect.
so I understand the counter argument. I don't think that the reason people voted for Milei was because they changed their mind on statism or became more ANCAP.
Well, to be clear, voting is mandatory in Argentina, so I mean it doesn't like matter.
No. I think that the main reason why he won was not because he was an ANCAP, but because he made certain promises. He al and
Well,
his
I'm saying he wasn't a populist, right? It wasn't a populist
what?
movement, right? He was just riding the coattails of, this change of the philosophy of the day. It wasn't
I totally
like,
disagree. He's absolutely a populist, and he allied with a populist wing
yeah,
of
sure.
right wing parties. One moment, and his main message was ultra duper super duper populist. It was basically saying the current state is robbing you blind,
Or no,
and
no,
you
no.
and you and you voting for the Reds or the Blues doesn't stop the robbery. And we're going to cut down the state. We're going to
Yeah,
cut down.
that's not
That's
populism.
not an ANCAP argument. That's an
That's not
argument.
that's
That's
a
an
radical
argument
argument.
related to ANCAP. It's what ANCAPs want to have, but it doesn't mean
But
people
yeah,
suddenly understand Austrian economics. What they
no,
believe
yeah,
is
but I'm saying
what
it's
they believe is
radicalism.
what they
It's
believe
not.
is what they believe is when you stop the pillaging of the state, they will have more welfare. That's what they actually believe.
But a populist, right? A populist has nothing to be a radical about, right? That's the key point. A populist is just uh, anti-status quo for the sake of it, right? Just for the sake of it, And they're totally like ideologically captured by the masses, you know. So
No,
I mean,
I don't actually know. G. What I'm telling you
that's what
is
populism
that
is, bro.
no,
Like,
no, 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 no. You don't understand. But there's a distinction.
what's the
How he won power is not by philosophical means, but by populist means primarily. Primarily, we noticed me as an ANCAP when I hear him speak, I skip all the populist nonsense and
Well, I don't. I'm
I,
not
fo-
talking
I
about
focus
getting out.
I
Like,
focus on the clips when he talks about Austrian economics because that interests me. But if I'm an Argentinian nobody, if I'm an Argentinian voter that is a slave, then what I notice and when he tells me he's going to kill my masters with a chainsaw, that's what I pay attention to as an Argentinian. That's my argument. So he wins on a
okay, but do you
populist
think he's doing
stage.
it for the sake of it, or he has something that he's like being radical about?
I do believe that he is radical. Well, he might be a fraud. That's you'd have to prove it to me. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he is in that
everything
sense.
I observe, he's a radical about reducing the state as much as
Right.
quote unquote practically possible.
Uh, I don't know about that. I don't know if that you can say he can be radical about that. That sounds like radical pragmatism.
No, it's not. It's not pragmatism. I'll explain to you the difference. Pragmatism implies you're doing what's right because you believe that that uh, it's you
I'm
like
just saying he's
it's a
not
for,
anti-status
it's a
quo for the
form
sake of it.
it's a form of consequentialism of believing that the outcome justifies the means. That's pragmatism is basically a form of consequentialism.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not equating
but
pragmatism with
he's not, I'm not
populism.
but that's but sorry, okay, Sakura, you can correct me.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should search up what populism is, Casimir.
No, but he what I'm saying is regardless of the definition, he's not doing that. Being practical means, for example, if I have
Well,
a
your claim
person,
was that he was
oh
a
no,
populist.
oh my god, I so want to ban you again. You're so annoying,
So,
man. He's such a cunt, impossible to talk to. Listen, this is literally what I said. For example, if and then he starts interrupting. Not even fucking a thought was finished yet. I can't get riled up by this. I'm so glad I have mod power here. Holy shit. You're literally impossible to talk to without mod power. It's tragic, G. Now, I understand those people were unfair to you, but Like maybe you were doing to them what you're doing to me every single time we talk about a thing we slightly disagree on. Listen, here's an example. I'll get back to the topic. You have a person who's an aggressor pointing a shotgun at you. Okay? So, and then we discuss what is practical to do in that case. So you might say, I should convince him that objectivism is true so he stops pointing the shotgun at me. And I say, I should wait until he's distracted and grab the barrel and leverage it away from him and have the shotgun pointed at him instead of at me. And then I can talk to him about fucking objectivist philosophy. That's not
Bro, he's
pragmatism.
rambling, man.
That's called just being practical about a situation. So how does it connect to Millet? He does not have a duty to teach objectivism or ANCAP, even though he does. He does not have a duty to stop immediately every single aggression, like Hoppe demands from him that he must do. Does not actually have to do that. Hoppe is fucking wrong by Hoppe's own definitions and words. His duty is to reduce net aggression, meaning when he has a choice to reduce aggression a little bit, if he does it, that's good. And if he doesn't do, well, sucks to be us. What he is not allowed to do is to increase aggression on net, on any other person. Last example. He can, for example, say, I'm going to increase overall taxation by 50%, but in order to do so, I have to, put a tax on washing machines to satisfy this lobby that politically stands in the way. Now, you might say, oh, that extra tax is an aggression. You would be wrong. Because if it's part of obtaining the tax concession that's a net benefit to everyone, then there's no actual aggrieved party. Because on net, he's reducing aggression. For you to prove that he's an aggressor or a failure, you have to either prove that directly he caused net increase in aggression, then he's a failure, or that he aggressed against a particular individual who is an ANCAP. If he aggresses against, quote unquote, aggresses against the communist, that's not an actual aggression. The communist has no fucking rights. Okay? So, and to connect it to the last point before we entered this, you believe that he won because the philosophy changed. And I believe that he won because people practically wanted the barrel of the gun to be shoved away from them. The question is, will his actions improve the philosophy in the long term? And you might win the argument. Maybe it's like a failed approach. I'm done.
Okay. I mean, I have like there's several confusions there. I mean, you said basically that like increasing net aggression is just like itself an aggression.
Yeah, if he raises the taxes by 1% and that's his like action, then he's an aggressor, no longer an ANCAP, and we don't have to discuss him.
You think that's an aggression?
Yeah, he's participating in a conspiracy to.
Well, yeah. Okay, like I want to be precise about this, right? Because if you can prove that, like, okay, this guy, like, because you're only aggressing on particular people, right? Like if I'm just like,
no, he knows.
like I'm not aggressing in the abstract, right? Like, but if you can prove that this guy who aggressed on this guy, right, the tax collector or whatever, it was doing it on the orders of of Malay here, then you can say that Malay is just as liable, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. You have to prove that connection.
Right.
And
Right.
the connection breaks down if, for example, he reduces all taxes by 10%, but raises one.
But like you said,
as a counterbalance by
he can
5%.
still aggress in that way, even without quote unquote like increasing net aggression or whatever. You even said
Yeah, but there would have to be an individual victim. So that fact.
I mean, there's always an individual victim. There's always an individual victim.
No.
There's never not an
just
individual
for a
victim.
moment. An individual victim who's not a communist. And not himself an
What is
aggressor.
that? Whoa. What is that?
So imagine that you are a voter in Argentina and you vote for the leftist parties that you know will increase taxation. You as a person don't have rights in terms of Milei. Milei can do whatever the fuck he wants to you.
Oh, I
You
don't
have
know
no
about
way to
that.
argue against that.
Whoa.
What?
I would definitely wouldn't agree with that, bro. What?
You also have to take in the context that, again, voting is mandatory in Argentina, bro.
Yeah, voting is
That's
mandatory in
like,
Argentina, bro.
Yeah, therefore you have to vote for, if voting is mandatory, you have to vote for the least aggressive party. Yes, it's your
Whoa,
duty
what
now.
does that even mean, bro? How do you know that? Like, that's a fucking impossible standard of knowledge, for one. That's an
Well,
impossible standard
sure,
right there.
sure. Maybe there could be two conditions. Either the situation is too obscure. I literally don't know who's least aggressive. I'm just gonna throw the dice and vote and just survive that way. You can do that. You can throw the dice. You can do that. Or somebody shows up and says, "I'm going to reduce the state," and the three other parties say, "I'm going to increase the state." Oh, big G now. Oh yeah, it's so confusing. I really don't know who's
Yeah,
going
no,
to.
it's definitely like I think there's an argument to be made, like let's say, like on the same along the same lines as like if I can prove that this person was acting on this person's orders, then that person is just liable, right? In the same vein, if I can prove, like it's not something that you can prove by just like a general like election, like voting for the president, for example, right? But like say like in the states, right? Every like 2 years we vote on specific like policies, like yes, we're gonna increase minimum wage to $15. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna vote for this, right? And we have all these people who voted for this specific policy, right? So we understand what specific aggressions are going on under the name of that policy. You know what I mean? I think there's an argument to be made there, but I don't know how you can prove, like how you can tie
No,
back any you
no,
know?
I agree with you, but actually, I would contest the point where you said how we even ask how you prove it. How you prove it is like the sort of next problem. Um, I
Well,
think that's the fact that if I believe in my mind that
well, this is the condition, right, for
if I
saying that
say
they are
if
like
I think the thought I ought to rob somebody to obtain welfare, and then I go and I don't express that thought, I don't vocalize, I don't say it, but all I do is I go to the polling booth and I vote
Mhm.
in such a way to match that personal thought. The reality has produced a demonstrable aggression. Now you say, well, you can't prove that the person had that thought while voting.
That's
Well,
not what I'm saying.
well, I think that's what was implied. So maybe
No,
it's difficult to prove that the person voted
I'm saying
to
if you can
increase
trace it
aggression.
back to that they're acting on that person's order, right? So with the president, like I mean, they're not like what do you mean? Like so every action that they take is just I mean on the orders. Can you
No, no,
prove that
no.
it's
It's
on the
not on the
orders of
others.
all these
No, no,
people that
no.
voted for them?
No,
Well, then
no,
that's the
no, no.
condition that you have to prove. Like
We
that's the
have a
condition of proof.
disagreement. We have a disagreement on what is aggression. I don't think you agree with me that aggression is demonstrable intent.
No, no, I don't
Yeah,
agree.
exactly. So that's the issue. So, and I do believe that. I believe that, for example, if some we had
Do you
this
think
debate.
like actus reus without mens reus, like that's not aggression?
That's that'll be we'll have to maybe look at the definitions. Actus reus.
I mean,
I'm
that's obviously aggression. I mean, there's just no retribution.
Actually, yes, I remember us disagreeing on this. Yes, I believe that um, uh, the aggression is not me um, using someone's property without permission. It's when somebody notices that and tells me about it, and I notice it, and I refuse to let go. So, for example, if I step in
Well,
someone's,
I mean, what are they
if I
communicating?
step in someone's yard,
Communication can't be the
that's
basis of
not
property
necessarily
rights.
aggression unless I intended to do so. If somebody throws me into someone
Well,
else's yard, I'm not in
again,
a state of aggression. I become an aggressor only when I refuse to leave.
I don't know if you I think I made this point to you. I said, like in the chat, I was like, communication is not the basis of property rights, right? Because you have to have something
I
that's
disagree.
being communicated first, right? I mean, what?
I disagree that that this is my position. I think it's a straw man.
Well, no, no. I mean, you were just saying
because
that,
it's
like,
the fact
it's
that it's
not an
far-
aggression. It's
the
not
fact
an.
that the fact that
Let me speak,
no
bro.
no no.
Please, let me make my
No
point. You're
no
not. You're
it's
not
no
letting
no
me
no.
speak.
You can speak.
I've
But
let you go on
there's-
this whole time, bro. Like, let me go
Okay,
on, bro.
I will let you. But there's one thing I have to point out. Is that the audience should know we have a severe disagreement over what constitutes aggression, and I'm trying to tell you that my understanding of ownership is not just communication or just some change in reality, but a combination of both. And if you don't accept that, we're talking past each other, and you're strawmanning me. So don't do that.
No, I mean I'm not saying, to be clear. all I'm saying, right, is that let's look at the facts here, right? You're saying that that this is not an aggression when they step onto the property, right? And but it is one when I communicate it to them, right? But like, what am I communicating?
No, already
What?
wrong, already false, already a straw man.
Okay. What's the strawman? That's what you said.
It's not what I said. You are interrupting too much, not allowing the thought to be expressed.
Okay, what's wrong about my like
So
description of what
I
you
believe
believe?
that all aggression necessitates mens rea, and in fact, actus reus is just how we, as humans, gain knowledge of mens rea. That's the only way we can.
Oh, wow, that's very bad. What do you mean there? I
Yeah,
could.
I mean that if somebody gets thrown into another person's yard,
Yard.
and it's clearly not doesn't belong to them, so they have to leave. And so the moment they become a criminal,
Well,
the
that's
moment
irrelevant. How did
when
they
they
get
tra- when
thrown?
they tr- one moment the moment when they trespass is when they're informed and they decide to do nothing about it. For example, if they notice that there is
Right,
a
sure. In
border,
that example,
there is a border
but that
around
doesn't.
them, and then they understand I have a duty to leave as fast as possible, and so they either go to the nearest exit or they try to climb
You're
out
making a
from their
false
hole.
generalization.
No. I'm explaining my idea first, and you're interrupting it because you're impossible to talk to. So I'm gonna mute you and start over and come down. Because I believe it's a complex enough idea to deserve some air before being disrupted. So start writing as usual. So first of all, I do believe, and this is from an understanding of what is a scarce resource and what is a conflict. So we have, say, the stick that we're rivalrous over, and homesteading means not just seizing the stick, but also making it objectively communicable to other people that you are the current owner, that you are the first comer. In terms of, for example, land, it means establishing some kind of a fence or a sphere to indicate the distinction between inside and outside. And it is both a physical thing that somebody can touch and discover truths about, the size, the location, but it is also a communication. It allows the other side to avoid aggression. It allows the other side to see, oh, if I do this, I would be an aggressor, so I should not do that. So it's a combination of reality and communication. This is why just being first somewhere and not communicating that is insufficient, because you would not be able to avoid the conflict because the other person would not know that they're trespassing. Therefore, it's not just communication and it's not just reality, it's a combination of both. Now, you disagree with that, fine. And then this directly translates to my theory of aggression, that if I merely decide then that I'm going to ignore first comer principle and decide that they can just take another person's thing, then and I act upon the decision, for example, I vote for it to happen, then that act is proof of that criminal thought. It's proof of mens rea. But if I just voted because I threw down like the random dice and I was forced to vote, then I don't have any mens rea towards the outcome because I'm forced to do it and I'm throwing a dice. So the dices would be a perfect defense. But if we found out somebody wrote a letter, for example, and he wrote, "Tomorrow I'm going to vote so that more people get enslaved," well, that letter and the vote is enough for aggression, even though they didn't go and actually enslave anyone. And we disagree on that, so fine.
Am I unmuted now? Okay, yeah, you can't have you can't have mens rea without actus reus. Full stop. But again, fuck my point when you cut me off. I'm trying to remember it. Oh yeah, I wrote it down. Right. Let me see. Right. Yeah. So what's being communicated here? How does communication work? There has to be a sender and a receiver, right? And the sign or symbol has to have zero, no necessary relation whatsoever to what's being communicated. You have to have independent knowledge, independent access to what's being communicated in order to understand it, right? In order to receive it, right? That's just a fact of communication, right? So like a sign, no matter how much I look at the sign, right, it's not going to, I'm not going to find a border in there, right? It has to be pointing, there has to be a border that's independently accessible by some particular means of knowledge, right? That's how communication works. So it can't be the means of knowing it. Do you understand that?
You're not allowed to ask me questions right now. You have to express your idea fully. Because then you'll complain as I start answering that I'm
No,
filibustering.
you should
Try to
remember
interrupt
this
me.
argument because I gave this argument to you before.
So your first part of your argument was a straw man of my position. Sorry. Stop. I don't have to listen afterwards, really.
What's the straw man?
I literally wrote it in chat as you were speaking.
Right, so where's this? Let's see.
Yeah, I never claimed that just
That
a
was
sign
not
is
the claim.
a border. In
Not the
fact,
claim. I said that
I
you
told
were saying
people,
that communication
I
was the
literally
means by
told
which
people
it's knowable, which is strictly false.
the perfect border is a sphere.
Okay. But you said the communication is the means by which it's knowable. I mean, in fact, that's what you said. And that was the claim. I mean, and
No,
that's
no,
just
I'm
strictly
saying
false.
communication is part of its essence.
I don't know what that even means.
I'll explain it to you. It has to both
Yeah,
exist
and
and communicate.
but communicate what?
First comer versus late comer.
Right, so there has to be an objective and a subjectively ascertainable border which is knowable by some particular means.
Yes, and we're just equivocating. Maybe you say knowable, and that knowledge is communication from A to B.
Yeah, no, that's not possible. You have to have independent access to what's being communicated. You have to have independent knowledge of what's being communicated in order to be either a sender or receiver of that knowledge in communication.
Yeah, and you do because I don't know which universe you live in, but my universe is convergent. Everybody lives in the same universe.
Sure, yeah.
And under the same conditions, any form of communication becomes the same. It's like converges into very easily translatable things. I don't believe there are
That doesn't
non-translatable
follow.
language. Well,
Oh,
okay.
translatable how? You have to have a like a rule book. You know, you have to you have to have a basically a dictionary,
Yeah.
right? To
Yeah,
translate between languages,
the
right?
rule book and the rule book happens to be reality itself. Yes, and it exists.
Whoa, that's not how that works. That's not how language works. That's not how communication works. Sorry, just no.
You're
It's not
just
how that
saying
works.
that. I don't care about your opinion.
Okay, so we have one language, we have reality, and we have another language, the sign, and we're trying to translate between the two. right?
What?
You need some.
No. Sorry, that's false already. The sign is first of all, not the sign, but the sphere. You have to use the word the sphere, because the sign is something that's not like a sphere. There's a lot of other distinctions. It like instantly fails. I don't want to defend the sign.
Well, if it's
because you're wrong.
independently like knowable, then that's just fine. That's satisfactory to me.
No,
That it's
but
independently knowable.
the fucking sign fails the second prong. That you keep trying to separate them, and I'm trying to tell you it's a combined
Yeah,
reality.
if it's not independently knowable, then it can't be a sign. Like if that what it's a symbol of or a sign of,
But I'm not
it just
saying I'm
can't
not
be.
saying Jesus. I'm not saying that every sign is property. Meaning, I'm not saying that every sign is a border. I'm saying
Well, I'm saying it strictly can't
the
be.
only border that a single sign presents is the border of its own entity.
Sure, but it's
Sure.
not.
So what
It's
the
not
fuck are you
sign.
saying? The
It's
sign,
it's not.
the
It's not a
sphere, the
sign
sphere,
for
the
that.
sphere, the sphere, the sphere. The only way that that signs work in terms of identifying property, like no
No, that's not
trespassing,
what signs do. No,
is
signs
because
are represents, not
it
identify.
implies the other person accepted as a
Signs do not
replacement for the
identify.
sphere, and as soon as he doesn't, it fails.
Uh, he still has to have independent access to it for it to be communicated to him.
I don't know what independent access means. You have the universe,
It has
language
to
is
be
universal.
knowable. It has to be knowable, independent of the means by which you're communicating it.
I don't know what that
That's
means.
that's a
It's a sphere.
requirement for communication as such.
It's a
Like
sphere. In order to
this is
penetrate it, you have
fucking
to be a
proved by
latecomer.
like.
If you're a rational being and you believe that being a latecomer
Do
is
you know what
bad, then you
communications
understand
engineering
that
is?
when
It's
you
a
penetrate the
science,
sphere, you're a
right?
latecomer, necessarily so. So I don't care about
Right.
your
Yeah,
knowledge
and
of
that
it.
has to be independently knowable by the. Like if you're going to communicate
No, I don't
that,
know what independently
right?
knowable means. I don't know. It doesn't make sense within the
Independent
universe.
of the fucking means by which you communicate it.
I
That's not
don't
the means by
understand
which
what
you
that
know it. It
means.
can't be. It cannot be the means by which you know
I
it.
don't know what you're talking about.
I just explained it to you. What do you mean?
No, you don't explain anything. Just restate the point. You're restating the topic of the
I
book.
already explained to you that for it to be like a communication where you have a sender and receiver, right? They both have to have independent access to what those fucking symbols are supposed to be representing. Yeah, this is like the key
Maybe I
distinction.
don't, and
Syntax
you're
and
not
semantics.
explaining
Yeah.
it. So fuck you.
Okay, fuck me.
This is why talking to you is frustrating.
Well, I mean, you're the one
You're not explaining
equivocating
anything.
communication and
Let's
knowing.
say I'm wrong. How am I wrong? What do the terms mean? What do they fucking mean?
Right, because you're saying that it's not like what's being communicated is not independently knowable, right, of the means by which you communicate it, then it strictly cannot be communicated. It just can't. Like you cannot have where it goes down this signal channel, right, from sender to receiver, it just won't arrive. It just won't like it won't be received.
Express it on the terms that I'm using. You have to say then, and this is how your example maps into what I'm saying. If you don't map it, I don't give a shit. Honestly, I don't need to
Right.
map it for you.
So as long as I look at the sign, I can look at the sign in as much detail as possible, and I won't
What are you
ever
talking about the
find any
sign?
information about the
Please,
border
I'm
there.
never said that the sign is sufficient. You're looking at a sphere.
Okay. Yeah, good. That's fine. And I said if it's
So the
independently
sphere
knowable of the means
defines
by which you communicate it, then
the
it's fine.
sphere defines outside and inside. Are you
Good.
not able to
Good.
observe that?
No, yes, I'm fine with that. I told you I'm fine with
Are
that.
you
That's
able
like,
to identify that the sphere was man-made? That's not natural.
right. Yes.
Therefore, if you understand the NAP, then you understand that trespassing would be any penetration of the sphere would be a trespass. So there you
Right.
go. So I don't care how that works in terms of communication. I don't care. Maybe I'm
Well,
using
you're
the
the
word
one who said
colloquially.
communication was an essential aspect, and I'm just like, that's strictly false. So,
I do believe I do believe that what we call observing something that is unnatural and deriving a conclusion from it is a form of communication. You want to say that it's not by some
that's
strict
fucking
definition?
absurd. Yeah,
Maybe.
that's absurd. That's totally absurd. Nonsense. What you
You
just
just
said.
said that. You're not proving it to me. You're not explaining it to me how I'm wrong.
What is the distinction here between communication and like communicating and knowing?
Okay, let me try to explain this very inductively. So, Casimir, have you ever looked at like code before? And
Yes.
yeah, and have you ever just looked at it and been like, well, what do any of these symbols in the code even do, right? What do they even mean?
How does that relate to the sphere example?
It relates to we're talking about the distinction between
It
why
relates to the
communication.
symbols.
I can accept that in your code example,
You asked me to explain it.
your oh my god, he's such a fucking jerk. Gee, you're impossible to talk to. I'm currently talking to Sakura. I'm not talking to you. I have to mute you again. I'm trying
I
to
mean, I agree
explain the
with
problem I
G,
have with
so
Sakura. Sakura, when you talk to me about code, you're confusing me
right.
because I see distinctions between the code and the sphere. And you have to use the sphere as part of your sentence that refutes it. You have to tell me, Casimir, building the sphere does not communicate in itself anything, and then prove it to me, because I believe that it does. And so I may be wrong, but you have to produce a proof, and the proof cannot just reference to some other thing that is not like the sphere. Literally cannot. Literally doesn't work. It gets me
So
upset. Okay, you
okay,
understand? So inductively, you
yeah.
have to use the sphere, or you have to use an analogy, which is code, and tell me, Casimir, we're going to be talking about coding right now. But then I'm going to show you how this coding example maps directly onto your stupid sphere and refutes it as a means of communication. Fine.
So when you're talking about your sphere, you're talking about like a fence or like a border, right?
I'm saying that the perfect border is a sphere, and there are
Mhm.
imperfect ones when people substitute sections of the sphere by some communal agreement to not have to build the entire sphere. But if a person that's not part of that communal agreement shows up to the situation, then conflict can arise as well. Therefore, it's imperfect.
Okay. And so you're also saying that communication is a key aspect. So how like are you saying that like signs, like, like a stop sign or like something like that is like an essential
No,
aspect?
no, because the okay. So imagine there is a no trespassing sign,
Mhm.
okay, and I don't believe that no trespassing is sufficient to demonstrate that I'm crossing a border. Maybe I saw kids plant no trespassing signs left and right in my community as a prank. And in my community, we're all sphere builders. We define our perimeter by building perfect spheres around our property, or cubes, or whatever other volume container there is. And so when I show
Mhm.
up to a community that just plants no trespassing signs, I don't know if I'm aggressing or not. So the sign is not good enough. So for the sake of argument, I'm saying let's dispense with all of those communities that have shortcuts, and let's talk about the perfect sphere. And I'm saying that in order for it to be recognized as property, it has to both exist, and its existence communicates something. It communicates to the other person that if you penetrate this, you would be a latecomer. And I'm saying that that's potentially the only example of something that's universally communicable. And he claims not because of some argument that he has, like a technical argument. I can sense that this technical argument, I have no fucking idea if it relates to my sphere. And if you start talking about programming language, I have no idea whether it connects back. No, it can either connect back and then it defeats my argument, or it doesn't connect back and then you're wasting my time.
It's just that a sign is a symbol. It's a formalism, and it's in that same sort of formal idea as coding, right? It's that when you look at code, you don't know what any of it's doing until we kind of step outside of the formalism, until we kind of, somebody explains it to you. Um,
Or there could be one exception. Now, Orange Luigi in chat actually is writing, like he's responding to my request. And you, Sakurai, literally listen to me. I explained it to you. And your first sentence was about a fucking sign. Literally, like just completely like ignoring what I just told you.
But you're saying communication is a central aspect, though. And I think G is saying it's not. It's not. That we only need the border. But I mean, maybe I'm misrepresenting his argument or something. I mean,
No, I don't
muted him,
care
so
about
he
his
can't
argument.
correct me.
I care about you. You said, I'm going to show it to you inductively. And I'm going to tell you, and I told you, listen, I understand that there are signs for property. For example, a person might say, I own that house. And I don't know, maybe the person is a liar and he's not owning that house. Okay? Or maybe somebody points and says, I own the moon. Okay? Does he actually own the moon, or maybe he's a liar? I don't know. How do I know he owns the moon? Well, I get shown, demonstrated some evidence that he showed up to the moon and he embroidered it. That's how I know. So that's the actual communication. It's not mere communication. It's one plus there's something there that demonstrates it to me beyond just mere words. Or, for example, he says, I own the moon, but then I go to the moon and I fucking notice no change from before this person showed up. He just showed up there and he left, for example. And he tells me, I'm the first comer to it. And I see no change. He's actually not using the thing in any sense. He's not communicating anything. He just made the claim. Why should I accept his claim? There's no reality that changed. He didn't change any reality. So just communication is garbage. But imagine if he is if he shows up and he destroys it and then rebuilds it the same exact way, and he claims this action is something I own, but I have no way to discover that because it's exactly the same. Would that be enough? Well, he's doing something to it, but it's, I cannot detect it. Therefore, when it's restored back to its proper sense, it's effectively abandoned. So in every sense, I need to be able to see something, and it has to itself say something.
I mean, but like, it's symbolic. It's symbolic of something, but the symbol is not like the thing. It stands for it. It's not like the sphere. Like it's a. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah. Listen. This is what he's actually writing. This is good. When you mute him, he writes. He says, what you're doing by building a sphere is not actual communication. So he doesn't have an argument against what I'm saying. He says, I'm using the wrong word. Fucking retard. Fucking impossible to talk to you, G. You should have just said, you're using the wrong word. There's a different word for what you're saying.
Well,
I
he's
would
saying it's a
accept that.
prerequisite.
No, you didn't. You fucking liar. I hope somebody recorded this. You're so frustrating, G. What you just said, communication is blah, 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 blah. No, you didn't.
Bro, just unmute him and let him talk.
No, I actually don't want to unmute him. Fucking don't want to listen to this guy.
Okay, G, you're unmuted, I think.
Am I? Yeah, I said it so
Yeah.
many times. You can check the recording that if you don't like, my only problem is you using communication there. That's my only problem is the word. So if you mean this, like I literally said it so many times that this is fine. Making your ownership available to be known by some particular means. That's completely fine. If you call that communication, I have a problem with it because that's
Yes, I do.
prerequisite. It's a prerequisite for communication.
Yes, I do. I guess I believe that was the colloquial meaning. You can prove me wrong. I don't give a shit.
Well, it's a disagreement about like terms of art, like
Yeah. Okay.
using language.
So wait. One moment. So, but the meaning is there. Meaning that if somebody votes, and if somebody says, it thinks I want to enslave people, and they go ahead and they make the move of voting, then their violation of other people's ownership claim becomes knowable. because they fucking voted, and that's what they thought. And if
Yeah,
they
but who's acting on their orders to aggress on people?
Sorry?
Yeah, yeah, who's acting on their orders to aggress on people such that they're aggressors?
Let's say the cop.
Right. I mean, yeah, if you could prove that they're acting on that guy's orders, then yeah, that guy's an
No.
aggressor.
The cop knows the following. The cop operates. He knows. So, so the cop knows the current ruling party, like some party won the election, and they implemented this law, and I'm enforcing this law, and it's fine for me to do so because Joe Schmo voted for it, and so
Well, we have to be like, maybe you want to reduce this, like,
and so the cop and Joe Schmo, oh my god, and the cop and Joe Schmo are in a conspiracy to commit that action. Now it's you might say it's a very vague conspiracy, but they are. They have the same intent and they produce an outcome.
answering anything pertaining to this, if you would just like reduce it to like what's going on in this whole state scenario, like what's going on between those two guys, if you can just like reduce that to like Crusoe and Friday level kind of thing, like just a couple of people, like they're doing specific things, like because I would feel much better about answering that instead of leaving it vague. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. So I'd have to write with like how many people do I need for this
Well,
for it
like
to
I
be
said, I
fair?
gave the example earlier, like
So if
of
yeah,
like voting
let's
for a
do it.
specific policy,
I think I
right?
can. I think I can. Imagine that there's Crusoe and Friday and John. Okay.
Yeah.
And and
It's like the king, like who will rid me of this priest,
Crusoe. Wait, are
Who will
you
rid me of
are
this
you
priest, right?
are you trying to overtalk me as I'm struggling to reduce it?
Well, no,
By
I'm
your
helping you with the
request?
example. I'm trying to help you with the
Do I need to
example.
mute you again?
No.
I think I need to mute you again. Because you said reduce it, and I said I'm not sure I can, and I had a eureka moment, and I realized I can, and I started doing so, and then you started talking over me, and it's like 11. It's past 12 on a work day, and I don't want to reduce it. I will actually after I finish the diatribe. I want to fucking kill you though. Like I want to stop being an ANCAP just to fucking strangle you right now. And the reason I want to strangle you because you don't allow me to answer, even when I'm being fucking ultra charitable to your request. I'm like struggling to make sure that I've worded correctly, and you fucking insert your little prompts in there. Just because you can't fucking resist interrupting. Do you understand that, G? How fucking annoying that is. You're ruining every goodwill I have towards you as a fellow intellectual. Because you can't stay silent for a fucking second without being muted. You understand what you're doing? And some faggot in the chat will later say, oh, Casimir was grandstanding because he had no answer. You fucking interrupted the answer every fucking word that I said. One word interruption, second word interruption, I got it, and then another interruption comes in. I can't even fucking think straight when I'm talking to you. Holy hell, it's good that I wrote it down in my mind. To reduce the whole state situation, I'm gonna attempt it. Crusoe, Friday, and John exist on an island. We need to have three of them because otherwise there's no conspiracy. There's just aggression. If there's one of them, there's no aggression because there's no second party. Two of them, it's just an aggression intent, and then the person performs some act. But to have a conspiracy, we need to have a third one. So the conspiracy could be is that
Bro, he just can't think. Dude, Casimir just can't think of anything. Like, he can't even hear the words coming out of his mouth, bro. Oh my gosh, bro.
Man, I mean, you should have stayed in there and kept recording.
Bro, I don't care. Dude, fucking all the people
I
are
mean, I
gone.
don't know. I
Fucking
get like,
Casimir can't even
like
listen
he
to a
just
word you're
can't.
saying. Dude, he's not. The thing is, he's not
Like,
listening.
I was just trying to help
He's
him with the
just
example.
not. He's just not listening to the words coming out of your mouth, and so he thinks that you're just being rude.
Yeah, I'm not though. I was just helping him with his argument. I wasn't interrupting. I wasn't saying, "Oh, I disagree with this" or whatever. I was helping with the hypothetical. I mean, it's not even an argument. We're building this hypothetical together. I asked him to reduce it, and then like I'm trying to build it together with him. You know. I mean, if he doesn't want me to do that, like I don't know, tell me. Don't fucking mute me so I have to sit and listen to you fucking talk about why you muted me for fucking 30 minutes.
Hmm.
And then only once you unmute me do I get to bring it back to the fucking topic, right?
I mean, he just literally just demands like total control over every single conversation
Yeah.
he's in. Like even with the Eduardo thing, dude, like that whole thing with Eduardo would have been sorted in like 5 minutes
Yeah, I
if
mean
he
like
wasn't
if
just interjecting.
like yeah, I mean just like you saw how easily I was able to just sort it, you know, like
Yeah, like
I
you were
was
just
very
asking like these very simple questions, and then it's just like, oh
just
no no
like
no no no, we gotta go
and
through
I
this
was
whole
struggling.
process.
What I was struggling with a lot, like with when Casimir came in, was just trying to keep track of what the point was that he got us diverged from, so I could go back
Yeah,
to it when he fucking
I mean,
stops,
yeah,
when he
because when
lets
I was
other
trying
people
to
talk.
fucking, I was literally just asking his position because he's like he said it like the essential like part of his argument is just lost in like 10 minutes of diatribe, and I'm just like, oh
Yeah,
wait, can you like explain again? I don't know, bro.
yeah. I mean, you clearly could tell I was just trying to help him. We
Yeah.
were just building the hypothetical, right? I mean, I just wanted to be like the paradigmatic example here is just who would rid me of this priest or whatever, right? I forget the exact line, but like
Mm,
if nobody acts on that order, then nobody acts on it. There's no aggression, right?
right. I don't know where
I
that
just
exact
wanted
line
I just
is.
wanted to concretize what it means, like to act on an order, you know, and to be able to trace that. I was just concretizing it because he seemed like he was having trouble with it.
I don't know. So fucking bizarre, man.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't talking over him or anything, you know.
Dude, I
Like
was lost. I mean,
I literally waited for him to stop talking, where so I can like he was saying, oh, there's A and there's B and there's C, you know,
Hmm.
and I was like, okay, you know, like he was trying to figure out how to say like, oh, this guy acts on the order of this guy, and I was just like, well, remember the priest example, right? The tumultuous priest example. I was just
Well,
trying to
yeah,
help him out there.
I don't even know how he's gonna relate that back to Malay, because the whole fucking conversation was about Malay, and he's like going on all
Well,
this spiel. I'm like, what
I
is
know how he
this?
was gonna do it because I was tracking and he wasn't. But
I
I
wasn't
was
either,
tracked.
honestly. I was lost. Because it seemed like he was gonna say, I mean, I don't even know what he was gonna say. Because it's like voting is
Look at the
mandatory in
recording.
Argentina, right?
Why don't you clip the you can clip the recording, can't you? Where you turned on that recording thing, right? Where you can go back and
No,
look
I
at the
didn't turn
recording.
on the replay buffer, but I could stop it. I could stop the recording.
I mean, yeah, just you can stop it now, but see if you can get that clip. I just like I'm not even gonna say anything to him. I'm just gonna post the clip.
Um, Here, we can look at it in CapCut together. How about that? Yeah, I started recording right after Zulu left because he was recording
Okay.
it. He was streaming it live, and so I was just like, okay, I'll just let him stream it. And then he left, so I was like, shoot, I gotta start recording now because fucking Divinity's in here. I was not expecting Divinity to come in, but it's quite funny that he came in right after Zulu left. I think that's very funny.
No, he was in the chat. He just wasn't saying anything.
Ah.
Like he was in the voice chat, but he was muted.
All right. Let me
Oops.
screen one. There we go. All right, let's look. This looks like right after you left. Oh, this was afterwards. How do I go back? There we go. Whoops, sorry. Like he doesn't even listen to a single word that you said. He's just like, "Are you seriously talking when I'm talking right now, bro? Are you seriously doing that right now?" Oh shit. All right, it's not there, not there, right there. You still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Bro, it's so funny. Can you hear the audio?
No, I can't. Oh, I'm not watching. Or now I'm watching, but it's echoing. But I'll just shut up.
Oh, it's echoing. Here, let
I'll just shut
me.
up. I'll just shut up.
No, I got you. All right, that should fix it. I feel like it should be farther
Put it
back
to
now.
where I first started talking. You can see that Casimir wasn't talking when I started talking.
Why does it go back so slowly? How do I fix this? Oh, there we go. That's faster. All right, we'll start it here then. And we'll see if I can.
Wow.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
when
Clip
he's
that. Clip that. Clip
stuttering?
that. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that.
Now we'll clip the. And then he stops and he's like, "Wait a minute." Oh my fucking god. Okay. There we go. That's like a 30-second clip.
Yep. And send it to Casimir, please. I mean, in the VC text and Zulu server, please send it to Casimir.
Mm.
Send the clip to him.
I mean, we can even add like some stuff to like convey it, right? Like here he's not talking. and then
Do you have a
she comes
timer?
in.
Do you have a timer?
I mean, it's an editing software. I can put in like text or something to like convey the point.
Just send the clip. Just send the clip because I'll convey the point. Just send the clip.
All right. Export. All right, and then you want me to send it in Zoom, or you want me to just give it to you?
In VC text, reply to Casimir saying it literally is.
Oh. I'll just reply.
In VC text, it literally is. Yeah.
That there's Crusoe
And John.
Friday and John. Okay.
Yeah.
And um and
It's like the king, like who will rid me of this priest? You know.
Crusoe. Wait. Are
Who will
you?
rid me of
Are
this
you?
priest?
Are,
Right?
are you
Can you
trying
count how many
to
seconds you were silent for before I talk?
It wasn't your turn. Bro, he literally
that there's Crusoe and Friday and John. Okay.
Yeah.
And um and
It's like the king, like who will rid me of this priest? You know.
Crusoe. Wait. Are
Who will
you?
rid me? This priest, you know.
Crusoe. Wait.
Who will rid me of this priest? It's like the king, like who will rid me of this priest? You know.
Crusoe. Wait. Are you?
Who will rid me of this? increased. Right?
Are you trying to overtalk me as I'm struggling to reduce it?
Well, no,
by
I'm
your
helping you with
request?
the example. I'm trying to help you with the
Do I need to
example.
mute you again?
No.
I think I need that there's
Go like.
I mean, yeah, he was just stuttering the entire time you were giving that example. I mean, no wonder this guy thinks anarchism can be achieved through the state. He's fucking being Big Brother. Bro, I think he just cares way too much about the audience things. Hey, bro, it doesn't matter. He wants to be fucking heard, bro. He's like, oh, the audience.
You can clearly hear what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, If you listen carefully, you can hear.
Who will rid me of this priest? Do you know?
Crusoe. Wait. Are
Who will
you
priest? Do you know?
Crusoe? Wait. Are
Who will
you
rid me of
are
this
you
priest?
are,
Right?
are you trying to overtalk me as I'm struggling to reduce it?
Well, no,
by
I'm
your
helping you with the
request?
example. I'm trying to help you with the
Do I need to
example.
mute you again?
My mind is always recording. My mind is always recording.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get unmuted real quick.
Yeah. Oh my god, are they fucking arguing again?
Sure, if you
general
want
question.
to. Yeah, sure. If you want to reply to the video or something, yeah, and like judge it.
No,
Sure.
guys, you're witnesses here. So
Yeah.
tell G, was G interrupting in general, not just in that clip?
Do you think
I have two
memory is a
questions.
reliable witness, or do you think, what's a
is
more
G
reliable
is
witness? Do you think
is
a
G
video or
interrupting
memory
in
is
that
more
clip?
reliable?
And is G generally interrupting?
Hi.
I would like to know their judgment about what's in the video.
I just want you to out.
Yeah, the video where you hear one of my words as cut off because
Nope,
you
none of
have
your
your
words are cut off.
microphone working at the same time, and so there
I'm not the one recording.
and so the wait, this is your Sakura posted your recording?
No, he was recording it. I wasn't recording it.
Right. So how do you know that due to Discord lag, I'm wrong in saying that when you
I
start
can
talking,
clearly hear your voice.
it can choose which voice to record.
That's not
And
how
so
that works.
that's why I hear one word and I remember that I said multiple words at the same time, which means his
Mm,
recorded you
You would
over
be
top
able
of
to
me.
tell if it was cut off, and I didn't cut you
Yeah,
off. So
I hear that it's cut off.
that's not true. So,
Also,
you
there
were
are two
just
questions.
stuttering,
Let's
and he
say,
was trying to help
for the
you.
sake of argument, you merely tried to answer the question for me in the clip, and so it's technically not an interruption. But then we
no,
ask a second question from the audience: do you generally interrupt people? And let's hear what they say on the second question.
well, me and you specifically, I think we just have a, like we just butt heads a lot because of just like our different personalities. I guess I don't
Yeah,
know.
and I asked the audience, not you. You appealed to the audience just now before I left. So
No, I
let's
was
go
asking them to look at the
one by
video.
one. Call me Leroy.
Yes.
Is
Sir.
did let's assume, in fact, fuck it. G did not interrupt me in that clip. But is it true? Is it what was G generally doing though?
No, that was a bit of interruption, no, definitely. From UG.
I do believe there
I
was a bit
think
of interruption as
Yeah,
most
but
well.
of
we
us.
also have Divinity to look at, right? Divinity was interrupting way,
No, no,
way,
no, no,
way,
no,
way
G,
more
no,
than
G.
you,
Yeah, no,
right?
no.
You can't
No, no,
Divinity
listen to a
was
single.
interrupting.
You both were
I'm
interrupting.
interrupting you, G, right now. I'm interrupting you, G. It's not your turn to speak. It's called me Leroy, and then there's Duel in the chat. There's Evangelion Enthusiast. There's
Okay,
Gameaholics. Let's
Please
listen to all
interrupt
of
me. I
them.
speak too
I
much.
just want to know, like, whether you think I showed you no respect at all. Like, I was just interrupting you the
No, no,
whole
no.
time.
Oh my God, you're so tempting. Evangelion, can you
I
answer
did.
the same two
Yeah.
questions?
I do agree that he does have a tendency to interrupt, but I think he was significantly better this time than the last time I saw him.
So he didn't interrupt me in the clip? We agree on that. Did he interrupt me like multiple times before?
Before, yes, I'd say so.
Okay. So I mean, both of you are liars, by the way. Let's ask another person who's definitely not a liar. Gameaholics.
Not a liar.
Yeah. Did G generally interrupt me multiple times, except in that clip?
From what I saw, which was like the tail end of this, he was interrupting a fair bit to the point where I wanted him to just stop speaking for a little bit so you could get your whole point across.
Fuck you. You're a liar. Fuck you. Shut up. Another
Okay.
We have 3 liars. Jeffrey, can you speak? Maybe
Are you
someone
saying I'm
else.
calling them a liar? I'm not calling them a liar.
No, I'm calling him a liar. I am Casimir. I'm calling him a liar.
Okay.
Because they're lying about you. Clearly, you don't interrupt anyone. Clearly, they're lying about you.
I never said that. I never said that. Did I say that?
Sakura.
We need more
is
love in
Gene
here.
generally disrupt? Like, is he generally interrupting me when I talk to him?
Like, yeah, he
Except this
interrupts you
clip, not this
sometimes.
clip. He does it
Oh, yeah, not in the
sometimes,
clip.
right?
Yeah.
Are you claiming is this sometimes to indicate that I'm interrupting him equally?
No,
he's
like what?
Compare. Wait a moment. I'm asking.
I would say it was pretty much equal. I think I would say I would agree to that.
G, the most truthful person here, he believes that we interrupt the same way. I agree. Definitely, we definitely do. Definitely not a pattern. So, except Sakura, who I don't know, maybe you can speak up a little bit. I don't hear you. Pretty much everybody's lying about you, G. Everybody believes that you interrupted me, which is blatant
I just
lie.
don't get mad like you. I'm not a control freak. So when somebody interrupts me, I just listen to what they're saying. You know.
Oh, yeah. I'm a control freak. Listen, you're being asked a complex question, and your first thought is, oh, this question is not fair. I cannot integrate this. And then you start answering. You say, oh, wow, this is difficult, but I'll be able to do it. And then the person says, oh, fuck you, I'll answer instead of you. And what you do is like a bitch. You just sit
I wasn't
down
trying
and
to
listen.
answer instead of you. I was
Yeah, you did.
concretizing. You were saying like
you
you're trying to figure
gaslighting
out like
fuck.
how to put it.
You
And I was
literally
like
wrote it in
concretizing
chat.
it
You
for
were
you.
trying to answer in front of me, trying to help me. What does it mean help
Yeah, I was
me?
trying to help you. I was trying to concretize it for you.
Oh,
Like I
no,
said.
but that means answering instead of me, literally.
How? We're
No,
building
it's
this.
the
I asked you
not
for.
how.
I asked you for a hypothetical.
If
We're
I,
building it.
no,
Like
I'm sorry. If I'm very simple. Okay, maybe you don't understand it. If I'm answering and you're helping by answering
well,
instead,
you weren't answering. You were like like for like 20 seconds or like maybe a little bit less than that.
no,
And then I said, well, you know,
that.
like there's the king,
It's
you know,
on
and the tumultuous priest
even
example.
made
That's all I said.
transcript. It even made the transcript. Let's read the transcript. It's even there. It says,
Who cares about the transcript?
I can.
though?
I think I
The
can.
transcript is
Yeah,
wrong.
I
Like the
can. I
automated
think I
transcript there is
can.
wrong.
Yeah, I
You know it's
can.
wrong,
I
right?
think I can. Yeah. Can you read that? I can. Because initially I said, I probably can't answer that. It's probably unfair. And I was like, no, I'm copying. I can. I think I can. Yeah. And then I start answering and I say Crusoe Friday and I go silent. For literally the whole clip is 32 seconds. And I'm silent for like less than 5 seconds. And you start telling your stupid fucking story. That I
That's not true.
don't even
It was a
hear
little
on
bit. It
my
was
end.
definitely more than
I
that.
still have alt held down.
I wasn't
and I'm
telling a
answering.
story. I was giving
Literally
it
less than
little
20
like
seconds
5
in your
words.
mind.
I
In
was
your
gonna say
fucking
5 words pointing
retarded
to the
mind.
tumultuous priest
In your
example
fucking
for you
retarded
to help build
brain.
your
In your retarded
hypothetical.
world. A 5-second pause is 20 seconds. That's how
Well, anybody can count. Can you
annoying you
count how
are.
many seconds it is before I started speaking and you went silent? Can you count it in the video? Like listen to the audio.
Oh, let's.
Yeah.
Where do you,
I mean, still the point.
you literally speak at 13 seconds. And the clip includes me answering. It's less than 20 seconds. You say it's
Yeah,
20.
it starts with you saying so. There's Crusoe, Friday, Jones, and then you just stop.
I
And then
stopped
you're
for
like,
literally just 5 seconds because I need to think. You fucking retard.
okay, yeah, I can't read your
It's
mind.
not
I was just trying to help
20
you out.
seconds. It's not 20. It's just
I can't read
5.
your mind. I was trying to help. Like you were lost,
Get
bro. Like you're literally
the
going,
fuck out of here.
And you said, "Give me a minute," right?
Get the fuck
Something to
out
that
of
effect.
here.
And I were like, "What's wrong with you, dude?
Literally 5
Why are you
seconds.
screaming?
I
Yo,
was
calm down, calm down,
deliberating and
calm
about
down."
to answer, and
There's
you
no reason
started
for that.
talking when I asked you
No,
repeatedly
you weren't
the
talking.
entire
I started
night.
talking when you
Do
were
not
like,
talk.
Then I was
You
like,
know
"Oh,
what?
there's the tumultuous
Fuck
priest example.
you.
That might help you. That might help you
You
out,
fucking
man.
stupid
Informing your
gaslighter.
hypothetical. Do you know? Would that not be helpful? Like, I don't understand what's
No,
wrong here.
it's not.
What's unreasonable about
Shut
that?
the fuck up from time to time. Use the mute button.
Or calm down, man. Calm down.
If I have
I asked you
your
what's
level of
unreasonable about it.
incontinence because somebody's annoying me, all I do is and my voice disappears. I literally press this button. I can explain. Listen, I'm going to count to 10, and you're going to miss some numbers. You know why? 1, 2, 3, 4.
You still haven't answered what's unreasonable.
8, 9, 10. You heard some of the numbers we're missing because I pressed a button called mute. This is the button that you press when somebody's answering your question. And if
But
they
you
don't,
weren't
if they pause to think for 5 seconds without filling the air with and
you were silent, you were
that's
stuttering,
fine.
like
You just get to shut the fuck up and let them finish answering. You don't get
what's
to help them
unreasonable
unless
what's
they ask you
unreasonable
for
about what
help.
I said?
You
Okay,
fucking
if you keep
retard.
yelling, I'm just gonna leave because I don't want to be
Yes, you
subject
should
to
fucking
your
go.
yelling.
Go away
Okay, bye.
already.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean just fucking I mean I just let him expose himself a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Let let him do it to himself, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, because I felt something when he asked me that question. Because I was just like, I feel like there's just like a fundamental disconnect on how he views these kinds of discussions versus like how literally anybody else views it, right? Because I feel like he's kind of viewing it as like a battle, right? And it's like, it's not really like a battle, right? I don't think a debate is like a battle necessarily. I think it's more like we're trying to reach an
I
understanding.
don't know about you
We're
guys,
trying
but
to
I think
reach
Casimir is being quite unreasonable.
what? Who said that?
No, I just said I don't know about you guys, but I think Casimir is being quite unreasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Like meaning unable to be reasoned with. Like literally unable to be reasoned with.
I mean, he's just spurging, man.
Literally unable to be reasoned with.
Dude, Shatina's gonna get a kick out of that later whenever he watches the recording.
Did you record that just now going back in there?
What's that? Oh yeah, I recorded it. Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's funny. I just like tack that on there at the end.
Dude, I didn't see any of the debate though. I was only there for the Discord call afterwards. Like how did it go? Were you there for the whole thing to see it all?
Huh? What? I mean, Zulu's debate? No, I didn't see the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Oh.
I missed a lot of it.
I mean, did they get stuck on something for the entire fucking debate like Zulu did with Haz? Or
I don't know. I'm guessing like just the same kind of debate he's had with Leibowitz, you know, just arguing over definitions the whole time.
oh my gosh. I mean, dude, it really is. Like, there's like a fucking level of untouchability that you have whenever you're just like, whenever like your opponent is just like talking on a formalism, and you're just like, I don't care about any of that shit. Like, we don't need any of that. And it's like, that level of like fucking superiority is just completely missed.
Nobody yet. He said, almost every person that heard you today told you that you constantly interrupt. Nobody you asked said constantly. That was also on recording. Right. Nobody he asked said I constantly interrupt.
But I mean, that's the thing is like, I don't know. I just have a different view. Like, especially talking to you so much, it's like every single time you interrupt me, it's always because you like notice something.
Yeah.
It's like
But I
it's like
do like
something you notice.
I mean I do
So,
admit I interrupt more than I should, right? I think like I should wait a little bit because like I we're watching your recordings like I've listened and like yeah like sometimes you're saying a point or like somebody else is saying a point and then I cut them off because I was trying to finish a point I was saying right before, right, or say something like add on to it, right? And then I just never get to hear the point they were trying to make and I was really sad about it, you know.
well, I mean,
So
yeah, I don't know, because sometimes I was gonna say like maybe you should add more like filler so that your points are kind of more continuous. Because I'm assuming you stop
yeah,
talking
no,
and
but you
then
see
you
I've
have
been
like you
that's like
think of
I've been
something to
working.
add, and then you're like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta
Yeah, yeah, and
I
I've
gotta
been
add
working on
this.
that. I mean, you've seen it in the discussion like just now. Like I was trying harder to get like get that right, you know?
Yeah, because I don't know, because
Okay.
with filler, it, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Because I feel like the more oohs and ums and erms that you add, it's like
Oh no, I don't I mean, I try not to. Uh
yeah. But it's like that's the thing is
like
like what kind of filler is like too much filler to the point where it just becomes
right.
incoherent.
No, I mean, but obviously like he was saying like he was like trying to figure it out and like I don't know, like that seems to me like I should just concretize it really quick, like, cause I have this concretization that I'm working with. Like, oh, let me help you out, bro. Here's the concretes, bro. Look at these. You're right here.
I
You
mean,
know
I
about
guess I
this.
would just give
You
you
you know about this thing, right? The
yeah.
tumultuous priest example. You know this. Let's
But I
just
don't
do
think he
that.
does. I don't think he does. I don't think he cares. And
No, he
that's the
does.
thing that I
I
was
know he
gonna
does. I know he does.
well
It's in Zulu's course.
well yeah, but this is another thing is that he's not thinking, right? He's literally not thinking. So
Yeah.
I think the problem was that um it's right on the tip of my tongue. Fuck.
No, I mean, just like he just, I mean, he was probably thinking, but he just can't have a, like, I don't know, he just can't have a discussion. Like, he just can't, like, unless he's fully in fucking control, you know what I mean? And it's just like, I'm not down for that, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know,
He's
you
a
want me to
Discord
lick your
mod.
boots too?
He's a Discord mod. What do you expect?
I mean, no, but Casimir is just, like, really just insufferable, bro. I mean, you saw, it was just like, he couldn't be reasoned with. Like, he just started fucking screaming and, like, spurging out like
Yeah.
crazy. When I was just like, I mean, like you imagine that, okay, maybe it's reasonable to start raising your voice, right? When
Well, yeah, you
it,
do that
like
with divinity.
everybody's raising their voice and stuff, you know. But
Mhm.
I mean, it's just like it's not reasonable when the other person's just talking calmly or whatever. Then you're just like, ah.
Yeah, it's just like you're
You know what I
like
mean?
being there, just like very normal, like, yeah, you know, I'm talking this relaxed voice, and your partner's like, oh no, you're fucking wrong. I'll fuck you. Like,
I'm just like, calm down, man.
I mean, yeah, there's like an optic level there. It's like you look fucking cucked. You look like a spurg.
Yeah, yeah. I imagine it's not very flattering on the recording. Yeah, and I was just asking him what's unreasonable about it, and he was just crazy, like going off. He did, like he couldn't even grasp the question, you know?
Yeah, it's just that he's not willing to understand because whenever you interrupt me, like I can think of times where you've interrupted me because you're like, "Oh no, I think you're gonna say something like really fucking bad, so we gotta like stop." I think I lagged out there. Um,
Yeah, I mean, you could probably tell me more about how it's like, because I mean, you see it as more productive. You've seen, I mean, in the productive discussions we've had, you know, the where I've interrupted you and it's been productive.
yeah, it's like, "Oh yeah, I think genes refer to," and you're like, wait, whoa, stop." But I mean, yeah, I just assume that whatever, whatever, wherever the interruption was, at some point there was something that you disagree with, right? And at that time, it was literally just the language he was using. So obviously, every single time he's like using this meaning of communication, obviously you're gonna interrupt him because it's like, well, hold on, we've already got a problem.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like I got him to agree on like, okay, like I'm just agreeing with like, yeah, it's fine as long as it's independently like accessible, you know? I'm fine with that. I have no problems
Yeah,
with
I
that.
understood what you were saying.
And then he just goes back around like, oh, I'm gonna use communication anyways. And then it's like, bro, you know, like that's when I interrupt because like, bro, we just like went over this, you know? It's just like not clicking for me, you know? Because I know when you start doing that, when you start fucking like equivocating on communication and the prerequisites for communication, you're gonna fucking run into problems.
Oh, I think this message right here is very telling. It's only frustrating because I experienced glimpses of the alternative. When you allow ideas to be spoken, your criticism is actually very useful. I think that says something about, I guess, just like his psychology. It's like he wants control over the conversation, so he's like, oh yeah, you know, I love this alternative I get to have of having control over the conversation. This is great. And then when he says his whole diatribe, and then he actually shuts up, and then he listens, and then it's like, oh yeah, this is very useful, right? Because he's actually listening.
Yeah, man, I thought we were gonna get somewhere. Uh, I thought we were finally getting somewhere, but I was like, you know, I'd feel better about answering that if you know, like, get more specific, like on the Crusoe and Friday level, what's going on between these two guys, right? I thought we were gonna get somewhere there. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
he
but
seemed to
he,
understand that why that was like he was silent for a minute. Like you remember it's in the recording. Like he was silent for like
mhm,
a fat minute. I was like, "Hello, you guys still there?" He's like, "No, I'm
mhm,
thinking." I'm like, "Yeah, that makes sense." Like something like that, right?
mhm.
So Yeah, I mean, I thought we were gonna get somewhere there. I mean,
Yeah.
like, why would I try and interrupt him if I thought we were gonna get somewhere there? I wanted to go. I wanted to get, to lay out this hypothetical. Let's do it. Let's look at it. Let's talk about it. Fucking sounds great to me. Like, it literally sounded like such a great idea to me. I was literally just trying to help him out because he seemed like he was like struggling, like, and I already just helped him out there, like let's go down this path.
I mean, that's another thing is that he's like appealing to the audience a lot too, which is what I don't get. It's like I don't think that's what you should be focusing on when you're having a disagreement. It shouldn't be, oh, how do I look?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't care about that at all. I was just like trying to get the example out there and like the hypothetical so we could talk about it. That's it. I was just trying to talk about it. Like in my mind, I already had this concretization, and it seemed like he was groping for a concretization, right?
Well, I mean, yeah,
I don't know. It
that's.
seemed to me like he was grasping for a concretization. So
I mean, that's what you wanted too, because you were like, oh yeah, can we get like a Crusoe Friday level type thing? And that's like, yeah, we're trying to really concretize it.
yeah, but it seemed like he was groping, like trying to grasp at a concretization. I was just like, hey, it would really be great to concretize this. Just like, I
Remember
that's why I
this?
just brought up like, yeah, remember this, the tumultuous priest example? It's like that. That's literally all I was gonna say. And then I said it, and then he was like silent for a minute, and then he's like, wait, are you trying to interrupt me?
Yeah,
Like,
that's the
bro.
thing is that he starts talking again, and then he stops, and he's like, wait a minute, did you just interrupt me?
And that's just so funny, bro. That's the funniest part. Because I stopped talking. I just said the one thing, like, oh yeah, it's like the tumultuous priest example. It's
Yeah,
like
and
the
then he
king.
stopped everything to fucking mute you.
Yeah, and then like like it was just like a few seconds after that. Like it was like wait a few seconds, and then he was like, wait, are you interrupting me?
How dare you?
Oh, bro. That was fucking hilarious, bro. I'm like objectively, I was not interrupting him because I didn't interrupt him, right?
Well, yeah, because I don't know, he views it in like turns. Like I don't view it like that.
I mean, I literally I objectively speaking didn't interrupt him. He had to fucking say, "Wait, are you trying to interrupt me?" After I was silent for like I don't know, like a whole 5 seconds or something.
Mhm.
Like I was clearly not trying to interrupt him. If I was, I would have kept speaking. I would have stopped him.
Yeah.
And that's how discussions usually play out. When we're talking, like I try not to talk over other people. Like when we're talking, it'll eventually be like we might be we might start talking at the same time, right? That happens a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then one of us will just be like, no, go ahead. Right? Or just let the other person
Yeah.
go ahead. Not even say anything, right? I mean, I do that a lot. Casimir does not do that. He never does that. Never ever. You see, when he interrupts people, he really interrupts them.
Yeah, I mean, the only time he ever doesn't interrupt people is after he's gotten his like full turn or whatever. Or like, oh, I've got my turn. Now I won't interrupt you.
Yeah, and then it's just like, I don't know, bro. It's like, it doesn't feel like a discussion at that point?
I mean, it's definitely not. It's definitely not a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an exchange. You know, it's I present my argument to the audience, and then you present your argument to the audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then only
I mean, yeah.
afterwards, only afterwards that it can be decided like whose arguments are correct or whatever. Like people just like listen to your side and my side, and we don't ever like exchange anything. We don't ever exchange any
Oh,
knowledge
yeah.
or ideas. You know?
That's what I was gonna say. Is like he doesn't know what you're talking about or what you're trying to do because he just has a very like second-handed way of doing this discussion,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's like very second-handed. It's like, how do I look in front of these
Yeah,
people?
it's very second-handed. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to identify. Like, there's just a clash in our like psychology or just our personalities here. It's just like I'm a first-hander and he's a second-hander.
Yeah.
Like, what was I thinking? Trying to have a fucking rational exchange with a second-hander.
I mean, you can't do it. Dude, I wish Divinity was there more, but he kind of lost interest the second you muted him.
I mean, what does he expect, bro? He just expects me to just sit there and like be his like fucking punching bag.
Dude, when he said rules of inference, I fucking laughed, bro. I was like, dude, what the fuck is this guy talking about, man?
Yeah, I mean, rules of inference. I can't pull it out of my fucking like magic hat. Like I just
Let's
I
Google
haven't
it.
integrated that
Let's
stuff yet. I just started looking into that stuff. So it's like I can use the rules of inference or whatever when they're like right in front of my face, and I'm like doing it.
Is this
You
like an
know?
objectivist concept? Like, did they come up with it?
No, it's just formal logic, bro. Rules of inference. Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
They're just these syntactic rules for syllogisms. Like modus ponens and modus tollens. Yeah, yeah. See, like I know what these things are. I know what modus ponens is. I know what modus tollens is. I know what fucking all these fucking things are, bro. Like when I see them, when I see them, I know what I'm doing. Like, cause I have them in front of my face, and I'm like working with this stuff, with the formalism, right? But I'm not formal. I'm not a formalistic like thinker. You know what I mean? It's hard
I
for
don't
me to.
know.
It's
Yeah,
hard for
because
me
I'm
to
looking at
like.
this. It's giving like the basic Aristotle, if a man is mortal,
Yeah.
whatever, like Socrates is mortal. I
No.
mean,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
is
Yeah.
this
These
really
are just basic.
inferential? I wouldn't say this is really
Yes. I
inferential.
mean, it's deductive. It's deductive inference.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's inferential, but it's like it's a formalism. These are the rules of the formalism. Like you just have to remember them. Like these are not something you really like learn. It's just something you kind of like recite. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So like it's not something that I've really had to integrate. Like I just keep it like right like when I'm looking into stuff about like syllogism stuff, formal logic stuff, like there I have like like inference rules, like some of the inference rules and stuff that I'm looking at, right? And like using them, but like and like mostly you would use them to talk about like some invalid syllogism or whatever, and just be like, oh, it violates this inference rule or whatever,
Yeah, it just.
because it's just like the inference rules are basically just like identifying all like the like basically all the ways of like having an invalid
Dude, I wonder
uh
if that's what leads to. I wonder if that's what
like an
leads
invalid
Divinity to all
syllogism.
these like things. Is that he just takes like these rules of inference as like how we infer, right?
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, no, these are not fucking yeah, deduction is not a means to gain any knowledge, so You can't gain knowledge with deduction. So, I mean, if he's just doing things with the rules of inference, then he's not doing much. He's just he has to already know what he's deducing from, you know, and it's not much.
I will remember that next time if I ever like talk to him and he tries to like big bro me on some like fucking random shit. I'll just be like,
Yeah, like
it's the
now I
cognitive
remember.
function of a of a definition.
Yeah,
I'm
like
like,
now I'll
oh.
remember. I'll be able to list fucking inference rules or whatever. Somebody fucking asked me. Like now I'll remember. Right? It's just I never had to do that before, you know? So I couldn't pull them out of my ass. Like I tried to remember. You know, I tried to think. I tried to remember it. And I just couldn't remember it. Like, you know, like you know when you draw a blank or whatever, like you know something, but like you just draw a blank.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you haven't really. I mean, what's the word? Probably economized it. Probably integrated
Yeah,
it.
I mean you haven't integrated it. I mean, I haven't. I
Yeah.
haven't integrated it. You know, it's not a thing I use in like the notes I take. You know, I don't take notes on that stuff. I mean, I've taken just like a little, like just a tiny bit of notes, tiny bit of notes on it. You know, so
Mhm.
my integration there is very very small, and I'm like trying to remember like what it is. You know, what the inference rules or whatever are, and I just like I couldn't remember it because I was trying so hard to remember it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I think another telling thing was that
It's like
when
especially
you couldn't
when
answer the
you know
question,
something.
when you couldn't answer his question, he was like, "Yeah, so you don't know anything about this." And it's like, "What do you mean?" Like, if you don't know the rules of inference, you definitely it's not like you don't know what inference is at all, right?
No, yeah, I know
And
what
like that's what
inference
he
is.
was
I
trying to
know what a
do.
non. I like he was saying. Oh, you don't know what a non sequitur. I mean, I know what it is. I can't give you a formal definition. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not that familiar with formal logic. But yeah, I don't know. Saw that as like a huge gotcha. I don't know.
I mean,
Uh,
dude, they all do it.
right.
It's
I probably
fucking
shouldn't.
just
I probably shouldn't have. You know, let him rile me up like that on that. You know, because it was because I was so riled up. I was like, bro, I just it's like I know something, and it's like I can't remember it though. You know, like on the spot, right?
yeah, I mean, I get that a lot too at like work, right? Because like I have a
Yeah,
very active job, and it's like somebody will like tell me something, and I'll just be like, man, I just can't think about it. My heart's pumping right now.
yeah, and I think that's his whole tactic, really.
I mean, yeah, it's just like riling people up, like ambushing them, being like, "Oh, you don't know this, bro.
Yeah,
Do you know something I don't?" It's like, all right, bro.
man, my fucking TV is like my TV got broken again, bro. So I need to get
Well, I
another
mean, Divinity
TV.
also comes. Divinity also, since he's so young, he probably comes from like this, this like TikTok debate sphere where it's all rage bait, bro. It's like people step into these
Yeah,
fucking
I mean, like
TikTok lives and they just start like,
he
oh,
has it down. He has the fucking rules of inference or whatever down. Like, good for him, you know. I'm not a debate bro, so I don't
yeah,
have that stuff down. I don't have it integrated. But now, okay, sure. Now I like this is probably I don't know. Divinity probably had a similar experience with a lot of things, right? Like
yeah.
somebody fucking just said like, "Oh, like you don't know this thing, right?" And he couldn't remember it, so he just like decided he's gonna remember it for later, you know, next time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I should thank Divinity for that, right?
Mm.
Next time I'm gonna remember to fucking recite the inference rules. Thanks, Divinity.
Good.
But yeah, I mean that's about it, right? I mean that's just like that's a thing that everybody has experienced. I mean even Divinity, right? He's definitely experienced that. So that's why he's got it
Oh,
all
yeah,
down.
of course. I mean, yeah, I
You know what
mean,
I
we
mean?
don't know. Yeah, I mean, we don't know all of these things just so easily, so instantly. You know, like you're gonna have moments where you're like, I don't know what this person is talking about.
Yeah, but I knew what he was talking about, but I was like, I can't remember it. Like I just like the harder I tried to remember, I couldn't remember it. You know?
I mean, I had no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Like, but that's because you've never heard of it before, right?
Well,
I
yeah.
mean, I've heard of it before, but I didn't integrate it. You know? I've heard of
Mm-hmm.
it before. I know about this stuff. You know, it's like tangential for me. You know, like very, very, very like you know, provisional. Yeah, that's the word. Provisional. You know, I just use it when I need to use it, right? And it's like when you're learning like not even learning. It's like when you're doing like the math equations in like middle school or whatever, you know what I mean? Like you're just reciting
Mm.
it. Like you're just doing the answer, you know? Like doing the
Yeah.
equation, you know?
I mean, it's like, sitting down doing your times tables,
Yeah.
just like reciting what you've been saying a million bajillion times.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't done that for that shit, you
Yeah.
know? And just like when I've used it, I'm just like I use it like when I use it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it's only been recently that I started looking into, you know, formal logic and stuff, you know? Like I don't think I heard fucking I mean I probably heard it before, you know, but I don't think I heard inference rule until like fucking like 2 months ago. Like really. Like
Mm-hmm.
just like where I can really remember it, you know? Like probably like I mean like 2 months ago probably. You know? I just haven't integrated it. So I mean you don't even know what it is, you know? And a lot of people don't, right? I mean in Divinity at one point didn't either, and then he probably had a similar experience like that, you know, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get this down."
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know, like, it's just whenever I'm presented with formalisms these days, I'm just like,
Or maybe he took a
okay.
fucking formal logic class in college. I don't know if he goes to college, goes to school, right? But I
Yeah,
haven't.
maybe he's done like a
So
philosophy class in college or something. I don't know.
yeah, yeah, I'm sure they cover like formal logic. But you know, I haven't. I haven't taken any classes on it. So and yeah, I mean, if he took classes, before he took classes, he would be in the same place as me, right? And that's the thing, right? Like, I don't know, like if I was in Divinity's shoes, right? I wouldn't
Mm.
like I wouldn't be trying to like exploit that as like a fucking gotcha, you know, I'd be understanding about that because it's obviously like something that's easily understandable by anybody, right?
I mean, I would have just said,
Like I
tough
mean
talk for a
everybody's
guy.
experienced
Tough
that, you
talk.
know?
Tough talk for a guy that said that Roombas are living. Be great,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah. But I mean, but I'm just like trying to think like whenever I'm in like Divinity's shoes and that kind of thing, right? Where the other person is like you know, not integrated in some respect and they're having trouble recalling or, you know, reciting it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're having trouble with that. Like I'll help them out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, Divinity doesn't do that. I've had
No.
personal. I mean, I technically debated him a long time ago when I was not integrated at all, and he did not help at all in that regard.
No, yeah, because he's not it's all just reciting shit for him, right? It's not like he's actually engaged in like, you know, this epistemological process, bro, this rational exchange, bro, between us, right? And I just like
Mm.
I don't know, I can't vibe with that. like like I don't know. You've probably experienced just that, right? Like you didn't know what the fuck something was or whatever. Like I don't know. Like you know what I'm saying? Like exactly what I was just experiencing or whatever. But like I was the person on the other side, not divinity, and then I like tried to help you figure it out.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, I remember even when he was giving me all these like crazy hypotheticals to say like, oh yeah, Zulu, like he's doing all this rationalist crap, and I'm just like, well, I mean, I only really have this guy's word to go off of, right? I don't really have any, I don't really know if Zulu's correct. I only really know Zulu's and this guy's takes on this thing. So it's like, you know, what can I really say? I don't really know what the facts of reality are here, so I can't really just like shut him down and say like, well, no, you're just being a rationalist.
Yeah, I mean that's why I always try to be like, let's look at the facts here. Let's like get some facts like uh in our view here to talk about. Let's talk about some facts here, instead like just in the clouds, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like I don't just like pitting our formalisms against each other, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it really is. It's just stepping out of the formalism, right? It's like so many people they start with, "Oh, well, let's begin in this formalism." And then it's like, "Well, no, I don't want to do that." And that they're not used to that.
Yeah, I mean, but that's like the first step to having an actual like rational exchange, you know?
Yeah.
That's definitely the first step. You point to some facts and say, "Let's talk about these facts here." That's the very first step. Sorry, am I super quiet? Sorry.
No, you're fine.
But yeah, I was asking, you can probably recall situations just like that, right?
I mean, yeah, I know that when I was arguing with him, he gave me like a hypothetical about like being in like a jigsaw battle royale or some shit. And I remember
No, I mean
now.
like
I can
with me
recall
on
and
that.
I know
Maybe
exactly
it's
where he
more
goes
often
wrong
that
though.
I try to like maybe you're arguing with somebody else or I see an argument you had with somebody else or like something like that and I'm
Mm.
like I try to correct you on something, but I don't just correct you on it. Like I try and like get you to
Yeah.
understand my reasoning and everything, the proper reasoning, what you should have like done here, you know what I mean?
I mean, I had an argument in Zulu core with the modal logic guy about syntax and semantics, and I don't know if I was 100. I mean, I know I was correct. I knew I was on the right track. I don't know if I really accurately described or
Well, were you just trying to remember what I said or you were like, thinking?
like both. I was like I was looking up what you said, and I was doing that as a way to kind of remember what we were talking about and like try to restore the
Well, yeah.
context of it
I
all.
mean, luckily I account for the problem of truism, right?
Mm, yeah.
So in explaining something, I give equal emphasis to the epistemological processes, right? That you should be doing, like you should be taking the questions you should be asking yourself, uh, all of that stuff, right? So
Hmm.
yeah, I guess that would like I don't know, like I'm biased in that, so like I'm asking you, like when you were looking back at the recording or whatever,
Well, yeah, because I was looking at your notes and I was trying to remember that conversation about
Oh yeah.
stepping in and out of the formalism and like, we're stepping out of it, and when we go into the formalism, it's like irreversible. We can't restore the meaning in the formalism, we have to leave it. We can't be in this formalism.
Yeah, and it's really I don't know. You remember I talked about measurement problems, and it's the measurement problems that force us to leave the formalism.
Yeah, because
There's no
he
there's no
showed me an
measurement problem
image.
in classical mechanics, right? There's
He
no measurement
showed me an
problem in classical
image.
mechanics, but there
Yeah, he
is one
showed
in
me like a
quantum
physics
mechanics.
equation. He showed me a physics equation, and he was like, how is this wrong? How is this not accounting for whatever? And I'm just like, I mean, it can't really
Yeah, and then
measure
you just bring up the
change.
measurement problem.
Yeah, it doesn't. It can't measure change. We have to. As soon as because it was like
Where is the
it's for a
epistemic cut?
non-spinning black hole.
Remember, there's a
Non-spinning.
necessary epistemic cut. Why is the epistemic cut necessary?
I'll put it in VC text. This is like the equation he gave me,
I'm
and I
asking
was
you,
just
why is the epistemic cut necessary when you're trying to use a formalism, use syntax, when
because
you're
we're
trying to
trying to
get
isolate a
symbols.
certain. Yeah, we're trying to isolate something.
No,
Some like
remember, right? So, the symbolic result is a record, right? It's a record. The measurement process, it produces this symbolic record, right? So, I mean, and so why is the epistemic cut necessary, right? Why do we need to draw a sharp distinction between syntax and semantics here? Because we wouldn't get the symbolic result otherwise, right? We would
right. I mean, we wouldn't be able
if we
to.
describe the measurement process in as much like physical, material, dynamical detail or whatever is possible, we would just see more, physics, right? Quote unquote, more physics, no symbols, right? You would not be able to say where a symbol is, right? Because it's just
Right,
more
we're trying
physics.
to isolate. What was it? We're trying to isolate something from the dynamics. We're trying to isolate it from the dynamics.
Hmm. Yeah, and there's no observables called symbols in physics.
Mm. Yeah, because I remember the video you showed me of like the cup of coffee, and he's like stirring the cup of coffee, and then it's like right next
Mm.
to it is just a bunch of numbers on like a coordinate grid or something like that, and it's just like it can only it can't capture the dynamics. It can only capture snapshots and like
Yeah.
just certain positions. It can't account for change at all. And so
Well, but by extrinsic measures, so it would be like established. It would be already, the extrinsic measurement. You're already getting a symbolic result there. You're getting the initial conditions that you can plug into the formal equations because the initial conditions are themselves purely formal objects, right? They're just symbols, right? They're just like the symbolic record, right? So it's like if I just had like if I just put something in a river that just like ticks like every so often, you know what I mean? Gets a ticks every so often for some reason, right? The way I've already like designed it to, you know what I mean? Like I'm basically just erased the dynamics, it's just like I have this symbol here, so I can just plug that in, boom, you know, and I can't plug the river into my fucking equations, you know. And I can't describe the river symbolically, right? The river is not symbols. Like I said, look here and look there. Look at the stirring coffee cup and look at this set of vector strings.
right. It's like the actual device that you're using is gonna help you do something, but you can't. The fact that you can't put the river into an equation is, I guess, why you make the device in the first place to have it tick the
Hmm.
river.
Right.
Because I mean, think of like I'm thinking of like meteorology, where it's like they got these machines that can like predict the weather and stuff like that. And I'm assuming it's through these like formal symbols and whatnot. And it's like,
Yeah, I mean, but it's within error, and the error increases over time because I mean, natural processes are insensitive to initial conditions. They don't follow purely deterministically from the initial conditions determined by rules that are fixed in advance, right? That's just not how natural processes work. You know, they're insensitive to initial conditions. They're end directed. They're dissipative, right?
but I can't
In the
remember.
second
There
law,
was another thing. There was a thing
they're
about
irreversible.
physics, like a point about physics, which is I can't remember if it can't account for forces because of these formalisms, or if it's
Uh,
something else.
well, I mean, there's a point in like when talking about Newton's formalism, right? And his concept of force there is just is basically what it's just the rules. The rules are manipulating these structureless particles, right?
Mhm.
And but the rules are unentailed, they're fixed in advance. So I mean, and all the entailment comes from the rules. And I mean, where does their entailment come from? We can't say. Not from inside the formalism, right? That's where there's a measurement problem, but it's not in the formalism. You know, it's just you have it in like quantum mechanics because they like in principle. I already talked a bit about this in the stream, but like for more details, you know, it's all there, you know. But like quantum mechanics, they just have an in principle like you have to encounter the measurement problem, right? So you have to
Yeah, because
leave
the
the
modal
formalism in
guy.
order to decide. Like it's not decidable, right? It's not fixed in
Mhm.
advance by the rules, but purely determined by the rules. So it's not decidable in the formalism. So like it just you have to step outside of the formalism in order to decide on something for the formalism to proceed, right? In quantum mechanics. So that's why there's all this indeterminacy or whatever in quantum mechanics, right?
Right. And I guess I like to use the coding example of like, if you were to look at some block of code, you're not just going to know what all of these symbols in the code means, right? You have to have it explained to you outside of the formalism. We have to really
Yeah.
understand what all of this stands for.
Yeah, the only entailment in a formalism is strict implication, which is strict implication from independent knowledge. You're deducing it from independent knowledge that you have independent
Mhm.
access to, independent of the deduction.
Yeah. I mean, the modal guy, he was like, "Oh yeah, physicists definitely do that." Right.
Do
Step out of the formalism and like try to naturally explain these things. I just think he just didn't
in
put
like
enough
what way?
time
Do
in.
they explain the measurement process? No, they don't.
No.
Like, yeah, I mean, most of the money and resources in physics are spent on developing these measurement devices. You know, it's a very complex like act, like in order to establish an epistemic cut, right? So like stringently, right? It's very very complex thing to do. You know,
Mhm.
Patsy talks about this. It's like there's tons of inherent impredicativities in this process of establishing the epistemic cut. There's tons of inherent like impredicativities there. Can't be formalized.
Yeah, because I was trying to look at a lot of Rosen's work, because I know Rosen talks about that too, about like, I don't know, Rosen was the one that coined it, right? The measurement
Yeah,
problem.
Rosen talks about like in general, measurement problems or measurement problems because they're asking you to, admit impredicativities. Like they're asking you to look at the larger system, right? To
Yeah.
explain, the measurement, right? To bring in the measurement because you can't bring it in the formalism. So how do you account for the measurement, right?
Mhm.
You gotta look at the larger system. You can't look at smaller formalisms, you know?
Yeah, we can't look at
And
more
you, but
symbols
you
with
can't look
more
at a large, yeah,
meanings.
yeah. And remember, if you try and just account for it with a larger formalism, then there's always going to be unentailed terms, right? You're going to have an infinite regress. Remember, you're always going to have unentailed components
Mhm.
in this formalism, in a formalism, mechanistic formalisms.
Yeah, maybe that's what I should have said. I should have said, you know, what is like, what's the actual measurement process with something like forces, right?
Oh no, there's
That's
no
what I
fucking, there's no measurement process there. I mean, these are dynamical equations, right? So-called dynamical equations. They're basically just formal equations of motion, right? These are the rules. They're strings of symbols, right? Rules are just strings of symbols. It's pure syntax, right? So, I mean, these dynamical equations, they have initial conditions, which are, guess what? Purely formal objects. You already had to go through, this formalization process. You already had to fragment the natural world into, like these pieces you can isolate and study syntactically, and like concatenate and like put in one-dimensional like sequences. You know what I mean? And measure them by token of type, right? Boolean measures, right? And I mean that's just it. That's the only mode of entailment. Like Rosen talks about this. It's you have this one single mode of entailment in in a formalism, right? Which is just uh, recursion rules, right? Like Taylor's theorem, you know.
Hmm.
But that's it. And everything in the natural world. I mean, perception, action, all this stuff. It can't be accounted for with just like one entailment mode.
Hmm.
Because remember the essential semantic component.
Right, it's like you lose the dynamic, so it's like there's something in the real world that you can't explain if you try to
Right,
put
right,
it in a
right. Like we have
formalism.
it, like one entailment mode. I mean, like we can only go from X to Y and then Y to Z, right? You can't ever go from Y to X. You know what I mean?
Right.
If X goes to Y, you can't go from Y to X. Yeah, it's just a linear chain, But and predicativity and predicative loop, right? It's just you can go from X to Y or you can go from Y to X, but there's no one entailed terms because it's a non-terminating finite loop. But yeah, I mean, X is unentailed in the linear chain. You start with X, you have X entails Y, Y entails Z, but what entails X? Right?
Yeah. Oh shit.
But in predicative loop, you have X entails Y, well, what entails X? Y entails X. Well, what entails Y? X entails Y. Well, what entails Y? X. Y entails X. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that X is not identical to Y, right? I mean, X in terms of Y is not identical to Y in terms of X, right? And that's like the key point. Yeah, we've already went over all of this. I don't know why I'm bringing it all back up again.
Yeah. Yeah. I will definitely have a lot of time on my hands because I freaking hurt my wrist at work, so can't exactly work.
Oh man. Well, Like maybe I should take you up on that because my fucking my computer screen is broken. So like I had it connected to my TV in order to work, right? In order to use it. But now my TV's broken, so I can't really get on my computer and look at my notes and all that stuff, you know?
I definitely think we should get Stratino in here at some point and maybe watch the fucking debate.
Just Stratino said he watched the debate, but
Oh, he did.
I didn't watch it. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. Yeah, he said he
What,
watched
Stratino did?
the DMs. Yeah, I asked.
Yeah, because I saw you were in there, fucking giving him pro tips like, "Oh yeah, say this."
Huh?
You were in Zulu's chat, being like, "Oh yeah, you know, this thing that there's
I was
this thing
just
about
saying.
divinity you gotta know."
I didn't say it like that. I mean, it's on the stream, right? Or I guess you weren't recording there, so
No,
it's
yeah,
gonna
it's
have
on
to
the
wait
stream.
until the chat loads or whatever.
No, because I think we were
But
talking about how Liam was admitting that Peacock was that Peacock admitted he was wrong on epistemology and perception.
yeah, on perception. Yeah, I can't really do much else, but just like I don't know, sit here. I don't have my computer. I don't have my TV, so like I don't know. I can't play Xbox. I'm like I'm not gonna go to sleep anytime soon. So I don't know.
Why are you not going to sleep? You're roided out?
I might go to sleep actually.
Yeah, it's quite late.
Yeah, maybe if I get out of the VC, you know, I'll fucking fall right asleep. I don't know. Fuck. So yeah. See you later, man.
See you around.
Yo.